Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to day 3 of the Pewter Report live draft show presented by Celsius, the official energy drink of PewterReport.com and the Pewter Report podcast. Want to say hello to all the Pewter people that are just filing in as we get the show underway. It's day 3 of the 2024 NFL draft. The Bucs have been busy. I think they kind of came out swinging on day 1 and followed that up with some great picks on day 2. We'll recap everything the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have done so far and obviously pay attention to what Tampa Bay is doing today as they have picks in rounds 4, 6, and 7. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is the face that runs the place at PewterReport.com. Ready for day 3, ready to roll, as Stu Feiner would say. Scott Reynolds joining me as well. Scott, how we doing?
Doing good. I'm doing really good. I think so far Tampa Bay has done really, really well in this draft. Did not have the chance to really put together an insider this morning, but the team did, and this might be fresh news for you. I haven't had a chance to say this. Team was not going to pick Marshawn Kneeland.
Wow,
they were.
That
not.
Is news to me.
They were not, and I really can't say anything more than that. They like the player, and but you're not just drafting a player, as we've always said. You're drafting the person as well, and it doesn't mean that Marshawn Kneeland's a bad guy or anything like that. It just sometimes there's just not a fit. That was going to be the case with Jackson Powers Johnson. Just not a fit for what Tampa Bay wants to build here in terms of their culture. And how the team is kind of constructed. And I think we've seen from these Zoom calls, Chris Braswell, very, very engaging, very upbeat, positive, team-oriented guy. Mm-hmm. Jaylen McMillan, we talked about it at the end of the show last night, Matt, really had to share the table, right? He was not having, the chance to feast all by himself. Roma Dunze, Jalen Polk, he had to wait his turn to make plays, and that's okay because he's going to have to wait his turn to make plays with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin higher in the pecking order at the receiver position. And you want those team-oriented guys that check all of the boxes from the character component. Again, this is not like a good guy, bad guy thing. It's just
correct. It's not bad and evil.
Correct.
Or good and evil, I guess.
Exactly. It's just, I think every single player that they've drafted really fits that high character mold that you're looking for. And, sometimes, I came up and started covering this team in 95. Warren Sapp was not the highest character guy per se, right? That's kind of been documented. But what I will say is I've always felt like sometimes you need like a bad guy. You need that tone setter, that guy that rules with an iron fist. At the same time, though, you look at the John Lynch's, the Derrick Brookses, the polar opposites, and they've got a lot of those guys with the Tristan Wirfs, the Antoine Winfield Jr.'s, the Mike Evans, those real high character guys that you win with. Yeah. Tom Brady was that guy. Rob Gronkowski was that guy. So if you get enough of those really talented players that have the high character, that put the team first, and I think that's what Jason and John Spytek and Mike Beal have been building on. I think they've added some more of those kind of guys to this team where they fit in the team perfectly.
Right. It's all locker room chemistry and cohesiveness, I think, can go a long way, especially with this team that is building something. And yes, they've won several NFC South championships, but this is still a relatively kind of new team in terms of your leaders. Yes, you have the established ones like Mike and Vita Vea and everyone that we've kind of mentioned before. But let's also face it, quarterback is the de facto leader of your team. I mean, he's making the calls. The ball does not get snapped until they say a specific word or a specific hut for a several amount of time. Yeah. So the Baker Mayfield era, I think, was a great chapter and learning lesson about a locker room coming together and rallying around each other. And I'm
going to stop you right there, man. You're exactly right, because the Baker Mayfield from a couple of years ago might not have been the right fit here, but going from face of the franchise in Cleveland to being humbled, but in the span of one calendar year, going to to 3 other different teams aside from Cleveland, that humbled Baker, and it made Baker the right quarterback at the right time for the right team, because then he was the fit. Then he had to prove himself, ingratiate himself into the team. It's not like he didn't do that in Cleveland, but it was a different role for him. And I think that humbling prepared him for the quarterback he became last year.
You live and you learn, and there's growth. And in a way, I also kind of feel like scarred isn't the right word, but the Bucs, I feel like in the back of their head still think about the Antonio Brown situation when he departed in the game against the New York Jets. And
absolutely.
Again, at the end of the day, it was worth bringing Antonio Brown in because they won the Super Bowl. However, you also have to consider the headaches that happened the year after. And listen, you may never see that again in sports, the way he just pieced on the field like that.
Yeah.
But with that in mind, you don't want to bring in someone that can kind of interrupt the nucleus of positivity, really, and great things.
And that's what happened. He helped this team win the Super Bowl in 2020. And I wrote about this after his peace out departure. Antonio Brown was a scorpion, and he is a scorpion. And there's that old, fable,
Scorpion and the Frog
parable. Exactly, the Scorpion and the Frog. The scorpion wants to cross the river. He asks the frog for help, and the frog's like, "I can't have you get on my back, because you'll sting me." And the scorpion's like, "Well, why would I sting you? Because if you get stung, you're going to drown, then I'm on your back and I can't swim, then I'm going to drown too."
Yeah.
And the frog's like, okay. So he gets talked into it.
Mm-hmm.
Halfway across the river, what happens? The scorpion stings the frog. And as they're going down to the bottom of the river, the frog's like, "Why did you sting me?" And the scorpion's like, "Well, I'm a scorpion. That's what I do. That's my nature."
Yeah.
And ultimately that's what Antonio Brown was. He
kind
was
of play stupid games, win stupid,
win
stupid
for
prizes type of
and it ended up costing this team that Rams game, I think, because you didn't have Chris Godwin, he got hurt.
Right.
You had Mike Evans and you had Rob Gronkowski available for that game. That was it. And we saw the Buccaneers go in the hole in the first half. So I think that's a great point. They don't want to get burned again, right? We've seen Chris Baker not work out. He was a locker room cancer.
Yeah.
Deshaun Jackson was a diva.
You read about? I was thinking Deshaun Jackson.
And so I think Jason Light has gotten to the point where it's like, I'm going to sacrifice some talent to make sure that I can sleep at night and not have any issues. Remember, Brown was suspended for the whole COVID.
Yeah.
Incident.
I mean, I love Mike Edwards, but the way he slid under the bus in that situation where it was all AP, but Mike Edwards is right there too, hiding in plain sight.
So I just think that they have put such an emphasis on this, and they just said, we're going to get good guys that are really good players, and we're not going to sacrifice one or the other.
Right, exactly. And in years past, the Bucs have been a team that's drafted team captains from their respective colleges, and obviously those are leadership type of people if you're in that captain situation. And the Bucs are in a nice spot. Like, obviously you want to pick the best player, and occasionally you will make some sacrifices for the right type of player. But the Bucs are in a nice spot where personality may be the difference between picking this guy or that guy, because they have a good team that is in a playoff spot. They can kind of come in, decide who they want based on things outside of the football field, and ultimately come up with a decision. I think to a degree you saw that with Graham Barton. And again, I think the McMillan, the Washington wide receiver, is a great example of a guy that knows that he's got to wait his turn. He's got to wait his line at supper, at dinner. But when he's ready to get his plate full, he will get it full. But got to let Mike and Chris do their thing first.
So let's address this here for Malcolm Harvey. Ray Davis at 125. All right. Ray Davis makes a lot of sense, right? He was 1,000-yard back at Kentucky last year, knows the system, good yards per carry average, really good receiver out of the backfield, had a monster game against Florida. The interesting thing about him, though, is started off at Temple, then goes to Vanderbilt, then goes to Kentucky, And each time he wanted to level up. He wanted to, Temple's too small. I want to go play in the SEC, right? Well, I'm in the SEC, but I'm on sucky Vanderbilt. I want to level up and better my situation and all of this. And so he goes to Kentucky, which is a step up from Vanderbilt. It's not Alabama or, Georgia, but it's a step up. That kind of works against him with the Buccaneers, because when the going gets hard, he wanted out, right? He wanted to put himself first, not the team.
Yeah.
And we were there talking to Graham Barton yesterday, who stayed all 4 years at Duke.
Yes, yeah.
This is
could have taken more money.
Could have taken more money easily in the NIL. He's a blue chip left tackle in college, right? An NFL prospect, first round pick. And he wanted to stay at Duke, and the thought of leaving never crossed his mind. He didn't care about the NIL. He cared about Duke, the players, his teammates, his brothers. That's what it's all about. If you get enough of those guys, Matt, and you do happen to stub your toe, bang your toe, almost break your foot going 4-7, right? You have enough character to be able to turn around the ship and to chart a new course, to go from 4-7. And that's what Todd Bowles preached the whole time last year. And it looked bleak. We were talking about they might have to fire Todd Bowles, right? I mean, it was perilously close. But he said, we believe in the guys in the locker room. On a weekly basis, he would say that.
Yeah.
Believe in the guys in the locker room. We have the guys to turn this around.
We asked a lot of players, too, like how did everyone stick together? And they pointed to Todd Bowles as really keeping the unit cohesive.
Yeah. But it's the players who bought in, right? If you bring in the right type of players, they're going to buy into the coach. And if you face some storms, sometimes you get to chart a different course and find some open water. And that's what the Buccaneers did. They turned this around, and they did it in dramatic fashion. That win at Atlanta was huge. They kicked the Packers' ass in Lambeau. Those are some significant wins at the end of the season. They drubbed Jacksonville and pretty much put the nail in their coffin on Christmas Eve. So you want those type of guys. And that's one thing that John Spytek was talking about with Chris Braswell. And that's one of the things that they ask these players when they get to know them. Well, why didn't you leave Alabama? You're stuck behind Dallas Turner, for 4 years, and you're stuck behind Will Anderson for 3 years. These are back-to-back SEC Defensive Players of the Year, back-to-back first-round draft picks. Why didn't you just leave? And Braswell's like, why would I want to leave? I love Alabama. I love my teammates. I just had to wait my turn. And it's like, boom, that's it. That's the kind of guy you want, that believes in himself enough that says, well, I'm getting better every day by going up against J.C. Latham, one of the top offensive tackles in the nation. Latham went, in the top 10?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's like, how am I going to get better going somewhere else and not going up against J.C. Latham every day? Right. I've got 2 NFL caliber edge rushers to learn from in Dallas Turner and Will Anderson. Like, school's in session, man.
Yeah.
Like, why would I want to leave? That's the type of Buccaneer mentality that they're looking for, right? And that's what's kind of been communicated to me, and I'm communicating it to you. That's the type of Buccaneer man they're looking for, is the guy that will stay and fight and not be selfish and run. They want the guy that is a teammate through and through. And I can tell you, just by talking to the Jaylen McMillan, who had to share the rock with the Dunze and Jalen Polk and all the other weapons.
Names, pretty much.
Exactly, yeah, right. And with Braswell and Tyke Smith, right?
A Georgia team that was loaded with talent, and really no one on that Georgia team on the defensive side. Yeah. So many great players. Not even like a true standout guy. I mean, there was, last draft, but even this year, just so much talent across the board that everybody kind of played their part and played their role. And it wasn't like a superstar on the defense. Obviously, on offense, everyone talked about Brock Bowers and Ladd McConkey, but defensively, they were a unit that just absolutely dominated. And to bring it back to Ray Davis, kind of ironic, because if he would have stayed at Temple, the Bucs still would have had their eye on him, given Todd Bowles being, being an alumni from there. That's right. And Bruce Arians having his first college coaching experience with Temple. But I think it really makes for a great conversation beyond Ray Davis. I mean, obviously with the transfer portal now, players are leaving left and right. And, sometimes I do think it is the proper situation because I do see it from the player perspective. If they're like, well, I'm never going to start here. I have to go somewhere else if I want to prove myself.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of honor, dignity, respect for someone that's like, you know what? I'm going to stay here, work it out. I mean, if you love your teammates and everything, like in the case with Braswell, it's easy to stay there and work and keep at it. And, just because something doesn't go your way initially, you don't just pick up and leave town and go somewhere else. Yeah. I do look at certain situations, and this is even before the transfer portal really blew up, but Joe Burrow at Ohio State, he went to LSU, and that was fantastic for his career. Right. So I do think it is a case-by-case basis.
Correct, yes.
But I agree with everything you said about the trajectory and I guess the path of Ray Davis.
And it goes back to this, what Malcolm Harvey says, well said, Scott. It all goes back to Levante David, and it does.
All roads lead to Levante.
Yes, he is that man, and Jason Lights talked about it. He is the guy. They're looking for Levante David at every position. They're looking for that high-character guy that has got the mental toughness to weather the storm of not even sniffing the playoffs in most years of his career, and then wins the Super Bowl, and then is part of the fight to get back there, right? And how many times has Levante David had the chance to leave for more money, for a better situation? And every single time he's stayed. And that is important to this team, right? It's you want players that will stay in the fight, not run from the fight.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, like, you get enough of those guys and they have a lot of talent, you can take a team that is 4-7 in the middle of a season and turn it around and win the division, win a playoff game, and set the table for what I think could be a very promising season.
Especially when your leaders are the ones fighting as well. I mean, let's remember Mike Evans. Unfortunately, he got suspended for a game, but he was sticking up for Tom Brady and Leonard Fournette when he got in his most recent fight with the New Orleans Saints, sticking up for his guys. I mean, he was sticking up for Jameis Winston back in the day when things weren't going right. So Mike Evans has shown time and time again, whether it's Jameis or Mike Evans, he would do the same for Baker Mayfield as well, is willing to jump in there for everyone that's right next to him. Luke Gedeke, I think we saw it a lot on his mic'd up video this year from whichever game it was later in the season.
I think it was Jacksonville, wasn't it?
I think, because he,
Jacksonville.
When he did the smellies, when he's going crazy about that, he's like, oh, Peppermint, which obviously kind of plays into the Christmas season with that game playing on Christmas Eve. But you got a group of guys that absolutely will fight for each other. And it's a credit to Jason Light and the whole front office for not just building a good team, but building the right team, a team with character and really just a team that gives a damn about each other. I mean, you won't hear from like current NFL players, but there's a lot of retired NFL players that can kind of pull back the curtain a little bit. And, they've talked about what it's like being on, a team that's not making the playoffs in late December. Those injuries, and I'm putting quotations, injuries, they tend to hurt a little bit more where, you know what? I'm not going to risk it this week.
I think I need to go on IR,
Yeah, exactly.
Probably not going to get healed by the last couple of games of the season anyways,
the Bucs had teams that the season was done by Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And to be able to turn it around with guys that were on those bad teams, and now they're core leaders of this group.
Yeah. And so, again, we're a little guilty of this as well. I mean, you all turn to us for our draft insight, and I've yet to – this is my 30th year covering the Buccaneers. I have yet to nail every single draft pick. Or anything more than typically 1 or 2 Bucs best bets. We're at 2 right now. That's a typical year for us. We'll see what happens today. Last year we had 4. We got a little spoiled. But sometimes when we advocate for a pick or a particular player, you guys feed off of it, and that's understandable. And so there's that natural kind of crestfallen feeling. Just missed out on Marshawn Nealon. I will say this: I think this team is a little more upset that they missed out on Marshawn Lloyd, the running back who went to the Packers. From what I gathered this morning, they were going to pass on Marshawn Nealon. They were going to pick Chris Braswell, and so that's significant. However, Marshawn Lloyd was probably going to be that pick, and they were going to hope to get Tyke Smith with the other third-round pick. But as John Spytek said last night, they were not going to burn draft picks, burn capital on day 1 or day 2. They were going to stick and pick. unless there wasn't anybody worth taking, and then they really had to bail. They just wanted to let the board come to them, not panic. And you know what? John says, you don't always get all the players you want. There is not a single team in this year's draft or last year's draft or next year's draft that is going to draft every single player they want. You're going to lose some players that you really want, some players that you really like, some players that you really love. And that happens. But it all kind of balances out.
Yeah.
Right? Karma kind of comes around. That you may lose that guy in the third round that you really, really wanted. But you know what? Karma kind of gave you Graham Barton in the first round when Dallas traded out rather than taking him. And the Buccaneers did not think Graham Barton was going to be there. We didn't think Graham Barton was going to be there. We had him in mock drafts 2 and 3. We would have put him in mock drafts 4 and 5. But Josh Capo and I were convinced that Graham Barton is not going to be there at 26, right? And it turns out he was, because of all those quarterbacks, because of all the tackles that went, and honestly, because Dallas traded out.
Let me ask you, Scott, because I know my answer, but again, the draft is starting in about half an hour from now for day 3. We've seen the Bucs with a couple of picks already, 1 on day 1, 3 on day 2. Do you have a favorite Buccaneers pick at the moment? Whether you can take it all encompassing, like the fact that Graham Barton, we didn't expect to be there, it ended up falling to the Bucs. Yeah. You know, is it the fact that they addressed the wide receiver position and found a guy that's going to play in the slot? Just curious to get your opinion on that.
Yeah, I would say my favorite pick, especially just getting to meet him, talk to him. Graham Barton, I've really, really, really wanted him to be Ali Marpet 2.0. I kind of saw that on tape with the technique, with the tenacity, with the way he finishes, the athleticism. Then when I went to the combine, had a chance to talk to him. I'm like, he looks like Ali from a physical standpoint. He sounds like Ali.
Looks like Tarzan, plays like Tarzan.
Exactly. Yes. Well said. And so just talking to him, he's legit, man. I will be stunned. I will stake my reputation that this guy, he is going to develop into a Pro Bowl caliber player. Sooner rather than later.
That's a bold statement.
Sooner rather than later. This guy is legit. He's the real deal. He gives me, from a character standpoint, Mike Evans, Tristan Wirfs, Ali Marpet vibes. And all those guys are team captains. And all those guys.
I mean, if they find, let's just say, a duplicate of Ali Marpet, I mean, that's a
home run.
Yeah, I was going to say home run, slam dunk, different sports. But yeah, I mean, Jason Light would be doing cartwheels.
Oh, there's no doubt.
That's the situation.
There's no doubt. So I would say Barton first, and then not just because he's the Bucs' best bet, but most of you know that I'm a Kansas State Wildcat, but Georgia's my other team. I love Georgia football for years. My wife's from Georgia. That has a lot to do with it. So when I try to get the double dip, Matt, I'm like, all right, babe, thanks for watching the Kansas State game with me on Saturday.
Now we'll watch your team.
Now let's watch your team. Then I get 2 football games in, right?
So they're pretty good, right?
I know how to play
back-to-back national championships.
But I've loved Georgia since the days of Todd Gurley and Nick Chubb. I love running backs. Georgia's got some really good running backs every year, but their defense is so good. I'm a defensive-minded guy. I remember watching Tyke Smith at West Virginia, just an absolute wrecking ball as an interceptor, as a tackler. Then he comes to Georgia, plays the nickel. And so I think I'm more excited about those 2 guys than I would say Chris Braswell probably. Third, he's a violent guy. I like the fact that he's a finisher. He is the opposite of JTS. When he gets close to the quarterback goes in the ground. It goes in the ground hard, and the ball usually comes out. 3 forced fumbles is no joke at Alabama last year. Kind of a one-year wonder, but simply because he had a 2 studs in front of him, right? I mean, where are you going to play this guy?
Yeah.
When he is the third best guy and the other 2 guys are first round picks, and so he's the second round pick. Okay, that's not bad. And the fact that he can play on some special teams and help you right away, block.
That's a great photo. Yeah. Whoever took that photo for
block punt, block field goal, scoop and score in the field goal. He had a pick 6. There's just a lot to like about Braswell. So I'm encouraged by him. And then I would say, Jaylen McMillan, the interesting thing about McMillan is he's the third best receiver in Washington, in my opinion. I think Rome Odunze is a stud. Jalen Polk is also a stud. And I think McMillan's good. But I will say this. When Chris Godwin was drafted, Matt, out of Penn State in the third round, he was the Bucs' best bet. We like to pick. I didn't see Chris Godwin becoming as good as he ultimately became. And I think that might be the situation, too, with Jaylen McMillan. I think Jaylen McMillan has the chance to become a really, really good wide receiver. And I think that he gives off a little bit of Godwin vibes. He's kind of sneaky in the way that he gets open, sneaky the way he always catches the ball, rarely drops it. He's just a really good player. He's got a good work ethic. And, I mean, if this is, quote-unquote, the worst draft pick the Bucs have picked so far, this guy could be a future starter. And I thought John Spytek said if he wasn't injured last year, we wouldn't have had a chance to get him in the third round. He would have been a second rounder. It's just that the injuries took away his opportunities. It gave more opportunities to Polk, who caught more passes, got more yards, got more touchdowns, and elevated his stock. And it was really McMillan's stock fell due to injury.
So, and certainly it's something that the Bucs will have to monitor during his Bucs career. But let's also remember Antoine Winfield Jr. was a guy that had a little bit of an injury history at Minnesota, and that didn't stop the Bucs from drafting him. And there's certainly no regrets at all for that type of selection. Without a doubt, Tyke Smith is my favorite one. But Jaylen McMillan is, I think, the guy that I'm most intrigued about. I'm curious to see how much new offensive coordinator Liam Cohen had his, stamp of approval or imprint on this pick. Some people are saying like he's going to be the Cooper Kupp in this offense, and I'm not willing to go that far just yet. But I think with offensive coordinators, they like to have their toys or gadgets, and I'm not saying gadgets in terms of how Devin Tompkins was a gadget guy that can only do an end around. But I really think that Liam Cohen's going to find creative ways to get him the football. Josh Capo was talking yesterday about how he's good with bubble screens and screens at the line of scrimmage. I think if he's going to be in the slot, he's going to be in motion a lot as well. So he's the guy that I'm most intrigued about, in my opinion, for a guy that can make an impact on this team right away. And let's remember, I remember growing up when I would watch the draft, I'd be like, oh, all right, the first round pick, this is a big deal. Everything else is just kind of like, eh. And then as I started loving football even more and paying even closer attention to it, you realize how important second round picks and third round picks are as well, where you can get a really important contributing starter. It's really only until the fifth or sixth round where it's more depth guys. I mean, I think, for example, Rachaad White was picked in the third or fourth round and was so important to this Buccaneers team. McMillan can certainly be that guy as well. And he goes from Michael Penix Jr., who he'll see in the division
that's
in
right.
the NFC South, kind of like when Kyle Trask and Kyle Pitts both ended up in the NFC South.
Yeah.
And now he gets to work with Baker Mayfield. So that'll be interesting to see as well. Let's take a look at the rest of the NFC South, what they have and what's coming up for them. The Atlanta Falcons, as we just mentioned. Michael Penix Jr., the talk of the NFL draft, with him going so early to Atlanta. Rook Ororo out of Clemson, the talented defensive tackle. And then they doubled up on Washington players and staying along that defensive line, going with defensive end Braylon Trice. The Falcons have a pick in the next three rounds, one in the fourth, one in the fifth, and three in the sixth. No seventh round picks, but we'll see if they decide to do anything with those several sixth round picks. The Saints went in a couple different directions. Talisi Fuaga from Oregon State, their starting offensive tackle, or at least probably will be a starting offensive tackle. And then went into the secondary. Kool-Aid McKinstry out of Alabama, the cornerback, will probably be well acquainted with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, and now Jaylen McMillan as well. But the the Saints got to wait a little while. They did not have a third-round pick, not any in the fourth either. And they originally had 4 fifth-round picks. They traded one of those to move up and go get Kool-Aid McKinstry. So they're going to be waiting around in that fourth round, but they do have 3 picks in round 5 and then 1 in round 6 and round 7 as well. So an odd amount of draft capital for the Saints and not exactly in the spot where you want. And then the Carolina Panthers, remember they traded after they did not have a first-round pick because of the Bryce Young trade the year before. They traded into the first round with the last pick, trading with Buffalo after Buffalo traded with Kansas City. Anyway, that's a long way of saying they got Xavier Leggett from South Carolina in round 1. Went with running back Jonathan Brooks, I believe the first running back off the board in round 2, and then went with an inside linebacker in an interesting linebacker class overall with Trevin Wallace in round 3. They have your standard 1 pick per round going through the rest of it in 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah, one of the interesting things, too, that we learned about Jaylen McMillan from John Spytek, and I think the Buccaneers do an exceptional job, really, of gathering information because and one thing that Spytek said is you're trying to solve the puzzle, right? You're trying to figure these guys out. Who are they? And if that's something that you can get from talking to the strength coach, right? Is this guy, is he allergic to the weight room? Does he like to work out hard, right? It's one thing to talk to the assistants on the staff, the teammates. What the Bucs really do is when they talk to players, whether it's a formal interview, an informal interview, a Zoom call, a top 30 visit, whatever, it's they talk to every defensive back. Who was the toughest receiver that you had to cover? Who was the most uncoverable receiver, right? And the same thing with the receivers. Who was the toughest press man guy? Who just locked you up, right? And all of the defensive backs I shouldn't say all, but a lot of the defensive backs they talked to that had played against Washington, they said that Jaylen McMillan was one of the most elusive guys. He was the hardest one to cover because of his route running ability. He just had a natural feel for zone. He can beat man coverage. And so those are some things too, where like you're kind of taking notes and then you put it in the spreadsheet, the database. You say, okay, who's the receiver that gave defensive backs, NFL caliber defensive backs, the most fits?
Yeah.
Right. And Jaylen McMillan was one of those guys. So that's another way of doing some scouting, not just watching what the film has to say, not just talking to the prospect himself, but the guys that have to deal with him on the field on Saturdays.
And of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention that it keeps the Washington pipeline going, and the streak continues with another Washington Husky coming to Tampa Bay. Let's get to the super chat, though. Thank you to Malcolm Harvey with this $4.99 super chat, kicking off the super chats on day 3. Just a reminder to everybody, if you super chat us, doesn't matter the topic that we are in the middle of. If you super chat us, we make sure we get to your super chat ASAP. And we're happy to talk about really anything Bucs or football related or life related. If you have a life question you want us to answer, we're happy to oblige as well. Anyway, so Malcolm says, don't get me wrong, I like the McMillan pick, but do you guys know if the Bucs were interested in Troy Franklin? Why is he still available?
That's a good question.
He's one of those that it's a little surprising he's still available.
Yeah, I think from a talent standpoint,
yes,
that's the case. Now, there might be something else going on, right, that we don't see, whether it's a medical, whether it's a personal issue, whatever. And keep in mind, sometimes you can sit there and say, okay, well, this player coached this play, or this player was coached by this particular coach, so the Bucs might have some extra insight.
Yeah.
Sometimes that can work against you, right? So
well, yeah,
Brian McClendon was the receivers coach at Georgia. He was also the receivers coach at Oregon beforehand. And so he got to know Franklin, and maybe and I'm just speculating here, but maybe it's a situation where they're like, yeah, I wouldn't draft this kid, right? I coached him. I had to. I was his position coach.
Yeah.
He was on the team. He was a scholarship guy, but I wouldn't want to coach him again. So sometimes that works in that effect. Just because a player is productive at a particular school doesn't mean that he's the best kid or the most coachable or the best teammate. It just means that he was productive. Sometimes it means more. Sometimes you are the high character guy, the great teammate, the leader, the player that, man, gosh, I wish this guy wasn't one of the pros. I want to coach this kid forever.
Yeah.
He's great for the program. But so sometimes, and it's just like when we try to make these links to players, just because they had a formal interview at the combine, just because they come in for a top 30 visit, doesn't mean those visits go well.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes it's that visit or that interview that turns the team off when they see your true colors, when they ask the questions in that setting and say, this guy's BSing us. He's not a Buccaneer.
Yeah, it's all about reading the person. And it's a great reminder that this isn't Madden. Like, if this was Madden and you were drafting and you were formulating a team,
yeah.
Troy Franklin's probably off the board.
Yep.
But you have to consider so many other things when you are drafting a player. You're bringing on someone that's going to be on your team, presumably, especially if it's, within the first 3 rounds, someone that's going to be on your team for the next 4 years, unless something egregiously goes wrong.
And you're paying them a lot of money.
Yeah, you're paying them a lot of money. And not that Troy Franklin was going to be the Bucs' first-round pick, but in the situation of Graham Barton, a guy that you want to be here for 5 years and is going to get the most money and guaranteed money for those first-round picks. So it has to be a question of, because the talent's there's so much excitement about Troy Franklin, what he can do. It has to be something else. And I think the character and obviously the inside information that Brian McClendon had, because remember, not only was he an offensive coach, but he ended up being the interim head coach.
That's right.
At one point. So he had to look at every single thing and every single person. And Troy Franklin was part of that for sure.
Yep. Good stuff. Let's take a look at our Bucs best bets.
Yep.
And kind of set the table for some of the guys that we have left on our board. We were able to grab a couple of Bucs best bets on day 3 last year. We whiffed on Kalijah Cansey. That was a surprise pick that we didn't see coming. They went in super stealth mode, but we were.
I don't think Kalijah Cansey saw it either. Remember, he didn't meet with any team during the draft process.
It's a surprise to even him. We were able to get Cody Mauch in the second round as our Bucs best bet at guard, and then Yaya Diaby as the outside linebacker, Bucs best bet. And then on day 3, Payne Durham, the tight end, and Trey Palmer, the wide receiver. Both of those players were Bucs best bets. So we have a couple of guys left here, both quarterbacks, as you saw on our Saturday graphic for day 3. Spencer Rattler, Michael Pratt, both of those guys, the Buccaneers have done some work on. We'll see if they pull the trigger and get a quarterback on day 3, maybe to replace Kyle Trask. Trask, kind of an unknown commodity, Matt, entering year 4, which is a contract year. Maybe they hit the reset button with Liam Cohen and find a guy that might be a better fit. Kendall Milton from Georgia. Talked about how I like Georgia running backs. Yeah. Brian McClendon was at Georgia as well. This is a workhorse, big back that scores touchdowns, can get short yardage, and not a flashy, dynamic guy. But you don't need a super fast 40-yard dash time in entering the NFL. And I think that when you look at Ronald Jones, Jason Light learned a lesson there with Ronald Jones.
Yeah, because he had speed.
He had speed, but you don't have those. You don't have the wide side of the field in the NFL. The hash marks are set up differently. You don't have those breakaway touchdown runs where you break through the linebacker level and all you have to do is juke the redshirt sophomore safety, right? And you score a 70-yard touchdown. Everybody can tackle it at the NFL. Everyone takes the right angle, etc. What you need is short area quickness, tackle breaking ability, and elusiveness. It's not about the 72-yard run, Matt. It's about the 17-yard run. Like those are the type of runs that you need to get. Yeah. It's can you rip off an 8-yarder?
Yeah,
can you rip off a 12-yarder?
Not to cut you off, but yes, Ronald Jones did have that awesome 98-yard touchdown run against the Panthers, but that's few and far between.
One time.
Yeah, that's a freak play. I think almost a better example, as amazing as the Super Bowl was for the Buccaneers, among the running backs, who scored? Leonard Fournette. Who got stoned at the goal line on 4th and goal? The one drive the Bucs didn't score.
Ronald Jones.
It was Ronald Jones, which I still believe they should have gave the ball to Vita Vea in that situation, who was on the field for that play. Anyway,
Joe Haig had a touchdown. Joe Haig had a touchdown. He's right there in your hands,
Tanner
Joe.
Hudson almost had a touchdown as well. There's a ball to the corner of the end zone.
Yeah.
Leave it to me to find like the one negative thing about a 31-9 Super Bowl victory for the Buccaneers. I apologize, Bucs fans. That Super Bowl was amazing.
Todd Bowles will forgive you.
Moments in football history, Buccaneers history. And for me covering the team, that was awesome as well. So
Todd Bowles will certainly forgive you for sure. He had quite the day with his defense.
Yes.
So we've talked about the lone running back we have there. I do think they get a running back out of one of these next 3 picks. It just seems like that could be a spot where they need some spot. I would say that even more so than linebacker, not to skip around, but we have Cedric Gray from North Carolina still left as a Bucs best bet. They had a formal visit with him at the combine. Very athletic guy, kind of a do-it-all, can blitz, can cover, can make tackles at North Carolina. But you have J.J. Russell, you have Servassier Dennis and K.J. Britt scheduled to start right now, plus Levante Davidsbeck. I think you can get by without drafting a linebacker this year. It's not a great class to begin with. So I almost think on day 3, running back, if the right one's there, and I love Audric Estime. I have no idea if the team likes him, but I think
what do you
fantastic.
like about Audric Estime?
He hurdles players. He's LeGarrette Blount 2.0. He's a big, fast back who's very young. He's 20 years old. I think he's only going to get better. I like him better than Braylon Allen, the other big back who played at Wisconsin. Kendall Milton's a guy I like. There's a lot of day 3 running backs I like.
I heard the Notre Dame hate.
No. It honestly does not have anything to do with Notre Dame. Well, maybe slightly. But
I'm not a Notre Dame fan.
I go back to the first game of the season for Notre Dame, and they played in Ireland. I think they played against like Navy, and Estime had a great game, but also, Navy can't tackle. Navy. While I love and respect all of our armed forces, not the best football team.
Right.
And Estime had a great game. He ran wild, and not that he certainly benefited off of that game, but I feel like that kind of springboarded him into like, oh my God, this running back is incredible. And then, I don't know, they played better competition, and he wasn't a bad player by any means. I just think like he got so hyped based off of a game in Ireland in August against
Who was the quarterback at Notre Dame last year?
Sam Hartman.
Who were the wide receivers? There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I mean,
what
about their defense? They won with defense.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They won with defense. They won with Estime and Sam Hartman with some timely trigger passes. But it's not like you had a stud receiver. They were not a wide open.
Was a good amount of their offense.
Correct. Yeah. So
I also think if you run it 40 times, like eventually you're gonna get one that works. It was like Thomas Jones with the Jets back in the day. It's like, he got 120 yards. So well, you ran it 40 times.
Yeah, 35 carries.
I would hope you got over 100 yards.
Yeah.
Sam Hartman also hates himself.
I do like
Sam
Hartman's
Hartman,
size.
Incredibly looking guy. Yes.
Yeah,
incredibly good looking.
Unbelievable. Like, you see it on TV and you're like, okay. But then you're in person, like at the Senior Bowl, at the Combine. Damn. Yeah, shout out to him. Like, even if his NFL career does not work out, he's got a career in modeling. They're going to put him next to Troy Polamalu. He's going to be with Head and Shoulders, the shampoo. But I will say for Estime, he's got great size. I would like him for the Bucs in those short yardage, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 situations where the Bucs have had their issues. Throw him in there. Let him crack some skulls, and certainly would be different than Rashad White. So,
the other players, real quick, Christian Mahogany's still there.
I think that would be amazing.
I think he'd be a great fit in the 4th round
if he goes to the Bucs.
Yeah,
it would make the offensive
still
line
need a starting caliber guard. Matt, you still need
exactly. And maybe he doesn't start right out of the gate in year 1 or to begin the season, but even just having Mahogany there, or another offensive lineman that the Bucs may like, it just makes it feel as if the offensive line is complete. And not to look forward to next year's draft, but if they do take another offensive lineman and he progresses the right way, then you look at next year's draft, and I know Jason loves drafting offensive linemen. He has early and often over the last 2 or 3 seasons. Then next season, any offensive player, you can kind of ball out at tight end. You could ball out at like another wide receiver because you took care of the offensive line. So I think Mahogany would be the bee's knees if the Bucs are able to draft him later on.
Yep. And then just finishing up, we talked a little bit about Cedric Gray from North Carolina. And then you've got Mo Camara. Doubt they're going to go with another edge rusher. And you know, Malik Washington, we skipped over him, and Tanner Bortolini, both of those guys. I think Bortolini might be a good fit in the fourth round on day 3 here. So I think out of these guys, maybe they take a shot at the quarterback. Maybe Kendall Milton's in play for one of those late round picks. Tanner Bortolini and Christian Mahogany. I'd love to see either one of those guys in the 4th round, or even Cedric Gray. And then Marcus Harris. You know, we talked about defensive tackle wanting to get one early. It just dried up so quickly. There was a run on defensive tackles in the 2nd round. This is a guy, we saw him at the Senior Bowl. Heavy hands, similar size to Kalijah Kancey, 6'1", about 288 pounds. Very quick, agile, athletic, strong guy. This might be kind of a day 3 sleeper at defensive tackle. The lack of size is what's dropped him here. 7 sacks last year in the SEC. The guys that he sacked last year, Matt, Jaylen Milroe, Jaden Daniels. I mean, some pretty fast athletic quarterbacks, you know, that he was able to corral. So I would love to see him as a Buccaneer. Dwight McGlothern, another SEC cornerback, started at LSU, ended up playing at Arkansas. Big-time ball hawk. Long 6'1" corner, Todd Bowles style.
Bailey, you had Dwight McGlothern in your mock draft during the Bucs battle plan.
Did I?
I think so.
Yeah.
6th round. I remember reading up on it because I was doing defensive backs for. Anyway, shout out to Bailey. Had Dwight McGlothern in his mock draft. Also, Brandon Dorless from Oregon still available at defensive tackle. Been working out in Tampa. Had a really good Senior Bowl. Had a couple of pass rushes where he just absolutely annihilated the offensive lineman.
I'm glad you brought his name up. He's a really good player that I think is kind of a sleeper. Size-wise, he's a bit of a tweener because he's 6'3", about 285. But you know what? I think the athleticism is there. It's not to the level, obviously, that a Kalijah Kancey or a Braden Fisk or those upper echelon guys are. But when you look at a couple of the things that the Bucs look at, the tackles for loss is there. He was a 5-year player at Oregon, racked up 27 tackles for loss. More importantly, the last 3 years when he was on the field a lot, 7 in 1 year, 9.5, 6.5 last year. The sack production has steadily increased a little bit, 2.5, 2.5, 5. He's never going to be that monster in the middle that's going to get you a bunch of sacks, but 14 pass breakups from a defensive lineman, including 9 last year. That's almost unheard of for a defensive lineman. And you're not dropping in coverage. This is just having the awareness of where you are in relation to the quarterback. And if you can't get there, get your hands up and knock the ball down. And you know what? The whole object is to get off the field on 3rd down. You want it to be an interception or a strip sack, right? Okay, well, if you don't get that, if you don't get the takeaway, end the play on a sack, right? Well, all right, if you don't get to the quarterback, end the play with the pass breakup, right? It's 3rd and 7. You break the pass up. Now it's 4th and 7. Got to bring on the punt. So that's another way you can affect the offense, another way you can affect the passer without touching the quarterback. And so to have the awareness that this guy has, 14 pass breakups, including 9 last year, just a very smart, heady, active player inside.
Yeah, it's an underrated trait for a defensive tackle. And I think of, and this is not a comparison at all, but you think of someone like J.J. Watt, who was incredible as a pass rusher. But another great element of J.J. Watt's game was the fact that he would just knock down the ball at the line of scrimmage, do the Dikembe Mutombo. So, and we saw with the Bucs on the flip side of it, how many times did Baker Mayfield get his passes batted down at the line of scrimmage? And it would end drives. It would halt big plays that were coming up. So it's
look no further than that Detroit game. Yeah. Mike Evans probably scores a touchdown. Didn't happen. And what happened instead? A tip pass led to an interception and then a Lions field goal. And all of a sudden you're in the creamsicle game. You're down 3-0 instead of up 7-0.
Sucks they had to lose in the creamsicle.
Just posted 12 years ago today, they drafted Levante David.
Yeah.
Wow, happy anniversary. For those that may not have heard, Bailey, 12 years ago today, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers drafted Levante David. Let's get to this super chat. Thank you to Scott Federico for this $4.99 super chat. Says Tyke Smith is more of a slot corner slash safety. Do you see outside cornerback as a need still? Tampa and Kyrie Jackson are both still available. Great coverage. Are you talking about our coverage or the cornerbacks coverage? I just kid. It's Saturday. We're going to get loony anyway. Thank you very much, Scott, for the super chat.
Yeah, it still could be. Again, I think that Jason Light, John Spytek, they've done a really good job of setting themselves up for coverage at certain positions, just in case, right? You sign Will Golston just in case the defensive tackles evaporate, as they did in the second round. Remember, if Graham Barton is not there, they were going to draft Johnny Newton in the first round. Okay, so they were going to go defensive tackle in the first round, not Jackson Bowers-Johnson, Johnny Newton. So, but you cover yourself by getting Will Golston re-signed. You cover yourself at edge rusher in case the guy that you want is not there in the first or second rounds with Randy Gregory. You cover yourself at cornerback in case you don't draft one with Bryce Hall. You cover yourself at nickel by signing Tavierre Thomas instead of having to rely on drafting a guy like Tyke Smith. But none of those signings prevent you from drafting a player.
Yeah.
But it provides some coverage in case you can't or you don't. And so I do think that just with the fact that they have signed Bryce Hall does not preclude this team from, say, drafting another cornerback by any means. But they got to have the right guy at the right round at the right time. And he's got to be the best player available on the board, because you can't just say, oh, we need another cornerback. No, that's where you fall into
the panic thing.
Yeah,
that's the panic
that's
thing.
the
that
pitfall of the
teams
draft.
fall into. It's
who's the best player available. Find the right fit for our team. Is it a running back in the fourth round? Is it another offensive lineman? Is it a cornerback? Is it an inside linebacker? Find the right guy for your team from the fit perspective rather than the need perspective.
Yeah, that's super, super important. And I think it's notable as well that there's a lot of players at a couple positions that are on 1-year contracts, and Bryce Hall and Thomas at corner are 1-year contract guys. Many of the outside linebackers are going into the last year of their contracts. So that also plays a factor in this whole process as well.
It's about finding the right fit. I'm fortunate. I found the right fit from my personal physician. And not only does Dr. Lugo treat me as a primary care physician, but also as someone who takes care of my health from a testosterone standpoint. I'm 52 years old. Guys, it's a natural phenomenon for you to lose testosterone as you age. With diet, with aging, it affects testosterone. It's a game changer that you don't really notice until you have testosterone back in your system, of just how much it does for you. And if you're tired of feeling low and sluggish and all of that, you need a little shot of vitality. Well, go see Dr. Lugo at Bay Area Modern Medical Center, and he can help you with your testosterone treatments as well as your primary care. I think that's the other thing too, is this the holistic approach to modern medicine at the Bay Area Modern Medical Center. Are you tired of feeling just like another number in the waiting room? Well, that's not the case at the Bay Area Men's Medical Center in Tampa, because they believe that you have personalized care that puts your health and well-being first. Meet Christopher Lugo. With over 24 years of medical expertise as a primary care provider, he's dedicated to overall health, and that's not all. Christopher specializes in weight loss, anti-aging, and hormone treatment, including testosterone. So men, listen up. Testosterone treatments, they can be affordable. I had to stop mine at a previous place because it was too expensive. It doesn't have to be that way, and it's not that way at Bay Area Modern Medical Center. So don't let age slow you down. Reclaim your vitality and get back to feeling great. Turn the clock back with a consultation with Christopher Lugo. Visit BAMMC.com to explore the range of testosterone and weight loss treatments. And here's the other difference. Christopher practices concierge medicine. What does that mean? That means when you have a 10 o'clock appointment, you're seen at 10 o'clock. No more waiting rooms. And also no more rushing through your appointment to get on to the next person. Imagine a doctor that takes an hour to sit there and go over all of your, also discuss your diet and exercise plan and provide personalized vitamin and supplement recommendations to optimize your health. I am thrilled with the results I've gotten with Christopher Lugo and Bay Area Modern Medical Center, and I want you to experience that same type of wellness and health. Same-day appointments are also available for your convenience. So get ready to experience healthcare that revolves around you. Book your appointment today at BAMMC.com or call Christopher Lugo at 844-789-2266. That's Bay Area Modern Medical Center, where your health is the top priority.
All right. Why don't we bring on another Pewter reporter to get it rocking and rolling. In the meantime, let's get to a couple of more super chats. Or not super chats, just comments in general. But if you want to super chat us, of course, you get to cut the line, and we'll get it rocking and rolling. Jonathan Stutzman says, for some reason, McMillan reminds me of Tyler Lockett a little. Certainly.
Well, Lockett's smaller.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say, certainly would be okay with the career that Tyler Lockett has had. So you got that going for you. And then Jacob Schism says, after listening to SpyTech, do you expect the Bucs to be active with trades today, or do we stay put and take our chances? At some point, the talent has to fall off. Well, let's keep in mind again that the Bucs do not have a 5th round pick. They got a 4th rounder, a 6th, and a 7th round pick. So if they were to give up some draft capital to move up, probably would have to dip into 2025 a little bit. And I don't know if the Bucs necessarily.
The last 2 years.
They have done that the last 2 years, but I don't know. I mean, I think they kind of learned something this year with just staying pat and letting the chips fall where they may. I kind of like the idea of going into next year's draft having every single draft pick. Josh Capo joining us now.
Hello,
Good to see you, buddy.
You too. I am actively lobbying the Bucs to get rid of that 7th round.
Yes,
pick.
you're saying it last night, and after sleeping on it, you feel the same way.
Yes, very much so. It will help me get a 7-hour drive out of the way a little bit faster. Jatavian Sanders goes to Carolina at pick 101 to start the 4th round, and then I believe the Broncos have traded up to pick 102 in addition to that. Jatavian Sanders was considered by many in the public sphere to be the 2nd best tight end in this draft. And I want to say he's like the 4th taken. I want to say, I thought it might have been 5th or 6th. Okay, so all right, 4th. Definitely wasn't seen as a day 3 pick. So, and the Panthers continue what I would say is a very good path for them. It's very directional. They're doing everything they can to give Bryce Young a chance to show that he was worth the number 1 overall pick last year. His circumstances last year were terrible. I don't think you can truly judge Young. I wasn't very impressed with his play altogether, but I don't think you can really have a full judgment of Bryce Young until you actually give him some surrounding weapons, and they've certainly done that here today and with their free agency targets.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair assessment because I'm already laughing before I've even made my point, and no one knows what I'm about to say. But I think you look at what Bryce Young was given to for the Bucs.
Troy Franklin.
Okay, there you go.
Right,
we just talked a lot about Troy Franklin. I like that these picks are already moving and shaking. But you look at what Carolina gave Bryce Young last year, and you look what Caleb Williams has before he even set foot in Chicago, before the Bears even gave their card. And it's like, you're setting that guy up for success. And on the flip side, with Bryce Young, you are setting that guy up for failure, whether it's no weapons on offense, just turmoil as a team overall. And it had to be tough. It really had to be tough. And I would say not even with Bryce Young, but in general, a lot of young quarterbacks, 1st round picks, or guys that are going to be the guy for your team are kind of failed or doomed from the start, whether it's just bad coaches, bad offensive coordinators, or no players around to help out.
Yeah. The Bears gave Caleb Williams Rome Odunze, and I would say last year Carolina gave Bryce Young an ulcer.
Bunch. That was good.
Thank you.
That was
I
great.
appreciate it. So after the Broncos, who picks next?
I don't know, Troy Franklin, obviously from Oregon.
Yep.
You're now with Bo Nix.
Oh, that's
Yes.
right. The Broncos drafted Bo Nix in the first round. Troy Franklin now in the fourth. Those two had a very good connection at Oregon. Franklin was a top 5 receiver on my big board. I thought this is a fantastic pick, in my opinion, for the Broncos. It also makes it very interesting whether they will keep Cortland Sutton now that they've drafted Franklin, or Franklin replaces Jerry Jeudy, who they traded to the Browns. But I'm personally of the opinion that the Broncos should just tear it all down. Anybody who's got draft or who has trade value, they should try and get what they can for him.
Another target for Zach Wilson as well. Some other best players available. TJ Tampa. Again, everybody wants Tampa to Tampa. That'd be like The Office when Kevin Malone's like, I'm eating pigs in a blanket. In a blanket. That'd be pretty cool. Brandon Dorlus still available, as we talked about.
Scott Reynolds' favorite.
Jaylen Wright out of Tennessee. I was listening to WDAE this morning, and they were fans of Jaylen Wright. Shout out to Nick Wright and Chris Mathis.
Yep,
great guys.
I would like Jaylen Wright as a potential fit here in the 4th round. I could see them doubling up on receiver. I think there's still some receivers that are out there, and really continue to build out the future of that room. So I'm a fan of that.
Josh, I'm not sure if we did this yesterday because we were on for 5 hours and my mind tends to wander. You know what? I'll bring that up in a second because we got a super chat. And again, super chats, we cut the line. Lose my train of thought. 2 seconds. I'm happy to lose it. I lose my mind all the time anyway. So let's get to the super chat. Thank you to Slay509 for this $4.99 super chat. Says, was the Dallas pick of Nealand a little bit of retaliation for us taking Barton? I get he's a great talent, but it seemed oddly timed. I'm sure in the history of the NFL, teams have taken a player as an FU to either a division rival or a conference rival. But if you missed the beginning of the show, Pewter Report Scott Reynolds was on and saying that the Bucs were not going to pick Marshawn Nealand. They were always going to draft Chris Braswell. So at the time, a lot of us were like, oh, Nealand, no, off the board. And kind of did the same thing with the Marshawn Lloyd, like, oh, the humanity, Lloyd, no longer available. But they were still going to go with Braswell, regardless if Marshawn Nealand was still there. So I don't think it was a retaliation pick by the Cowboys. I think I wouldn't put it past the Cowboys to be like, we don't even like this player. We're just going to take him because we hate the other team. That'd very much be a Jerry Jones move.
Yeah.
But a silly way to draft.
I'm disinclined to believe that's the case because keep in mind, yes, the Bucs selected Barton, 3 picks before the Cowboys, but that was after the Cowboys traded back. The Cowboys originally had the 24th overall pick. If they really coveted Barton that much, and they would have gotten him, and they would have known that the Bucs could have been in on Barton, just given you look at the roster needs of your opponents and of the other teams in the league. So if they were really that high on Graham Barton, they would have just taken him at 23.
Yeah.
So I think that, very much like we've discussed how Jason Light views a trade back, it's because they have several players on their board that they're comfortable with taking, and they feel like the number of players will not dwindle down to 0 by the place that they trade back. Cowboys probably had a similar thought process. Maybe Barton was on their board along with Tyler Guyton. Cool. Bucs take Barton. They're comfortable with Guyton. So I don't think it's a retaliatory pick at all. Bailey, yes. It looked like you were about to say something.
Oh, Layden Robinson to the Patriots.
Layden Robinson to the Patriots. Bailey, the next time you chime in, do you remember the signal when we were doing the sound testing on? Yes, it was either thumbs down or the other thing.
Yeah.
Next time you want to chime in, just give us the signal and then just be like, so and so drafted this person. So
I love it.
Yeah. You know what I love as well is when we get new subscribers to Pewter Report TV. And I have just been informed we are 225 subscribers away from 14,000, the Chris Godwin number. We would love to get to 14,000 by the end of this live stream so we could all do some cartwheels. Really enjoy doing the show, the podcast 4 times a week. We'll be back on Monday as well. I can't do it without you guys. And we want to grow Pewter Report TV as much as we possibly can. We've had some great content out on all of our social medias, from the press conferences to cutting clips of this as well. I know some people just want to see the instant reactions and everything like that. We have that on our YouTube channel. So whether it's Graham Barton from day one or Braswell and Smith and McMillan from yesterday, you can go right on our YouTube channel. While you're watching this, open up a separate tab, go to our YouTube. You can watch our immediate instant reactions as it happens in real time, what we are thinking, our thoughts, opinions, everything about these first 4 draft picks for the Buccaneers. We're going to do it again today when the Bucs make more of our picks. So please like and subscribe. Leave comments as well, not just in the chats. We love those comments, but when the video's done, leave a comment as well and help us get to 14,000. That'd be a big-time number, a milestone in a sense, and we get to put up pictures of Chris Godwin. We did it when we got the 13K with Mike Evans. We want to do it with Chris Godwin. Praise be to Godwin at 14K. So shout out to all of you, the Pewter people. We appreciate you guys. Josh, what I was going to ask you, because I don't recall if we did this yet. I may have missed it subbing in and out on some of the hockey changes, but we have some film of Graham Barton.
Yeah, we do.
I know you have an article out on pewterreport.com, which I highly recommend as well. But we do have some tape of Graham Barton as well. You want to get into some Graham Barton tape?
Yeah, we can take a look at it. Absolutely.
Yeah. So we got a number of different things and some matchups against Jared Verse as well. Is there anything in particular?
So I think that was a really interesting matchup. I kind of posted kind of a collage of clips from that. That was kind of a heavyweight battle. There was not one player in that matchup who really dominated. I would say over the course of the day that Graham Barton kind of won the day. But it wasn't without each player. And Barton even talked to us a little bit about that.
He did, yeah.
In our chill session with him, where he said both sides were kind of throwing haymakers. Both sides got some wins. I think there is, if I remember that correctly, if you can do the verse number 8 and then number 10, I think it's a really good showing of Barton learning throughout the game and applying what he learned. So
okay, yeah, we'll start out with this first video of Graham Barton against Jared Verse, and then right after play second one.
Let's see if I remember the clips correctly too.
Oh, we're able to talk through this as well.
Okay, so here, Jared Verse number 5 on the right, and you're going to see him run a push-pull.
We'll
right
play
there.
it a couple of times as well before we go to the next one.
Versus number 5 for Florida State on your right.
62.
Barton is 62 matched up against him on this run play. You can see Verse gets his hands into Barton's chest and runs a pretty simple push-pull, very effective, catches Barton kind of leaning a little bit and uses that to get by him very quickly. Now, this happened, I want to say, around the second, maybe the third quarter in that game. And then later on, Verse is going to try and pull the same move. If you want to roll.
Yeah, we'll play this video one more time. And then.
So you can see, gets him and then just pulls him away and is able to make the play. Now, later on, Verse tries to pull the exact same thing. And this time, Barton stays latched and he's able to push him around kind of that move and keep him out of the structure of the play. So kind of learns from it.
Cardinals taking Texas Tech safety Dadrian Taylor-Demerson.
Okay.
Cardinals selecting Texas Tech safety. Say the name again.
Dadrian Taylor-Demerson.
Dadrian Taylor-Demerson. Doug Dimmadome, the Dimsdale Dimmadome.
Oh, man.
He also had an MCL issue that game.
He did. So we got during our conversation, Barton kind of told us this was, and he went out of his way to say no excuses, for the reps that I lost in this game.
Yeah.
But he was dealing with a couple of different things that game. He was on an IV before the game.
He was.
Right. Because he was under the weather, I think flu-like symptoms. And then midway through that game, I want to say around the first or second quarter, he sprains his MCL and played through it. So kind of giving you that offensive lineman toughness to get through it. And
Had to hype himself up too. He's like, your knee's going to be fine.
I think he said it was after that first push pull where he kind of got upset with himself. He's like, we're going to do this, right? We can make it through. My knee, your knee's going to be fine. Let's just make this happen. So, but just kind of a few things. One of his best traits, I would say, is his hands. So you can see some of the clips there, Matt, if you want to, anything that says clamps or grip strength.
Yeah. Clamps. We'll start with the top one.
So number 62, he's playing left tackle. So he's on the right side of your screen, and you can see him he gets his hands on number 44 and he does not let go. And that allows him to stay connected through the end of the rep. And oftentimes just be able to control where the defender is traveling to and making sure that that's not to the quarterback, not to the running play. So we'll do that one more time. And then I think we've got a couple more that should say grip strength, or maybe I just did this one as an example.
We'll get to that video in just a moment because Graham Barton, we know, is a Buccaneer. That's guaranteed. Can't guarantee this, but what I hope for is that Graham Barton will be on the next Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise, which is coming up in March.
It's a good.
I couldn't do it without my captain right here.
There ain't nothing like this right here. Got me seeing things crystal clear. So high, I can fly the moon. It's gonna feel. There's a fire underneath my feet. Got me rolling like a river deep. Let it flow, cause I know that my soul's in the feel.
The Buccaneers cruise coming March 7th through 10th in 2025. So many awesome events that you saw from the video there. Just only get bigger and better as they go for the third ever Buccaneers cruise. Join the fun with hundreds of Bucs fans on the third annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, which sets sail March 7th through 10th in 2025 on the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship. I was thinking like Anchorman right there, trying to get the right pronunciations. Anyway, the 3-night cruise begins in Fort Lauderdale and visits Key West and Bimini in the Bahamas. Last year's cruise had Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Greg Gaines, Luke the Lifter Gedeke, Cade Otton, Jamel Dean.
Cedric Gray to the Titans.
Cedric Gray going to the Titans. He will not be on the Buccaneers cruise. Super Bowl 37 MVP Dexter Jackson, Hall of Famer and Bucs Ring of Honor member Warren Sapp, and the voice of the Buccaneers and Florida State, Gene Deckerhoff, plus many others. There's even more players expected to be on this next year, and there is confirmed already special guests coming from Derek Brooks. There will be photo and autograph opportunities with players, raise the flag sail-away parties, other VIP parties with the players, special player interviews, a water volleyball challenge, Bucs trivia contest, and fun games, and more. That's the part I'm looking forward to. More. Reserve your cabin now on the 2025 Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, where drinks, including alcohol, Wi-Fi, and tips are all included just with a $200 deposit per person, and that's refundable until August 16th. Visit TampaBayBucsCruise.com or call 1-800-975-7112. That's TampaBayBucsCruise.com or call 1-800-975-7112. All right, let's get back to these.
Real quick, for the record, Cedric Gray is more than welcome to reserve a cabin.
Yes,
he can be on the Buccaneers cruise. They're not saying he's not allowed to be.
Correct.
He just won't be a special Buccaneers guest.
Thank you for the clarification. That is true. Eric Gray and the rest of the NFL is more than welcome to join the Buccaneers cruise. Let's get to some more Graham Barton highlights after we get our beautiful mugs back on the screen.
You're gonna speak for yourself.
Which video do we want next?
So we can show a little bit about him in terms of like his drive blocking. I think.
Okay.
So powerful legs, and he really uses this to displace people a lot of times in the run game. And you can kind of see that with this clip right here. Again, he's number 62. He's on the left side of your screen. It just continues to keep his feet moving. Again, you see that grip strength where he's able to hold on to the defender. But and also like just his overall balance, right? He's running this guy laterally while keeping his frame completely in a vertical plane. But it kind of shows you that drive blocking ability that should help the Bucs in the run game. I think we have one other drive block right up here as well.
What's up?
Giants taking Theo Johnson.
Giants are taking Penn State tight end Theo Johnson.
Canadian.
Yeah, good blocker. So this one, and this is where I think fans are really going to enjoy Graham Barton. Is he's a finisher. He really loves to finish out a block, finish a guy, and just you can see him right there. He takes him right off the screen. So he loves to bury good dudes, and that's kind of a Ryan Jensen kind of trait that I think endeared the ginger to Bucs fans everywhere. So he's a finisher, but very athletic. If you want to go to this one next,
Which one?
The second level one. So
Going back to some FSU tape.
yeah, we're gonna finish off with some FSU tape here. So here you're gonna see how athletic he can be, just getting up to the second level, right? So he starts with a combo block, moves up to the second level. He's able to get to that that linebacker DB, that second level defender, and help keep him out of the play there. And then we'll just finish up with some clips of him versus Verse. If you want to work just top down, that's fine with me.
All right, more Graham Barton versus Jared Verse. Didn't even purposely try to do that.
So with this one, you're going to see where Barton ends up and maybe think that this was a loss for him. But I encourage you to look at where did he fall down?
Level.
He fell down 6-7 yards ahead after creating a giant crease for the running back.
Still
to
didn't
run
get
through.
to the running back.
Exactly. So this is definitely a win, even though the final positioning of the players was Barton falling down. It's just because he drove him so far downfield, he ends up falling out from under his own feet there. So really good rep there. Again, I don't want to make this out to be like Barton dominated Verse in this game because that wasn't the case.
We're just playing the hits.
Yeah, it was a very even matchup that I think, if you were to edge it like 52-48 Barton, but just some of the different wins that he had.
What's up next?
Kyrie Jackson.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think from now on, we don't have to do like every single pick, but if it's a notable name, like such as Kyrie Jackson.
Kyrie Jackson, cornerback out of Oregon.
You said the Titans?
Vikings.
The Vikings. Okay. Help with that secondary for Brian Flores. So then you've got on this particular clip, you're going to see.
Try to swim move.
Yeah. So I think this kind of goes to Barton's intelligence, right? This is a counter that's supposed to kick back out to his outside. And so the way he approaches Verse initially is he shows that there is a crease on his inside shoulder and kind of lulls Verse into trying to exploit that with that swim move to the inside. And what it ultimately allows Barton to do is wall him off.
Yeah.
And create that huge gap out there because now Verse isn't covering that outside gap and it sprung the big run. So you can see his intelligence, you can see his grip strength, you can see his leg drive. And then I think we've got a couple more here.
Yeah, a couple more against Verse. I will say real quick, I always love when lineman, typically a tackle, pushes the defender into another defender on a pass rush. That was one of my favorite moves because I played tackle when I played high school football. And, usually you're obviously worried about the guy coming to the outside, but occasionally if they would stunt inside, you just push that dude right into the other defender. And it's always fun and kind of made it for an easier rep. So
Nice,
I was a fan of that. Yes.
Kind of talking about him before. Brandon Dorless to the Falcons.
Brandon Dorless.
Oh, to a divisional rival.
I liked Brandon Dorless.
Scott
Got to speak
Reynolds
to him
will be a little disappointed.
I don't know why I was going to say Outback Bowl because that's not it. The Senior Bowl. But Brandon Dorless was working out in Tampa as well. So did a lot of his that should be illegal. If you're working out in Tampa, like you can't get drafted by the Falcons, Panthers, or
I think that would eliminate a lot of players from
Saints.
their board.
Yeah.
A lot of players work out.
I mean,
in
it's
Tampa.
disrespectful to the city of Tampa. They welcomed him with open arms. I guess he didn't really have a choice. Anyway, Brandon Dorless, the Falcons are really beefing up that defensive line.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they use him, because Dorless was an edge for Oregon at 286 pounds, if I'm remembering that off the top of my head correctly. And I think even as this in the Senior Bowl, he was listed as more of an edge player. Atlanta's got a little bit of experience with using a big edge recently with Calais Campbell. I would think Dorless is more of an inside guy, but that's getting to be a crowded room because you already had David Onyemata, Grady Jarrett. I want to say they drafted somebody yesterday on the interior defensive line, and now you've got Dorless. So maybe they do see him as a big edge.
Yeah, certainly could be.
Yep.
So
verse
round out
2. Yeah, Barton verse 2.
Oh, 2. Yeah.
This one. So here you're going to see his ability to recover late in the rep. So he's going to give up his chest, and you can see Verse with his speed to power. He gets a big punch and knocks Barton back, but he's able to reset his feet, reset his anchor. It's a condensed pocket, but he doesn't ultimately give up to Verse where Verse would get to the quarterback. Quarterback had to roll out there because of interior pressure from Braden Fisk. But this I thought was a really good example of his balance, his good footwork, being able to allowing him to win later on in the rep, even after an initial loss. And then on the last clip we've got for you from Graham Barton, him going up, he's going to kind of remove Verse from the field or from the play here, just washing him down the line. Again, he's a very good run blocker. I think that's something that the Bucs really saw.
Yeah. Cover that.
Jason Light spoke to us, I think, quite a bit over the offseason that a priority for the team is to improve their running game.
Mm-hmm.
He said we're looking at it from all different aspects, and I think that was a big motivator and why they like Graham Barton. I do expect him to kind of come in day one and be a positive contribution in that regard. Although, funny enough, history with the Bucs, recent history, I would say, with some really good run blocking offensive linemen in college, kind of having the reverse effect when they get to the pros. Tristan Wirfs from day one was an amazing pass protector.
Yeah.
Even though at Iowa, that was kind of the thing that he didn't do as well. He was more known as a mauling run blocker. And then even Cody Mauch, I would say, was a better pass protector last year than he was a run blocker. Obviously has to improve in both areas, and I do expect him to take a big step up in that area. I actually wrote about Mauch in the last week or so.
You did.
What I thought was interesting, kind of going back and looking at his season, and something I think gets under Javon Baker to the Patriots.
Bailey is beside himself. Not only is Javon Baker not going to the Buccaneers, but he ends up
another weapon for Drake May.
Yeah.
Another weapon. For
I'm so sorry, Bailey. He's got to play Sauce Gardner twice a year as well. There are so many rookie wide receivers that are just not going to be able to get off the ground, ironically playing the Jets, with Sauce Gardner just shutting them down over and over again.
Would you say their feet will be stuck in the ground because they're covered in sauce? That was too much of a reach.
Certainly be sticky. They will be lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just to finish up that point I was making, though, about Cody Mauch is you can see clearly, like in the middle of the season, he starts to get better. I think he had probably his best 2-game stretch around weeks 12 and 13. It was the Indianapolis game and then San Francisco right after that. And then he kind of falls off a good bit towards the end of the season, which kind of goes to, it was right around his 16th game that he started to fall off his level of play. And playing in college, he would have about a 15-game season. So you can kind of see that rookie wall hit for Mauch last year and kind of took away from a lot of the ascension that I think he was having at that time. So I do expect that, he's got a full off season to kind of learn the NFL grind, learn the season, get a little bit bigger. I expect Mauch to be a lot better this season.
Who's doing the announcement for the Falcons? Oh, it's an international fan?
I think most of them have been international fans.
Okay. Because at first I was like, is that Thomas Dimitrov? I'm like, would they really bring their
Old
former
GM.
their former general manager who's been on with Marcus Whitman a fair amount to do the pick? Yeah, that wouldn't make much sense.
So
Do the Bucs have anybody today? Are they getting like the German fan or something that Rashad White met with?
I do know that he's in Detroit. I want to say there's a German fan.
Tobias Stark.
Yeah, Tobias Stark is I want to say in Detroit for the draft. So maybe he is the one.
Oh, is the name Tobias a trigger? Oh, wait, no. Who's the guy on the Pacers that like dominated yesterday?
Oh, you're
Adam.
talking basketball.
Yeah.
You got the wrong co-host.
Oh, yeah,
Co-host.
Tyrese. I was
I
thinking
don't really
Tobias.
talk about it,
Yeah.
but
So yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot to like about Graham Barton. He's not a perfect, prospect. His tape isn't perfect. I think the big things that he's going to have to work with are a lot in his hands, in terms of where he places them. He can get wide in his grip, which can lead to holding penalties. And he's inconsistent with his strike timing. So he can be late to kind of that hand fight to that punch. And if he is late, and the defender gets his hands on Barton first, because of his shorter arms, it can allow him to expose his chest and lose the leverage game. And then speaking of the leverage game, Barton plays a little high. I think as he moves inside, it's going to be very important for him to learn to play a little bit lower. I got to watch one of his 2020 games when he was at center. And funny enough, he played with a lower.
The Jets traded with the Packers again? Who are they
Jets-
getting this time? Jordan Love?
High pad level, and so he's going to have to learn how to kind of get a lower center of gravity. He did that in his rookie season at center when he was playing inside. It'll be something he kind of has to reconnect to as he moves inside with the Bucs.
Yeah, I wonder if there will be much of an adjustment period with him moving to the interior. And I get it. He said he's been, snapping the ball during this offseason in preparation in case he had to move inside. But I don't think he snapped the ball with, fellow offensive linemen like standing around him. I don't know if it's like as much of an adjustment as like what Tristan Wirfs did last season, going from the right side to the left side versus outside to inside. We asked him about that yesterday, and he said it's kind of like going from a Ferrari to a Ford F-150. So I don't know. That'll be interesting. But yeah, just food for thought.
Yeah.
Let's stick with the NFC South, unless you have a.
Well, just one thing for Bailey. I was watching NFL Network here behind us, and they were going over Javon Baker to the Patriots, and they said that most of his production came after he left Alabama.
Yeah, he actually got to touch the ball.
They didn't say it. I just wanted to call back to that conversation you and I had. So,
Sticking with the NFC South, let's remove the NFC South champions, the Buccaneers. What do you think about the other draft picks that the rest of the NFC South has done? We've beaten the Michael Penix thing. But outside of that, what do you think about the other draft moves by the opponents of the Buccaneers that they'll see twice per season?
Yeah, without going into like specifically this player was higher or lower or whatnot.
Yeah.
From a strategic standpoint, I like what the Panthers have done. There's been a clear cut. We're trying to give Bryce Young the best opportunity with the assets we currently have to be successful. So Xavier Leggett, giving them an athletic wide receiver who can create after the catch, can get open, I think, on a lot of crossers, which is something that Dave Canales draws up in his his passing game a lot. So I think Leggett's a good wide receiver for them. Then Jonathan Brooks. Brooks was, I want to say, he was one of the top running backs in the draft out of Texas. And then Jatavian Sanders, also out of Texas, a playmaking tight end who can definitely help in the passing game. So I think there's a clear strategy. I saw a stat earlier today. Carolina led the league with 7 games last year where they scored 10 or less points. That's
bad.
it's very difficult to do in the modern NFL. So there's a clear concerted effort, direction. This is how we're trying to improve our team. I think it's a smart move for them. I said earlier, the Falcons are definitely working on their pass rush, maybe not in a way that most people would expect by going with some, premier edge rushers. I'm trying to pull up their picks now. So after Penix, they took Rook Aurora. I think I said that. Aurora.
Yeah, that was good.
To play interior defensive tackle, then doubled up in that area with Brandon Dorless just recently. And then they got Braylon Trice. So what's that? 3 out of their 4 picks have all been to improve their pass rush, which has over the last several years been lackluster. You're adding those 3 players to a line that still has some talent, just kind of concentrated on the interior with David Onyemata and still a very good Grady Jarrett. So I think that they've done a very good job of addressing it, maybe not in a traditional way where most people, myself included, thought they were going to go with a premier edge rusher at pick 8. They went with quarterback of the future. But after that, there is that kind of concerted, here's how we're addressing our roster. We're doing everything we can to improve this one area. From a team building standpoint in the draft, I really like that because you can be very confident that one pick is going to be a good player, but you can't be certain. So throwing more darts at a position group increases your chances of saying, we want to improve this position group, and we definitely have. And you're not putting all of your eggs in a single basket, right? You can look at the Bucs kind of did that with JTS, right? That draft, he was the only edge rusher they took. And as much as I like JTS, what have we got?
Green Bay takes
TJ
Tampa is going to the Bay.
Yeah, the
So
wrong Bay.
Green Bay.
So, okay, I thought the Jets had traded to move up, but the Jets had, that would make sense. Jets had the pick and they moved back. The Packers moved up.
Yeah. So TJ Tampa, a favorite of the chat from yesterday, is
potentially they did get Malachi Corley
they did get a
yesterday.
receiver yesterday.
So
yeah.
they
So
always use more. It wouldn't shock me if they would have doubled up.
So kind of getting back to the Falcons, I think you can see they wanted to improve their pass rush. They've certainly thrown a lot of darts at it, and the chances are at least one of those guys is going to help upgrade it. And then the Saints, I usually don't like anything the Saints do, but we'll see if this year is different. So the Saints took Talise Fuaga.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to say there. For offensive tackle, he played right tackle at Oregon State. The Saints have problems at both their tackle spots right now because Trevor Penning has not worked out. He was a first rounder for them a couple years ago. And then Ryan Ramczyk, their very good right tackle, there's a good chance that he may not be able to go to start the season or even play again.
One of the just real quick, one of the funniest things former Pewter reporter John Ledyard said was when Trevor Penning was coming out of the draft or whatever, so he's good at this, and this, whatever, but he is ugly as sin. I always got a good laugh at that.
Shout out, John.
Yeah.
And then they only had one other pick yesterday, which was Kool-Aid McKinstry, a good corner. He should help their secondary.
Would you say he has good burst?
Good burst?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if he was going to go through a wall.
Do I think he could burst through a wall?
Oh, yeah. I was talking about special teams when they, I guess you can't do the wall anymore, but yeah, no. That was good. Hold the phones, ladies and gentlemen. Is that who I think it is? By God, that's Cincy Kid's music.
Kid.
Cincy Kid with a $5 super chat says, woo! 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 Is this thing working? You're damn right, Cincy Kid, it's working. Pewter Report is styling and profiling with the best Bucs coverage. Thank you guys for your hard work. Bodega. Cincy Kid, you the man.
He's
you
the
just got me
all-star.
Fired up. Fired up. we still got a ways to go until the Buccaneers are on the clock. Yes, Adam.
Correction, Evan Williams. After some people reported TJ Tampa was Evan Williams.
Oh, TJ
TJ
Tampa
Tampa
is still a possibility. We can get the pigs in a blanket situation with
Back
TJ
on the
Tampa
board.
in Tampa.
So who was the actual pick?
Evan Williams, safety from Oregon.
Evan Williams, safety from Oregon,
Hmm.
goes
Walker's
to
going the Ravens.
Tez Walker to the Ravens.
ah.
I literally told JC last night nobody cares about the Patriots, so the Patriots drafted an UCF player.
That's funny.
Oh. So that's my kind of wrap up of the NFC South. If I were to rank all 4 drafts in terms of their ability to improve the rosters of the teams, I would say Carolina is probably having the best draft. The Bucs I would put second, Falcons third, Saints fourth. Yep.
Tez Walker to the Ravens.
Yep.
Yep.
Welcome to about a minute ago.
And the NFL was 34 seconds ago.
Yeah. Well, you get your information from Sly. That's where I get my information from.
Purposely ignore Sly, or
What?
do you purposely ignore Sly?
I'm still over here distraught about.
No, I got it. So what happened with the TJ Tampa thing? Did
So-
someone?
A couple people reported Tampa going to Green Bay.
Do we have an Oscar situation with like La
Oh,
La Land?
yeah.
There has been a mistake. We need Steve Harvey on the stage. Like there has been a mistake.
Merry Easter, y'all.
Sean Lovegrove says Tampaception still on the table.
Yep.
That would be cool. Also want to give a shout out to our friend Adam Hamilton, who says, "Hey, Matty Diamonds. Hello, Adam Hamilton. Great to see you."
I love your musical, by the way, Adam.
Oh.
Yeah. He's not going to take away my shot. Yeah, good one. By the way, shout out to the Strass Center. They've had some good plays. Book of Mormon, Mrs. Doubtfire. Oh, you were there? Nice.
I've been wanting to see Book of Mormon.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I wanted to see it.
Did you know what you were getting into? Oh, wow. You didn't.
Did you know it was
you
like from the
didn't-
South Park?
You didn't
guys?
realize it was the South Park creators who made that?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Won a ton of Tonys when it first came out. It's been well over 10 years at this point.
Shout out Tony Khan. Shout out Tony Soprano. R.I.P. James Gandolfini.
Since we're just on kind of Broadway stuff, Idina Menzel is going on tour. She's coming to Atlanta. We're trying to get tickets right
Nice.
now.
Is she gonna sing Gravity?
I would hope so.
I'm not gonna sing Gravity unless you super chat. I'll sing Gravity, but
Jeff
Yeah.
Barless said Tez is really talented but raw. He can become a star. Good pick by a team that always drafts well. So Devontae Walker out of North Carolina, I was actually really disappointed with his Senior Bowl. I think we all saw him there. He had trouble holding on to the ball. I think his tape at North Carolina wasn't that great. And what's interesting is Baltimore does not draft receivers well. They have not had a lot of success
that's
with
like been
receivers. And I would say this is likely to be similar. So I hope the kid does well. I very much do. I never root against any of these guys. But I don't know if I have the same opinion, Jeff. But great minds can disagree.
So you'll be rooting for Javon Baker.
You know, it's funny. I really liked Javon Baker's tape. Bailey and I have spoken about this. I was hoping he might have been a day 3 target for the Bucs. And I think that the Patriots did well to get him at this point in the draft. So
I'm glad you guys are on speaking terms.
we are. I'm waiting for him to say something nice about Donovan Jennings, who I'm hoping gets drafted today.
Bailey, say one nice thing about USF.
My parents went there. My parents are great people.
All right.
I
There
thought he
you
was
go.
going to say it's in a great state.
It's true.
There you
I
go.
don't know what state that's.
I'm talking to a bunch of Bucs fans who live in Tampa, so I won't say anything bad about Florida. So
Shout out to Shaggy, who says, hit that like button, thumbs up, smash that subscribe. 14K by May. No, 14K by April 30. We want to get it by the end of the month. We want to get it before May, but thank you, Shaggy. Yes, we are closing in on 200 away from 14K. So let's make some history right here in Tampa Bay with getting to 14K, like I said before. Chris Godwin, praise be to Godwin. Yeah, couldn't do it without you guys. So please. Oh, Deion Sanders. Whoa, look at that beard that Deion
That's
is rocking.
a good beard game.
I wonder if the whole coaching staff will have that beard, and then Warren Sapp can have that beard too.
The Todd father. Are you a fan of the Falcons, Josh? I am not. I grew up a Bucs fan. Grew up in Tampa. Went to East Bay High School. Shout out East Bay.
East Side. Got your car over that thing every day. You're telling me the story like everyone.
Oh
you
yeah,
had a car, you had to get it over the thing.
When I tried and skip school my senior year. Anyway, so grew up a Bucs fan. Try and stay impartial at this point. Just for you guys, the fans, as a member of Pewter Report. But I was a longtime Bucs fan, so not a fan of the Falcons.
Falcons.
You got the bars?
Yeah, Naraf and Lil Matera with the bars. I don't think that'd be my rap name, but thank you nonetheless for the
Matty Diamonds.
yeah, Matty Diamonds. I did a rap in high school once. Actually, I did a couple of raps in high school.
I'm gonna shout this.
They're not. They're not.
That's
they
right,
can't be
Edgar.
said on a live stream. But yeah,
There you go, Edgar. East Bay in the house, class of 2000.
East Side.
We missed each other by a year. By 1 year.
Let's go back. Matty Slice. That's funny. I like that, Joel. Matty Slice.
I hope that's not what they call you on the golf course.
No, but next time I slice it, I'm going to use that. By the way, I'm not a great golfer. I usually shoot like in the 90s, so I'll definitely have some bad holes and stuff like that. But shout out to Graham Barton yesterday during our chill session. That's the new. Anytime we're talking about the chill session, got to go like this. Graham Barton was asked about 95% of it was like football stuff related to football, and then it was like, what are your hobbies outside of it? And he mentioned playing golf. And so I was like, oh, what's the best score you've ever had? Memorable round or whatever. And he's like, no, I'm like so bad. If I ever break 100, I will tear up. And I just found that so funny that I will tear up. So
it was such like a real answer. You gotta love it.
Joel says, ooh, Josh diss track coming. If we get $1,000 super chat, I'll write a Josh Gambo diss
for
track.
my
or your Pewter reporter of choice, or really anyone, except for friends and family. I will
Over the length that beat.
so
yeah.
So for those
Yes.
of you who love humor in your lives, something I will highly recommend. One of my brothers is one of the individual funniest people I've ever known. He's hilarious. So for my 30th birthday, I asked him to do like a Comedy Central roast of me.
Oh boy.
And
I feel like those could backfire.
He spent like a month writing this up, and it was the funniest thing. One of the funniest moments of my entire life. It made the party so much better. So for those of you who can take a joke and are willing to let loved ones who know you the best really rag on you in the interest of comedy, I very much recommend it as a birthday idea.
You know, there are times when we do roll call on Mondays and people say their locations, and I want to believe everybody. Sometimes I'm a little bit skeptical. Bortolini to the Colts. Sly is so upset he's on the floor.
We had
Literally, he's on the floor.
we
He's
had
sitting there for like 10 minutes, even though there's an open seat, but still electing to sit on the floor.
Oh my gosh. Bortolini was a Bucs best bet.
He was. Poor one. Again, we don't have alcohol yet.
Pour a Celsius out.
Yeah, pour a Celsius out for Bortolini. I hope this is true. Shout out to Philip Penston, watching from Nairobi, Kenya. Been a Bucs fan since 1992.
What's up, Phil?
That was before myself, Bailey Adams, and it's always funny saying like Bailey and then going to Adam, even though Bailey Adams and Adam. Before me, Bailey, comma, and well, actually, there would be a comma anyway, and Adam were alive. But anyway, we appreciate that. Phil Penston, watching from Nairobi, Kenya. That is super, super cool. What is the dopest animal you've ever seen in Nairobi, Kenya?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
Phil and I would like to thank you for making us feel old. And
My bad.
Phil,
See, that
is
would
it
be part
like-
of my diss track. Actually,
is
I-
it like
I don't
7,
like
7 o'clock his time? I'm trying to figure out what the time change
I don't like when
is.
people use like, "Oh, shut up, old man," with anything, because everybody's gonna get old, or you just die. So, like, I don't know. If everyone's getting older, I feel like that's it's a weak diss because someone eventually will use it on you.
It's true. So,
Dave, by the way, Saturday shows are always fun because yes, we will talk plenty about the Bucs, but we're here for like 1,000 hours, so we go off the rails and off topic a lot as well. So happy to answer everything.
yeah, you asked Phil what like the most interesting animal he's ever seen is.
Yeah.
I've always thought about doing that kind of in the reverse. Like somebody's like, I was born and raised in New York City. I want to know what's the most interesting animal you've ever seen in a highly urban area. Like obviously there's the New York City Zoo and whatnot, but like legitimately, and sometimes it's like, it's interesting to find out like that people from highly urban areas, like they don't have that huge frame of reference. It's like, man, one time I saw a horse. It's like, that's the most
A
interesting
horse on the
animal.
loose.
Yeah, animal you've seen. That's pretty interesting. To
You know
me,
what's
at least.
interesting? I got a quick story after this. When I go to Fort Pierce, my family's got a place in Fort Pierce, so I go there a fair amount. There are just peacocks chilling, like all over the road on buildings. Peacocks out in the wild is just like kind of crazy. Shout out to NBC. So I would say peacock. Yeah. What's up?
You gotta let a peacock fly.
Yeah, let it fly. Shout out
Yeah.
Mark Wahlberg.
That's
But
a
anyway,
good
there was
movie.
one time I was at like Irish 31, just I think we were getting ready to go to the movies, and so we just grabbed a quick bite. And this woman's next to me, and I'm talking to her, and she's talking about like this farm that she has, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh, like what's the craziest animal that you have? She goes, my husband. And I got a great kick on that. So I was going to try to use it in that situation. Maybe peacock. I'm trying to think what other like random animals I've seen. Like not counting going to the zoo. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't seen like anyway. I'll think about it. Probably a peacock or.
So we had somebody
Yeah,
ask
whatever.
like who would you hope at this point, Matt? Like just personally, not necessarily a Bucs best bet,
Yeah.
but just from your research on these draft eligible players, anybody you're hoping that the Bucs might look at who is still available.
Yeah, let's see. Jaylen Wright for sure out of Tennessee, I think would be interesting. They already addressed edge.
But keep in mind they do double dip.
Yes,
Although
that's true.
that position is like 6 or
Mahogany, I
7.
think, would be fantastic.
I like
if
that one
Mahogany is around later on.
What's that?
Did you scout Mackay Wingo at all?
I don't think I did. No.
Who am I thinking of later
People are
on?
surprised that he didn't go before Mason Smith and other Jordan Jefferson.
Yeah, Mahogany for sure, I think, is
The Jaguars
got to be the guy. Oh, running back wise, yeah, later on on the drive home. Don't tell me he already went.
And we are about 6 picks away from the Bucs pick.
Are we really that close?
We're at
Damn.
one-
Time flies when you're having so much fun talking about animals
Yeah.
and stuff.
Tyrese Knight went to the Seahawks.
Saw a dolphin as well. That was pretty cool.
I've got the
See that
Steelers on the clock.
Isaac Arendo, the Louisville running back. Like
Oh,
later,
yeah,
later
yeah.
on. Not
Yeah.
obviously like not this round, but he's another dude I'd be down with.
The running back class, I think, kind of got
Lost in the shuffle.
a lot of people were down on it this year, but I found, and I think this is kind of the range, 4th to 6th round, there's a lot of guys who can contribute.
There were high-end guys, but it's like
Yeah, I think some of these guys are actually going to end up being better than they're being presented. Garendo is a really good one. Tyrone Tracy is one that I got to real late, but really liked him. He's out of Purdue, former receiver, and another former receiver, and I'm forgetting his name. Maybe one of you guys can pull the name for me real quick. Kid out of Memphis, actually. Bailey is trying to grab it for me. Blake Watson, I think, are all some really interesting
Blake of the year
running backs that could potentially contribute on teams. I think for the Bucs, there may be a need or a perceived need within the building for a bigger back. I think Scott Reynolds and I have talked about that a little bit. And you do have some big backs who are still available. I think Braylon Allen out of Wisconsin would be a bigger back who's still available. I'm trying to pull up Ray Davis, although we don't think that he will be necessarily a target for the Bucs, but kid out of Kentucky, he's 5'8", 220. I don't think Audric Estime has gone at this point. He's out of Notre Dame. If you were a LeGarrette Blount fan, you will love Estime. He is a hurdler. I don't know if he did it in track and field, but he certainly does it on a football field. Loves to jump over guys, and he's got the explosiveness in his lower half to do it on Sundays, in my opinion. So,
by the way, I want to give a quick shout out to Roberto Abelli, who says, "Hi, Rob from Italy. Go Bucs." Rob, Roberto, that's so awesome. Actually, I'm going to be in Italy next month, going to the Amalfi Coast. So if you're over there, let's have a drink and talk Bucs. But shout out to you. Shout out to all of our international fans. We had someone from Kenya a couple minutes ago. So shout out to you, Roberto. Yep. Bailey.
Mason McCormick to the Steelers.
Mason McCormick to Pittsburgh.
Yep. McCormick was a Bucs fan's darling because he comes from an FCS school out of South Dakota State, if I remember correctly. Athletic guard. He was not invited to the Reese's Bowl and a Reese's Senior Bowl. I apologize.
The Reese's Bowl presented by seniors.
By seniors. Old people just want their chocolate. McCormick, he and I want to say Jim Nagy kind of took that as a public L. He's like, I should have invited him, and I did not. And then McCormick kind of blew up his combine testing. So I know a lot of Bucs fans kind of made that connection. He's a small school guy. Jason Light likes small school guys. Natural connection there. But I don't think they were. I think one of the things is Jason Light likes to turn small school tackles into guards. McCormick was a guard at the FCS level. Interestingly enough, though, if you think about how I've kind of described that, it's because tackles move inside at the NFL level because they're great athletes. McCormick did test as a great athlete. But keep in mind, Jason doesn't always go for every small school lineman. A few years ago, Quinn Miners was a huge kind of, everybody was talking about him. He's the next small school guy that the Bucs would take, and they did not. And Miners ended up going to the Broncos, I want to say in the third round, if I remember correctly. Might have been a second round pick there. So it happens a good amount, enough that you can say this is something to look out for, but not every FCS lineman is going to necessarily be a Bucs.
Not everybody
player.
Can be Ali Marpet.
That is true. Yep.
Quick shout outs again. Violet watching from Newport Richie and Yov Cohen from Israel. Pretty cool. And let's get to this super chat. Thank you to Scott Federico. Been a consistent super chatter today on this Saturday. Appreciate you, Scott. Again, super chat us. You get to cut the line. We're the bouncers. Me and this guy. You go to any bar, we look like bouncers. So Scott says, does Mahogany have enough athleticism to play in a zone blocking scheme? Thanks for the great coverage, guys.
Yeah, I would say so. So just to give you kind of some of his testing numbers, he scored, give me 1 second here. He scored a 9.63 on his relative athletic score. That's on a scale of 0 to 10. What's really nice about Mahogany is he tested in all of the different areas. He didn't you see this a lot these days, especially with the agility drills. A lot of these guys are opting out of the agility drills because they're going to kind of pull down their athleticism scores. They know that they have the burst and the power in their lower half to run really fast and jump really high. But when it comes to the kind of that hip and ankle dexterity, maybe it's not so great. So they just say, we're not going to test on that. And it's still enough to build these really impressive RAS scores. But Mahogany actually did the agility drills. He ran his short shuttle in 4.53 seconds. He ran his 3-cone in 7.81 seconds. So when you include in some of his explosive drills, he was in the 86th percentile for his broad jump, 93rd percentile for his vertical jump. So a lot of power and explosiveness in his lower half. And then his short shuttle by the RAS standards was a 9.4 out of 10. And his 3-cone was my eyesight is failing me these days, 6.88, so still above average. So yeah, definitely has that athleticism. He can move. And then just pulling some of my notes about him, see if I had anything about
In the meantime, some of the pros about him on PFF, he's got a good build for an interior player, big chest and midsection with good arm length. Power at the punch is very impressive. Mentality is to bury defenders when he gets the chance. Shout out The Undertaker. Below average athlete, but he is a coordinated one. That kind of goes back to some of the video that Josh cut up about Graham Barton, how he was able to stay balanced with his blockers. So an important trait for an offensive lineman. And comfortable and confident in man and gap combo blocking systems.
There you go.
Bada bing, bada boom. Hey, while we are doing this very fun show, what's that?
Jaylen Wright to the Dolphins.
Jaylen Wright to the Dolphins.
They traded up. Traded with the Eagles.
Miami can be a very electrifying place. I'll tell you what else is also electrifying is anytime I'm sipping on a Celsius energy drink, which of course is the official energy drink of pewterreport.com. I have the tropical vibe today. You may have seen me drinking it a little bit in my Mets cup. Let's go Mets. But there's so many awesome flavors of Celsius. We talk about the vibes all the time because we keep the vibes high. The Galaxy vibe, Cosmic, I'll get to that in a moment. Astro vibe, fantastic as well. So many great flavors. Strawberry lemonade, fantastic. Awesome flavors. If you need to know where to find, yes, the Todd Father of the Rock and the Final Boss is electrifying as well. If you need to know where to find a Celsius energy drink, go to the Celsius store locator on their website, punch in your address, and tell you the closest place where you can pick one up. Maybe a Walmart, 7-Eleven, health and fitness store, or if you're lucky enough, it might just be your bodega. And once you keep going to your bodega and you know you love it, but you don't want to make like 35 trips back and forth, buying one individually every single time, you can get it in bulk. I recommend it. Go get that variety pack because variety is the spice of life. You could set it up on Amazon Prime where it gets sent to your place of residence whenever you want. You're in charge. You're the captain now. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official energy drink of pewterreport.com and the Pewter Report Draft Show. What comment were you chuckling at?
Somebody had put in the chat that when you were doing the PFF write up,
Christopher?
yeah, Christopher.
PFF sounds like they are describing my sister-in-law.
It was an offensive lineman description.
Oh, man.
Oh, gosh.
We never fully decided what was the chat of the day or comment of the day yesterday, but we're going to keep it moving with these super chats. Thank you to Mike Fitzgibbons for this $4.99 super chat who says, big fan. Thank you, Mike. Great job the last few days. Anyway, the Bucs can swap their first 4 picks with the Colts. Let's see who the Colts have.
I've got it right here. So it starts with one that a lot of Bucs fans were clamoring for, Leatu Latu, edge out of UCLA. Then they went and got A.D. Mitchell, wide receiver out of Texas. Matt Gonsalves, I'm not going to be able to say his name correctly. Gonsalves, offensive tackle out of Pittsburgh. And then Tanner Bortolini, center out of Wisconsin. What have you got for me, Sly?
Dude, the Bears took Iowa punter Torrey Taylor.
Let's go! 4th round punters are the best. Woo! All right, I like it. PFF had the Bucs taking a punter in their late last night day 3 mock draft,
The Bears had a good thing
which
going.
is so disrespectful to the
Jake Martis.
amazing. Exactly.
Jake Camarda was hyped up about the Tyke Smith pick. He was all over Instagram.
Oh, that's
He was
right.
like,
He's a
"My
bulldog.
dude,
That's
my
right.
guy."
Yeah. So
He was pretty pumped
I
about
did
it.
not do any punter prep this year. And you may say,
How dare you?
how dare you? But it's because I understand the totality of the amazingness that the Bucs have at punter. There's no way that they're going to waste a draft pick on somebody who's definitely not going to beat out Jake Camarda.
I mean,
So,
you can never have enough good punters.
exactly. Well, the Bucs do. Trying to see here.
I wonder who would be the emergency punter for the Bucs. Like, take the kicker out of it. Who would be the best emergency punter?
I mean, a few years ago, that was very easily the running back who ended up kicking against the Bucs for Tech. Dare Ugum.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Shout out to Joel El Regan, who says Matt without the gamer headset is kind of weird. Go Bucs. Appreciate the super chat, Joel. Yeah, I usually rock them because I don't know. It's the most convenient headphones I have. But appreciate the super chat. Yeah, you super chat us. You can insult me all you want.
Dane Brugler. I'm working off of that real quick. Dane Brugler actually had a 4th round grade on Torrey Taylor. So I guess good value there.
That's what I was really good at last year.
That's true.
That's
Yeah.
true. He's got plenty of experience.
Live,
right?
laugh, punt. I think was their motto. I'm not even joking.
All right, we are now 3 picks away from the Bucs. The Bears are on the clock at 122.
Yeah, they're the ones who took him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. I'm sorry. So we are 2 picks away from the Bucs. The Eagles.
Texans took Cade Stover.
Okay, tight end Cade Stover is now off the board as the Texans took.
I hate
Did,
being
the Texans
sober.
had to have traded up. Is that correct?
Yeah, they traded back up to 123.
To 123 for the taking the Eagles. Okay. So Cade Stover is now off, which means the 49ers are about to be on the clock at 124. And then your Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be on the clock. And so will you. Bailey has been, I know we've been talking about like the comment of the day. I don't know if we're doing voting for the Pewter Reporter of the weekend. Bailey Adams has gotten out every one of our this is the pick articles, which in years past we've made sure to kind of divvy up. And this year, I think we all just assumed Bailey was going to do it, and good thing he assumed it as well. He just did it, and we're all
We'll get Bailey
very,
back on the
very
show as
appreciative.
well, and then we will go and buy flowers and throw roses at him.
I like
as
it.
He, as he joins us as well.
We got a long way between the Bucs' 4th round pick.
That's true. I mean, we do
Yeah.
have time to kill in the 5th round.
And what's amazing is this year with the 89 and 92, like basically back to back, and Bailey still got both of them done.
Yeah.
In short order with quality. Like I said, that's my vote for MVP.
Okay, here are the official remaining Bucs best bets. At quarterback, Spencer Rattler, Michael Pratt. Running back, Kendall Milton. Wide receiver, Malik Washington. None at tight end and center. Tight ends was particularly surprising. Guards, obviously hit on Graham Barton. Would be dope to be 2 for 2 with Christian Mahogany. No tackles. Mo Kamara is still available at Colorado State. Marcus Harris, who we talked about earlier, over at defensive tackle. Dwight McGlothern, who famously was in Bailey's mock draft for his Bucs battle
I don't
plan.
think he was. I looked
Really?
at him. Yeah, it wasn't.
Someone had Dwight McGlothern.
McKinley Jackson.
He might have been
Yeah.
on our all defensive line.
Maybe that was it.
Hmm.
Tyke Smith, and who was also taken. Shout out Liam Neeson. And Trey Taylor from Air Force.
Now we have hit on 2 Bucs best bets. First round, we had Graham Barton from Duke as an interior offensive lineman.
Oh, shout out Sketch.
Sketch
What
is up.
brother? Tuesday. Texans brother.
Jason Light, noted fan.
Yes. Special teams, special plays, special players.
The Bears needed it.
So, as I was saying, Graham Barton was a Bucs best bet that we hit on in the first round. And then Tyke Smith at pick 89 in the third round was a Bucs best bet for safety.
Malik Mustafa to the 49ers right in front of the Bucs, so the Bucs are going to
All right.
Malik Mustafa to the 49ers. I know a lot of draft analysts who are going to see that as a huge get for them. Some had Mustafa as their safety 1 on their board.
What?
And yep.
Ooh,
Ollie Connolly, I want to say.
really?
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Buccaneers
Marcus
are on the clock.
Marcus Whitman, I think, had him as his safety 1 as well, Scott.
Wow.
Yeah. A lot of guys high. A lot of guys low on the class overall and high on Mustafa. That sounds like a new street drug. I'm high on Mustafa.
It does sound like it. Maybe we'll all feel high after this amazing pick by the Buccaneers. What are they going to do? Is it going to be mahogany? Are we going to have to buy a mahogany desk for next year's?
I like that.
live draft show?
I would like mahogany here. I think that would be a really good pick.
Will they go running back? Linebacker?
That apartment smells of rich mahogany.
The Bucs are on the clock. Oh, funny little super chat here from Slay 509 $1.99 says, my estimation is we take Audric Estime. I like the little play on words there.
Pick is in for the 49ers.
Yeah, that was Mustafa,
Yep.
I believe.
Some want Ray Davis, some want Audric Estime, others want
TJ Tampa.
TJ Tampa in Tampa.
It was very interesting earlier, Scott. You missed it, but we had some reports that TJ Tampa had gone to the Packers, and we said, well, TJ Tampa is headed to the Bay, to Green Bay.
Right.
But then those reports were
I guess I could still say Tampa Bay.
no.
Tampa parentheses Green Bay. All right.
Bucky Irving to the Bucs.
Bucks take
Bucky Irving. That means when we go to the Senior Bowl next year, we are stopping by Bucky's. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected Oregon running back Bucky Irving. They finally bring in another running back to the team that presumably they will match up with Rachaad White, maybe get a little 1-2 combo going with Rachaad White and Bucky Irving. Bucky's a fun name to say, and Bucky is a Buck.
Yep. So Bucky Irving out of Oregon, 5'10", 195 pounds. He works really well in space. Forced a missed tackle on the equivalent of 37% of his runs last year and 36% of his runs for his entire collegiate career. I would say he's more of a third down back, good compliment to Rachaad White. He rarely played more than 20 snaps in a game, but he's explosive in space. He has great burst. He's a willing blocker, but he absorbs contact rather than kind of initiates it. He has a, I'm trying to get through all of my notes here. He is a smaller back. He prefers to get vertical. He has quick foot speed. But there are some wasted movements that you hope if he gets with an NFL running back coach that they can streamline some of it. He's got great contact balance. Could work on his vision a little bit more.
One fumble in 553.
Bailey is saying one fumble in 553 offensive touches. Great grades on Pro Football Focus as well. His best was in 2022, had a grade of 91.1. Dipped a little bit in 2023, but to 88.2, so not really any type of dip to be worried about. Had 11 touchdowns for the Ducks last season. Obviously, a talented team with Bo Nix at quarterback and Troy Franklin. A really good team, and Bucky Irving was a big part of it.
4.55 40, which is in the 53rd percentile for all running backs. But I think more importantly, that 10-yard split of 1.54 seconds was in the 68th percentile, showing he's kind of got that burst and explosiveness initially as he gets through the hole. then the long speed isn't quite there. One of his biggest comps on Mock Draftable, this will bring a smile to Scott Reynolds' face from conversations he and I have had in the past. Kyron Williams out of Notre Dame, 78% comparable.
And where does he play?
He plays for the Rams.
Where did Liam Cohen from?
Liam Cohen came from the Rams. That's a really great connection.
2 straight 1,000-yard rushing seasons for Bucky Irving as well.
Yep. Dame Brugler of The Athletic had this to say about him. His strengths, shifty feet and cutting skills. He runs with knee bend and low hips and pads to shake tacklers out of their shoes or spin out of contact. I know that one. Yeah. I'll get there. Makes subtle yet controlled lateral moves to redirect course and find daylight, which also makes it tough for defenders to square him up. Patiently shuffles his feet in concert with his blocks to burst through openings once they present themselves. Wide screen vision aids his ability to navigate and string together multiple moves. He's a spirited runner with a muscular build and can get a little extra than what is blocked for him. He's dynamic in the passing game and steady hands. Takes care of the football. As Bailey noted to us earlier, 1 fumble on 553 offensive touches. He has experience as a kick returner and averaged 22.6 yards per punt return. Led Oregon in rushing as both a sophomore and a junior. Played in all 27 games over the last 2 seasons at Oregon, showing durability for his size. But his weaknesses are he is undersized with a smallish frame and minimal growth potential. He's not a powerful tackle breaker and doesn't have the body type to push the pile. Arm tackles will slow him as an inside runner. His top end speed is average at best, and at times will stop his feet unnecessarily in the backfield. He played behind a talented offensive line. Marginal mass hinders his ability to stop hard charging rushers and pass protection. His questionable upside on special teams. And then just as a kind of umbrella statement, Dane said, he's overall Irving is undersized and underpowered, but he has the pass catching skills and instinctive run qualities to quickly sort and make sharp directional cuts to daylight. He projects as an NFL complementary back who can be a productive changeup in a committee, kind of like former North Carolina running back Michael Carter. The last thing I'll kind of say about this, running back is one of the positions that, and this will kind of act as maybe a hedge on this pick. But running backs are one of the positions that profiles most heavily to overall athleticism in terms of success. And Bucky Irving's overall athletic score, it's not great. Not great, Bob, at all. On a scale of 0 to 10, he scored a 2.22. So did not test well as an athlete. During his, I want to say it was his pro day. I don't think he tested at the combine. I could be wrong about that. I can't quite remember it. And he is one of those players who opted out of the agility drills, which I would have thought would be something he would have wanted to do. So I think that could have been something that would have lifted his score. So Bucky Irving, Oregon running back, goes to the Bucs at pick 125. Irving was Dane Brugler's number 8 running back on his list, and I'm trying to find him on mine. I definitely know I had scouted him. He was number 10 on mine. Yeah, the film definitely looks better than some of the testing, the measurables, but I think Dane kind of nailed it on the head. He is not somebody, if Rachaad White goes down, you're counting on Bucky Irving to be your primary back. I don't think Chase Edmonds is that guy either, which gives me pause for how Irving plays into this backfield and how this backfield looks in the event that your number 1 running back is lost for a decent amount of time. So,
yeah, running back, obviously a move that the Bucs were looking for this year. Curious to get the opinions of the Pewter people, how we think. I know Jared says this was a bad pick, but
somebody said Jason Light needs to stop picking running back.
Yeah, I mean, Pewter Report, especially Scott, has very much been on the record about how the blind spot of Jason Light when it comes to drafting has been the running back. Now, Rachaad White is attempting to be one that bucks the trend, and now he's hoping that Bucky again, shout out Bucky. It's just a great place. They're hoping that Bucky will be the next one to buck this trend as well. Yeah, we did it before. Yeah, so Bucky Irving, your newest Buccaneer, obviously have some skill players in this year's draft with Jaylen McMillan. So Bucs go back-to-back with skill players overall. I got a super chat from Rev Fish. Thank you very much. Let me find you. Oh, I got so many tabs open. I got you. Thanks to Rev Fish for this $1.99 super chat, who says Sean Tucker to the practice squad, waiting in reserve. Yeah, I don't think the Bucs are necessarily in love with Sean Tucker. There was a lot of excitement about him when they signed him as an undrafted free agent, but didn't totally live up to those expectations and the hype around him. I don't think the Bucs could have gone into this year with just the group that they had with Chase Edmonds and Sean Tucker and obviously Rachaad White starting. And yeah, we'll give a shout out to Patrick Laird as well on the practice squad. So they need to add in somebody. Will Bucky Irving be the guy to be that change of pace back like everyone was talking about? I don't know. We'll see. He's obviously a tiny guy, but we've seen tiny running backs in the history of the NFL be able to have a successful career. So we'll see if he's the next one.
Yep. Former Pewter reporter Trevor Sikkema, big Bucky Irving fan. So,
yeah, I think I asked Trevor when he was on the show, like who's just like your favorite draft crush,
Yep.
and he said Bucky Irving is one of them.
Yep. So
I'm sure Trevor is melting on the inside right now.
yeah, it's also a funny exchange online that his podcast partner on the NFL Stock Exchange, Connor Rogers, quote tweeted the report that the Bucs were taking Irving and said somebody gave the keys to Tampa Bay Trey. So maybe Jason Light let Trevor make the pick.
That'd be cool. Maybe one day Trevor can, be the Will Golston, Ric Flair guy and make a pick for the Bucs. That'd be cool.
That would be pretty cool. So, all right. So I think most of the comments were not favorable to him.
So they were nice. Not.
So
got another one from Lucas Pettis, who says, I'm just happy we got another running back. LOL. Yeah, they need to add somebody, and I would prefer that they drafted one, which they did, instead of going back to the undrafted free agent. Well, because I get it. Like, someone like Isaiah Pacheco, that was a 7th round pick. You do find those guys, but that is not a prerequisite for, any running back that you find in the 6th or 7th round or undrafted is just automatically going to hit. That's just not how it works.
I think it's one of those things. It's kind of like a square and a rectangle. You can find a lot of decent running backs late, but that doesn't mean every running back late is a decent guy. If that makes sense.
We got another super chat from Corey Robbins. Thank you, Corey, for this $1.99 super chat, who says, what do teams know about TJ Tampa that we don't?
I see. Yeah, the film's not great.
Bad film.
So I'll put it within the context of the Bucs, first of all, and then kind of move to the wider NFL. TJ Tampa's got solid film as a man corner. Solid, not great. The Bucs run man at one of the lowest rates in the NFL. So if you're a Bucs fan and you like TJ Tampa, he doesn't fit the scheme well because the Bucs run a ton of cover 3 and he gives up a lot of space very early, turns his hips and kind of runs away, hedging against deep speed. And that makes him late to curls and comebacks. The NFL as a whole, no team runs 50% or more man coverage. So now you're talking about a guy whose best skill is something that no team does even half the time. So that, I think, is really coming into play with Tampa, at least personally from my viewpoint, as to why he still has not been selected.
Another super chat from Trey Alderson Cletier, Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Who says we could have had the next A train with Audric Estime. Yeah, we've had a good conversation about Audric Estime today. I would have liked the next running back for the Bucs to have that similar type of build. I mean, Bucky Irving's not the guy you're going to put in on 3rd and 1 or 3rd or 4th and short. So that's definitely a different look for the Bucs with Bucky Irving as their running back. Next A train, I'm pretty sure you're just saying it in jest. I hope you're saying it in jest. But yeah, I mean, who knows? I wonder. I don't think the Bucs would necessarily double up at running back.
The value's
yes,
there.
If I was going to rank like what position they would double up, I wouldn't put the running back first, but I think I'd probably put it in the top 4, maybe. Yeah,
I think the value I think is there, and it's an interesting point I hadn't previously considered, but the more I think about it, the more I actually like it as a possibility, because it does look like some of these bigger backs are going to slide into the 7th or the 6th and the 7th, and you could pick up one of them and really start to round out a future room. What that doesn't include, say, a Sean Tucker who has not shown anything, and I think Chase Edmonds, who's on a 1-year deal. With Tucker, I think that some of the comments have been very telling by Jason Light and Todd Bowles, saying he's really got to step up this year. I think they were both a little disappointed in his 2023. I want to give it to the guy. I mean, he was coming off of having to kind of get the medical clearance under about his heart condition, and he was late to training camp and being able to contribute. But at the same time, coming out of training camp, he was RB2 and lost that job very quickly. So I don't think that you can really count on Sean Tucker. And I think you do start throwing some late round darts at that room and see what shakes out for the future.
We shall see. Colin W says, hopefully a bigger back falls to us later. Very, very disappointed. Grizz says, Bucky's a high character guy. He's going to make sure that Rashad knows he's the top guy in the running back room. Apparently, Ray Davis went to the Bills. Bills make me want to shout.
Yeah, Will Shipley also went on Zoom running back.
Will Shipley also shipping off to the NFL. Speaking of ships, why don't we hear a message from a ship that you should get on, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise.
We're on the Bucs cruise. Of course we're playing pool volleyball.
Hey, we on the Bucs cruise, of course. Anytime I say Tampa, they will say Bay. Tampa! Hey! Tampa! Hey! Tampa! Hey!
We're on the Bucs cruise. Of course, I've got my Super Bowl 37 hardware. What do you think?
We're on the Bucs cruise, and of course we had a pirate night. Arr!
Arr.
Good times are ahead if you plan on going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise. Join the fun with hundreds of Bucs fans on the 3rd annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, which sets sail March 7th through 10th in 2025 on the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship. The 3-night cruise begins in Fort Lauderdale and visits Key West and Bimini in the Bahamas. Last year's cruise had an assortment of Buccaneers, including Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Luke Gedeke, Greg Gaines, Cade Otton, Jamel Dean, and Super Bowl 37 MVP Dexter Jackson, along with Hall of Famer and Bucs Ring of Honor member Warren Sapp, and the voice of the Bucs, Gene Deckerhoff, also did the Florida State games for a long time in his career. Even more players are expected next year. Wouldn't be surprised if Tristan Wirfs is back. Maybe they get another star player in there as well. Antoine Winfield Jr. I know Christian Izzian was there this year, so maybe he gets an Antoine's ear about coming this time. There will be photo and autograph opportunities. Also, there will be a special guest appearance from Derek Brooks. I'm getting choked up just thinking about it. So along with the photo and autograph opportunities, there's going to be a Raise the Flags sail-away party, VIP parties with the players, special player interviews, a volleyball challenge, and trivia contests, and more fun games. Reserve your cabin now on the 2025 Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise. This is where drinks, including alcohol, Wi-Fi, and tips are all included with a $200 deposit per person. That's refundable until August 16th. So visit TampaBayBucsCruise.com or call 1-800-975-7112. That's TampaBayBucsCruise.com. And the number is 1-800-975-7112. All right, Bucky Irving. This is a fun one.
I think they addressed a position that they needed to address. I'm a little surprised at how they did it. So, I think most people are.
So overall, you disgruntled?
I like the player, but not the fit with the Bucs, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I was hoping that the Bucs would take a running back where, they were very fortunate that Rachaad White didn't miss a game last year. I think I was very vocal throughout the season. Like, if Rachaad White goes down, Chase Edmonds, I don't trust to carry that workload. Certainly, I didn't trust Keyshawn Vaughn or Sean Tucker. And then for a while, Edmonds was out. So, if Rachaad White would have gotten injured at that point, that running game would have gone from bad to non-existent, right? Irving, I think his best traits, his number one trait is as a receiver. And Rachaad White is one of the top 2 to 3 receiving backs in the NFL.
Right.
So it's not a complementary skill set. He's not a guy that if Rachaad White goes down, you can trust, you feel good about him, playing 50 snaps a game, getting 16 to 20 carries. So I think it limits the offense from that perspective. And I think he's a little redundant with Chase Edmonds. Now, Edmonds is only on a 1-year deal. I think that I will like this pick a lot more if it is paired with a stronger kind of earlier down back in the 6th or 7th round. Then I would like this pick quite a bit more.
Chris says Bucky Irving will be on the cruise. Can't guarantee that. Omar Carrillo says Bucky has the juice we've been wanting out of Edmonds. Interesting. He's fluent in his running skills. Pat W goes, boo. I will say, I do love a good boo. Like if you're at a sporting event and the road team comes out, you're like, boo. You go a long way. Jared says he can catch well, has good burst.
Yep. Those are probably the 2 calling cards for him. I think his vision after the line of scrimmage is also really good in that he's spatial reasoning once he gets out into space. And this is what helps him so much as a pass catcher as well, is really good that he understands pursuit angles in space really well, and he can manipulate those from defenders. So it allows him to pick up a lot of extra yards that his overall speed profile would say probably not something that he can do well. Will that translate to the NFL level when everyone's just faster? That remains to be seen.
Did we just get
Sounds like there's a run on running back. So
was that intentional?
It wasn't, but I'll take it. So after Irving, Will Shipley went two picks later. He was a running back out of Clemson. Then Ray Davis out of Kentucky. Then Isaac Guerendo out of Louisville went 129 to the 49ers. Then TJ Tampa.
Is this one for real? Is this one legit?
Went to Baltimore. This is per NFL.com. So you would hope. Followed by TCU tight end Jared Wiley to the Chiefs at pick 131. There's your next Travis Kelce.
Thank you to I'll just say Matt. Can't say the rest of it. Matt76 for this $1.99 super chat who says, love the great draft content, guys. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Matt76, for the nice compliment, but would recommend changing your name. John Boobin says, Chase Edmonds 2.0. I thought we needed a short yard goal line back.
Yep.
Still could be.
Although a few of them are
possible.
off the board now.
That would be funny if they still ended up getting Audric Estime.
Huh? Kendall Milton. I want to say Braylon Allen is still on the board. Good tape. I would say I watched his tape over the years at Wisconsin, and I think a lot of the athleticism he had as an 18, 19-year-old, I think is really kind of eroded. He's been used a lot, and I think that's what's shying a lot of teams away from him is he's got a lot of miles on his tires.
Thanks to Paul R. for the $5 super chat who says, thanks for all the great coverage. Appreciate you, Paul. Don't like the Irving pick. Reach for running back out of desperation, parentheses Keyshawn Vaughn. Should take bigger running back to complement White. Yeah, so that's probably, no pun intended, the biggest knock on this pick is that it's not the ideal size and frame of a running back that would probably best fit the current iteration of the Buccaneers offense.
Yeah.
So, and who knows? I mean, there was just, again, no pun intended, a run on running backs, as you were just saying, Josh. So who knows?
Yeah, I don't know
if Bucky Irving would have gone like not long after the Bucs went.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a reach. It's definitely not like Keyshawn Vaughn a few years ago, where Vaughn was taken well before anybody would have thought that he would have gone, and was really the only running back taken around that time. You can see Irving kind of started a run on running backs. We've got to figure out a better way to say that. As I want to say, four backs went right after him in the next 6 to 7 picks. So not a reach, just not necessarily the back I would have necessarily thought about. As far as, and again, Dane Brugler, who's very, very good at this, one of the best in the business, had Irving as a 3rd to 4th round value. So you're talking getting him late in the 4th. Yeah. That's a good value by Brugler's kind of chart there. Very shifty. And he was the 8th best back on Brugler's list as well. So I think the value is there. Again, the fit is curious to me. So it'd be interesting to hear Jason Light kind of talk about that. That'll definitely be something that we probably ask him about. How does he fit into this running back room? And what does he see? What does Jason see Bucky's, future and kind of ceiling as? Was there a reason that Jason didn't speak yesterday and it was Spy Tech, or just kind of random? Just random. I believe that we're watching some tape of Bucky Irving at the moment. He got carried. Hey, the Bucs do have some strong offensive linemen. They could lift them up. I believe Bailey and Sly are talking with Bucky right now.
Yeah, we'll bring them.
Probably.
Okay, cool. So we'll have one or both of them come on to recap. Man, I'm just gonna keep thinking about Bucky's every single time with Bucky Irving. A lot of people are talking about the mileage on running backs, and that's definitely something that teams are looking at these days. And a high usage back in college is not seen as a pro at this point. You saw Marshawn Lloyd from USC, who had low miles, go fairly early. And then just looking at some of these guys, so Braylon Allen, I just mentioned him, 597 career carries in college, which is, well, it's a lot. Yeah. 373 for Estime, so a full 200 less than Braylon Allen. Bucky Irving has 475 himself, so kind of right in the middle there. Damn. He's actually, been used quite a bit at his size. And then the one that just screams, and a lot of people are like, why did Ray Davis, he go so late? 746 career carries in college. Yeah, that's a ton. Over a 6-year career. And again, no one had a better look at Ray Davis than Liam Cohen.
Yep.
So if he didn't want him, there's probably a reason for it. Let's keep these super chats rolling in. Thank you to Jonathan Stutzman, a.k.a. the Stutzman. I just came up with that. Thank you, Jonathan, for this $10 super chat, who says, thanks for all your hard work and Bucs draft coverage. Non-draft question. Who were your favorite players as a kid? Not on your favorite team. Mine was
Natron Means. I
running back
remember
from the
Natron
Chargers.
Means. I'll
That's
let you
okay.
go first.
All right. Well, I know you said not like the teams you like growing up.
How many Patriots can you name?
I hated all of them. I respected Gronk. I loved Curtis Martin, even though he was a Jets guy. Darrelle Revis, of course. Non-Jets and Bucs players. I mean, again, this is before I had any affiliation with even the city of Tampa, but like I got a Reggie Bush Saints jersey back in the day because Reggie Bush was so cool. T.O. as a wide receiver, I know controversial, but like just an awesome player. Michael Vick before, all the dogs and that stuff. Trying to think defensively. Ray Lewis. Damn, I just really like some bad people. Ed Reed obviously was insane.
Yeah.
Obviously, Peyton Manning was fun to watch. Trying to think who else. A random player that I loved, and this goes back to the Jets, Brad Smith, used to be a quarterback at Missouri. When he went to the Jets and he was like a Swiss Army knife. He would do their kickoffs, had a couple of kickoff touchdowns. He would run their Wildcat offense. I loved Brad Smith. What's up, Sly?
Jets got Braylon out.
Nice. Cool.
Jets took Braylon Allen. I'm sure his knees will hold up well.
And Leon Washington, who played for the Jets as well.
I'll do one offense, one defense. I was a huge Marshall Faulk fan.
Oh, yeah. He was great as well.
I loved him when he was with Indy, and especially when he went to St. Louis. RIP St. Louis football team.
Yeah. I have friends. She was the cheerleader for the St. Louis Rams.
Really?
Yeah.
Very cool. And then defensively, Derek Thomas, outside linebacker for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
That would probably be one of my favorites. So those would be the two.
Good question, though.
Yeah, I like that
appreciate
one.
it. Nice trip down memory lane. Where was
click this one real quick? So Nathan Marin, Josh, do you think the Bucs would be interested in Trey Hendrickson or would have the money? They can certainly make the cap room. That wouldn't be an issue for them. It does not seem, especially after using a second-round draft pick on Chris Braswell, I don't think the Bucs are interested in any veterans at this point to add to that room. So I think that this is going to be the edge room that they want to kind of sort out for 2024 before they make any other moves.
The Todd father saying Matt's favorite wrestler was Chris Benoit. That's disgusting. He's an awful piece of shit person. That's horrible. I never even liked him as a wrestler even before all that stuff. So
Can't
that's
say I'm
disgusting.
familiar, but it sounds like not something we want to talk about.
No, terrible. My favorite wrestler is Dwayne The Rock Johnson, or The Rock. Of course, Stone Cold as well. I love the Rock and Sock connection with The Rock and Mankind. What says Revis was my guy? Of course, I love the season Darrelle Revis had where he just went up against insanely great wide receiver after insanely great wide receiver and just shut him down week after week. I mean, Andre Johnson, Calvin Johnson, Randy Moss, T.O., Chad Ochocinco, Andre Johnson. It was dope. No, he's not going to get blocked. I know he was just making a joke, but I want to address it anyway.
Real quick, Sion Vaki.
Yeah,
the running
Utah.
back, the safety out of Utah. The Lions picked him and announced him as a running back. He had 43 carries for Utah.
It's funny you say that because I just saw Carmen
Vitale.
Yeah, she tweeted. What was it? I saw it a second ago.
Yeah, so Sion Vaki, he's safety out of Utah. Last year, I guess they had so many injuries to their running back room. He played like 2 full games as a running back. I'll see if I can pull the information.
Yeah, she said, in the meantime, leave it to the Lions to take a safety running back hybrid.
It means they're both not happy with Jahmyr Gibbs and Brian Branch, showing that they were busts one
I
year.
still remember when I still remember as if like it happened years ago when Brian Branch had an interception in the first game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually shout out to Sean, because I was saying this as well. Sean Lovegrove, who says, "What players did y'all hate?" I hated Jake Delhomme. I mean, I pretty much hated every player on the Patriots. Who did I hate?
So this is going to be like unpopular. I find it very difficult to hate people.
Really?
Yeah.
I find it super easy.
It's a little bit of a character difference between the two of
Yeah.
us. It's not in my nature. Probably the 2 NFL players that I can say I have a strong distaste of at this point are Antonio Brown.
Yeah, I really hated Aaron Hernandez.
That one.
No,
I
I
think
hated him after he murdered everyone.
And then like CJ Gardner Johnson, like I'm not a fan of that personality. It's difficult. Like,
Right.
I think there's a line. I think he crosses it. And then AB is just off the rails. So, and those are very recent. But as a kid, I don't think there was anybody I hated.
Yeah.
I did not like the Eagles for a while because that was a really hard.
Sure, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hate Aaron Hernandez because he's also a terrible person.
I'll
I
agree
didn't
with
like
that one.
Stevie Johnson back in the day. The Bills wide receiver.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
What did he do to turn you off?
He did this. So he like scored against the Jets and he did like the airplane thing, but then like fell on the ground to like simulate like an airplane crash or something like
Gotcha.
that. Who else? There's not really like players that I hate. There's just like things that don't go well, and I want to be right about that point. For example, in golf, Rory McIlroy stinks at the Masters, and that's just like a point that I want to be correct about. It kind of goes back to what I was saying about Thomas Jones. Like, I thought he was overrated as the Jets running back because he would run it 40 times a game, and he'd get over 100 yards, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, look, he ran for over 100 yards." But you got to look at like the body of work that comes with it. So it's really just more takes than anything else.
I'm not sure who. I gotta find this, but somebody tweeted out Braylon Allen and Bucky Irving are built exactly the opposite, and each plays like the other should.
Jeez.
That's a good take.
Yeah, a lot of Bucs fans saying they didn't like Cam Newton, understandably so.
Did you get the super chat?
Yes. We've gotten every... Oh, no, we missed Tate Miller. And Lucas, shout out Lucas, says, I actually think, talking about Bucky, thanks for the $4.99 super chat, Lucas says, I actually think he will be amazing for the new kickoff rules. I still think we can get a bigger back later.
Yeah, I think there are still some larger framed running backs who can go a little bit later. So it'll be interesting to see.
And then Tate Miller, thank you, Tate, for the $1.99 super chat, says, do the Bucs like Opeta starting at guard? It's certainly going to be a competition, and he's going to be in the mix. I don't think he should be written in as the starting guard at the moment. That's what training camp's all about, and competition and things like that. And don't freak out either, because it's going to happen like during OTAs or mandatory minicamp. Someone, when they line up on offense, someone has to be in there at left guard. It might be Opeta, it might be Ben Bredesen, it might be whoever. Don't look too much into that early in the year.
Another player from back in our younger days who I really liked, I would constantly trade for Joe Jurevicius to be on the Bucs when playing Madden before the Bucs actually went and got Joe Juravicious. So
Scott, who are some of your favorite non-Bucs players, either like growing up or players you've just been fond of over the years?
So
in the
not
NFL?
your team, actually. So
yeah, so no,
not-
I guess Chiefs
no,
guys.
yeah,
or
no
Washington.
Washington or Chiefs guys.
I'd say one of my favorite players initially was Harold Carmichael from the Eagles.
Harold Carmichael from the Eagles.
Okay, 6'7" wide receiver. So
Damn.
the back in the day Johnny Wilson
Yeah.
or Plaxico Burress.
I did like Plaxico Burress.
You did like Plaxico Burress.
New York
Okay.
Jet great,
Yeah.
Plaxico
And actually,
Burn.
his name is Plexico, which I didn't understand because there's no E in it. His mom screwed up. I was calling him Plaxico.
Yeah, that's how I thought
There's
it was.
no E in it, so sorry, you're Plaxico, not Plexico. But his name is technically Plexico. And I'm like, sorry, mom, you screwed up. She had to
Plexico
switch it out to
Burress.
for the E. But yes, Plexico Burress.
What a career for him.
Yep.
Won a Super Bowl with the Giants, caught the game-winning touchdown. Then he cheddar bobbed himself, and I know it gets you.
I'm so glad I got that reference.
I knew you'd like that one. Then
Then came back
went
and
to the
still
Jets.
played.
Yeah, went to the Jets.
Cheddar Bob.
I try to use the cheddar bob reference as much as
I would
possibly
love
can.
to see a podcast of him and JPP just talking
Yeah.
about those incidents.
I'm sure. What would be the name of the podcast? Like Explosive with Plexico Burress and Jason Pierre-Paul. I don't know. If anyone in the chat's got a good
Just
name.
bang.
Yeah,
Oh wow. This is our day 3 material, people.
exactly. Day 3. Come for the football, stay for the off-topic banter, I
Yeah,
guess would be the proper way. Let's see where we're at in this draft. We're kind of like in no man's land in the 5th round.
Yeah, it's
There's
a
no
long,
end in sight.
Everybody, please start tagging Jason Light on Twitter, telling him he needs to trade up and get rid of his 6th and 7th round picks to do it.
Dave YT says, I like Jason Sehorn a lot, a unicorn player.
Dave, I find. Can you elaborate on the unicorn?
Shaggy says, going back to the podcast name for Plexico and JPP, Powder Cat Flex.
Somebody, I hope somebody knows these two players and suggests this.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. I see. I question things like this. Like, Bucky won't work on our team. A really bad pick. Like the definitiveness of that statement just kind of So you talk for me. I talk about like what is their path to success? What does that look like? And then how likely is it? And the likelihood is almost never 0, right?
Yeah.
Keep in mind, like Tom Brady taken in the 6th round. I'm sure there are people like, why are we taking a quarterback in the 6th round? 6th round quarterbacks never work out. He became the greatest of all time, right? Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. Like you may not see the vision right now. I certainly don't quite see the vision right now, but that's why I'm excited to hear what Jason Light has to say about him, right?
Yeah.
And then, you start saying, what does that path look like? There's a reason this player got drafted. What's that reason, right? And then it comes down to what are the error bars on whether that can, come to fruition or not. Just kind of my take on that.
There were a lot of Bucs. I mean, I'm sure a lot of NFL players, but I saw it on the Bucs, on the Bucs players' Instagrams. There's like the stat. It's like 1 million people play high school football, and then like 20,000 make it to their senior year of high school football. 10,000 people only play college football. That's 6.5%. The numbers keep going until people that make it to the NFL. That's like 1.5%. People that make it to their 3rd year. So there's so many people that are even at this point that like it's crazy that you're just good enough to make it to that level.
True. Yeah. Somebody in the chat put like, what's your favorite draft?
Oh,
food?
yes. Yeah. It was
I think
Jonathan.
that was Jonathan
it was
again.
The Stutz man.
Yeah.
What's everyone's favorite or everyone's top draft food / snack? So we're talking about like watching this as a viewer, not
Yeah.
because like if I said Doritos chips, I don't want to get all that all over my fingers as I got to
True.
start typing.
Yeah. Any excuse to eat wings?
Yeah,
I'm all
wings
about
was the first thing I was thinking of.
Yep.
I
I
had
did.
wings for game 1 of the Lightning series, unfortunately. Didn't
We
go
have
well.
chocolate chip cookies in the media room.
Yes. Oh yeah. I can't wait to snack on those.
Yep.
I think buffalo chicken dip is really just my answer for not just like the draft, but any football game, really anything.
So it's your wings, my wings
Yes,
is your
yeah.
buffalo.
But yeah, I would never be disappointed with the wings either. Favorite wing place in Tampa?
All right, so I think we talked about this before. So for
Probably
me,
have,
I
yeah.
love the wings, but a lot of people will probably come at me and say they're not the best. But for me, there's a lot of nostalgia attached to it. So Beef O'Brady's.
Right. Yeah.
Because when I was growing up playing Little League, that was where we went to after every game. So there's a lot of nostalgia built into beefs for me. And then the wings themselves are really, really good. So,
Yeah.
And then I very much enjoy, I don't know if you follow 3-Year Letterman on Twitter, but it's hilarious because like Beef O'Brady's is a part of his shtick.
Yeah.
Like he has trouble opening doorknobs because of all the rings on his fingers, and he has a reserved booth at Beef O'Brady's all the time. So, so yeah, that would definitely be number 1 for me.
I'm trying to remember the name.
We're gonna get Bucky, and then we'll be in after Bucky.
Okay, so
Okay.
Bucky Irving is about to speak, and then
He's gonna do a
the
Zoom.
hockey. Yeah, the hockey change after. I cannot remember the name. I can picture like the place itself, but there's a spot on Soho that actually has really good wings. Like you wouldn't expect it. I'll have to think about it.
While you're
later.
trying to find it, what's your favorite Soho? Being that you grew up in New York and now live in Tampa.
Good question. I'd probably say Soho in Tampa because that was like where I went a lot in college. Obviously, New York City is very expensive. Garrett, is it Shenanigans? No, it's not Shenanigans. I will say a very close second is
Shout out Farva with Shenanigans.
yeah. Is Hat Tricks. Hat Tricks is certainly in the mix as well. I gotta freaking find this place. It's gonna bother me. It used to be called Hyde Park something. It's now something different.
Here's one that I can't kind of understand the thought process. What Oregon running back has done anything in the NFL? I'll wait. This pick was trash. So you're talking about over multiple coaching staffs over decades that there is something lined in the fabric of the program that just is going to make every running back ever to go to that program not be able to be successful in the NFL. It makes no sense to me. If you wanted to make an argument that this particular coach doesn't do a very good job of sending a certain position into the NFL, okay.
Jonathan Stewart, LeGarrette Blount.
Oh yeah,
Oregon running backs.
good point.
Oh, Jonathan Stewart, LeGarrette Blount. Okay. There you go. Bailey Adams just bursting the door open and gave you 2. So the wait is over. Jonathan Stewart and LeGarrette Blount. So there you go. There's your answer.
It's gonna aggravate the crap out of me.
So Wingstop is a good one. I like Wingstop.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of Wingstop, but and I don't mind Buffalo Wild Wings. Like there's one right up the street from where we live. And we go there on a fairly regular basis. So I'm not a wing snob. Like it's just got to be a decent wing.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, when it comes to pizza, I am very much a pizza snob. I will not settle for, Domino's and Pizza Hut and Papa John's. I need to have good pizza.
So
Bar Howard, that's what it
There
is.
you go.
Bar Howard in Soho. They have awesome wings.
So this will be one of my worst food takes ever, and I fully expect and welcome all of the hate I will hear on this. I prefer like a chain pizza, like Domino's, Little Caesars, Pizza Hut. I don't like Papa John's, but I'm fine with all those. Like, and I know that that's a terrible take.
No, that's all
And
right. A lot of people feel that way.
And I've spent like a year in New York, and I've had the New York pizza, and it's just I don't like a thin pizza. First of all,
So you're more of a Chicago style.
And
I've never
even-
actually had Chicago.
I've
style
never
pizza.
had a true Chicago pizza, so I can't say, but I do prefer like a thicker piece. And I definitely am not like, it's not that I think New York pizza is terrible. I prefer a chain restaurant, and I know that's terrible.
Garrett says the rage in Matt's eyes is palpable. That's hilarious. I love that. Stan Glassman, in support of Bailey Adams, says notable Ducks running back LeGarrette Blount, Jonathan Stewart. I was about to say LeBron James, but LaMichael James. Sean says Chicago style greater than New York style. Definitely not, as he says, fight me, Matt. I don't even need to have Chicago style pizza to know that Chicago style pizza is not better than New York pizza. I mean, people travel to New York just to get pizza from there. The water is better, which helps make the dough and the pizza and everything, I think. I don't know. I know you need good water for pizza. That's why everyone needs to be like, oh, this is a Chicago style place. This is a Chicago style place. It's like, oh, hey, I know that pizza stinks, so I won't go there. They got pizza places in Tampa called New York, New York, because it's awesome. There's no Chicago.
I saw somebody say I would eat a DiGiorno before I ate Domino's.
It's not delivery, so yeah.
I hate DiGiorno.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you hate DiGiorno?
I don't like the taste.
Oh, yeah. Can't really argue that. You don't like the taste. You don't like the taste.
Oh man. All right. Xavier Thomas was an edge I liked out of Clemson, a little bit on the older side. He went recently to the Cardinals at pick 138. Oh.
Slay 509. He likes his pizza like Chris Sims likes his players. Thick. You guys have been great in the comments. I appreciate.
Hold on,
guys.
do the one right underneath Slay.
Sean Lagrove, New York City, notably good water. The water pressure is better in New York as well. Hey, shout out Poland Spring water bottles. Those are I know that comes from like the Northeast in general, but can't really get Poland Spring too much here in the Tampa area. Love Poland Spring. And yes, there is a difference with the water in Poland Spring. Thanks to Mark Allstott. Appreciate the $1.99 super chat. If you have a following comment as well, we are happy to get into it. Which one do you want?
I thought I saw this one right here. It was like Lord something. It says something about like they like thin crust because they're paying for. It's got to be lower. They're paying for toppings, not a loaf of bread.
I
think it was towards the bottom there. It was after Mark.
After Mark.
Yeah. I think right
Lord Jimbo?
Yeah, Lord Jimbo.
Lord Jimbo. I like thin crust. I'm paying for toppings, not a loaf of bread. I'm honestly fine with the cheese pizza. Like I don't like pepperoni. I'll do random toppings though. Like peppers, black olives I like as well on it. Sausage. A buffalo chicken pizza is good too. Barbecue chicken pizza as well. I also agree. We'll get to the super chat in just a moment. Bread is amazing. I mean, you go to certain restaurants, the bread is dope. Thank you to Ghost Ruins.
I think they got that right.
Yeah. Ghost Ruins. We'll say Ghost Ruins. Ghost Ruins for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Says any 3 down backs still in free agency should Rachaad White go down?
Ooh, I'd have to look.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's available in free agency at the moment. I do always but I think it is important to recall as well. Remember, the Bucs didn't get Leonard Fournette until a couple of weeks before the season.
And he is still available.
And Leonard Fournette is still available. Not saying they should do that. Actually, I would advise against it. But with all that said, you never know. There could be a surprise cut in training camp. Seems like there's usually one or two every year. So, yeah, keep that in mind. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you.
Yeah, and I'll get you a little bit more of a list here. I'm trying to pull up, we're going to say unsigned running backs that are still available. Pro Football Focus has none on their list.
None. Zero. Zilch.
So let me try another site real quick.
Appreciate all you guys rocking with us, especially on a Saturday. Day 3, where true greats
The real
are made.
fans. Yep. So we still have 1,200 of you strong. We appreciate that. That is huge.
Garrett Washington, I'm about to do an impression. What's the deal on Mahogany's Fall? That's a good one. Not the impression, the question.
I mean, I thought the impression was pretty good.
What's the deal? Shout out Jerry Seinfeld from my hometown, Massapequa. Technically Massapequa Park.
Recently said movies are dead.
He did say something about that.
As far as Christian Mahogany, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, it could be a medical red flag. He may not have done very well on his interviews. Those
could have insulted a GM.
Yeah.
The jerk store called. They're running out of you. All right. Favorite Seinfeld episodes? Everybody start putting in the chat. Or Curb Your Enthusiasm. Have you seen Curb Your Enthusiasm?
I have not seen Curb yet.
Oh, man.
It is on the list, but I've heard somebody told me, I think it was Samar Ali said, you know, if you're a smart person, you'll enjoy it. And I was like, so if I don't enjoy it, are you saying I'm dumb? And he said, basically. So that was nice.
Bears writer for The Athletic, Kevin Fishbane, tweeted out, new Bears punter Tory Taylor said he got this text from Caleb Williams. Hey, you're not going to punt too much here.
All right. So,
that is very funny. Isn't Tory Taylor like Australian or something?
I'm not sure.
I'll see. Oi.
All right. So going back to our super chat from earlier, if this can filter, here are the available running backs in free agency. So you're asking about 3-down backs. So you'll have to determine whether you feel like any of these guys are 3-down backs at this point in their careers. You have the almost 29-year-old Ezekiel Elliott,
who you said could be a mascot for the Cowboys.
I did say that out loud with my mouth. The almost 29-year-old Boston Scott, Damian Harris, Cam Akers, Matt Breida, Rashad Penny, who very talented, 28 years old and hasn't been able to stay healthy. Kareem Hunt, almost 29 years old. Latavius Murray, who is 34 now. Jerick McKinnon and Marlon Mack kind of round out that list. So this pickings are slim.
All right. Believe Bucky Irving the tribe has spoken. Bucky Irving has spoken. So we're going to do a little hockey shift here. Bring on Scott Reynolds and a special guest as well to talk about just the Bucs in general and Bucky Irving, your newest Tampa Bay Buck.
A lot of Bucs happening here on Pewter Report live draft show with Bucky Irving getting selected by the Bucs, and I think Matt, you were opining for him to get an endorsement deal at Buc-ee's.
Oh, I would love that. So I cannot reiterate enough how much I love Buc-ee's. It's
exactly.
Him to change the way he spells his name.
That's true.
2 E's at the end. Yes.
Yeah. To get an even bigger deal.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Well, we just got through talking with Bucky Irving, the newest member of the Buccaneers, the 4th round pick, and I'm Scott Reynolds, and sitting next to me. I know it looks funny there, but it's right over here.
Got it.
Yes, this is a new Bucs beat reporter, Mara Carey, and she is working for GolfLive.com, not just covering the Buccaneers, although she is a St. Petersburg resident. She's new to the beat in terms of covering the Bucs, but also kind of like Greg Allman covers the entire NFC South with the Panthers, the Saints, the Falcons, and your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mara also covers the Dolphins and the Jaguars.
Dolphins and the Jags. Yeah, if I can
State of
accomplish
Florida.
half of what Greg does, then I'm on the right track. So definitely an exciting time, lots of picks. And I'm Takes by Mara on Twitter. That's Maura. If you'd like to throw me a follow, I'm definitely team follow back.
Definitely. And we'll put that right up there. There we go. And working for golflive.com and Takes by Mara on X. So make sure that you follow Mara. And had the chance to meet her. The Pewter Report staff first came across Mara at the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis, and then also at the NFL annual meeting. And because she's in St. Petersburg covering the Buccaneers, we're going to see a lot of her here, not just at the draft, but OTAs coming right up. Then you've got the mini camps, training camp, etc. So you'll be covering the Dolphins and the Jaguars from afar, but the Buccaneers up close and personal as a Bucs beat reporter. So make sure that you follow her and check out her coverage as well. I want to get your thoughts on Bucky Irving, because we had the opportunity to speak with him, and definitely a smaller back, and usually with that you have a chip on your shoulder, and that's something that he certainly said he does have. He's not going to get any bigger per se, right? He's a small guy, but that's fueled him at every stop he's been, and especially as a running back. You got all these bigger guys trying to tackle you, and this guy doesn't like to get tackled.
No, he doesn't. And I like this pick a lot by the Bucs. I think a lot of people were maybe thinking cornerback here, but I like the choice at running back to kind of add to that room. I think something that, at the combine we heard Bulls say, we heard Light say, was that they'd like to add more to their running back room. I think that Rachaad White kind of took a beating this year, to be quite honest. So he tied with Christian McCaffrey for the second most carries in the league. So I think at the very best, if Bucky could kind of be a complimentary back, maybe with Edmonds as well in the rotation, that would be great. At the very least, we just added some depth.
Yeah, exactly. So I think the biggest thing is when you look at this running back room, you've got Chase Edmonds. He's the more experienced veteran guy, but also that complimentary guy. He's not the kind of guy that you want in there being that bell cow in case something happens to Rachaad White. And Mara, you're exactly right. I think one of the main reasons why this team went 9-8 last year and had some success was because Baker Mayfield started all 17 games. So did Mike Evans. So did Chris Godwin. So did Cade Otton, and so did Rachaad White. That's uncommon to have all of those skill position players healthy and available for all 17 games. A couple, nicks and injuries. Baker was banged up towards the end of the season, but that's uncommon. You can't count on that. You can't plan for that. So it's important to have depth. And even Chase Edmonds, we saw him in the Bears game last year get hurt, and he was on IR for 4 weeks. So getting a guy that doesn't fumble, that doesn't miss games, that is tough despite his size, that doesn't like to get tackled. I think I would have preferred Audric Estime. I like bigger backs. This guy plays like a big back, though.
Yeah. I mean, something I liked about him was his kind of his spirit, his mentality. We just spoke to him very briefly. And he just has a real good mentality. It was kind of cool to hear that he's been watching Rachaad White for quite some time, kind of models his game after him a little bit. And it's excited to join him down here. Something I'm also kind of curious about is if he'll play a role in the returning game. I mean, it's much more important this year. It's a much more important aspect of the game, which I love that rule change, by the way. And, he has some experience at Minnesota his freshman year, returned the ball 8 times. And then let's see, he had a little bit of experience, kind of dwindled out towards the end of his collegiate career, but I just think that's something interesting that they could consider, maybe behind Tompkins. Yeah, I like that.
I do too. And I think the biggest thing when you look at what he's going to bring to this team is the unselfishness, right?
Yeah.
He is a team first guy. I think sometimes with running backs, there is ego involved. There's only one ball to go around, and you're kind of like the bell cow, if you will. So I think that he brings that kind of team first mentality. He was in for a top 30 visit that went really well. Obviously, he said out of all the visits that he really was enamored by this place, the energy in the building. Meeting Jason Light, Todd Bowles, the running backs coach Skippy, he was very complimentary about that. But you bring up the kick return rule, the new rule change. It really lends itself more to running backs than it does wide receivers.
It does. And something interesting, I think, there's Devon Achan from Miami, and that's someone who I think could really emerge as a returner this year. I don't know how happy Braxton Berrios would be about that, but maybe he would be happy to take kind of a load off. I do think it really opens up an opportunity for running backs. So, I asked Bucky if that was an element of his game that he'd be willing to bring back. And like you said, his kind of selfless demeanor, team first guy, he said, I'm willing to do whatever it takes as long as, I can help the team win.
Yep, exactly. Well, since we have you here, Maura, I wanted to get your thoughts on the Buccaneers draft from top to bottom. So let's just take a look at that. We'll do a little bit of a recap for the Buccaneers now that they've made their selections. They've got, we don't have Bucky Irving on there. Let me get the updated graphic here.
Oh, nice.
But we've got a lot of players that Tampa Bay, I think they can come in and fill an immediate need, right? You're talking about Graham Barton. You had the opportunity to talk to Graham yesterday. Your initial impressions about Graham Barton?
Oh, I'm a big Graham Barton fan. First off, I must have done 10 mock draft roundups with Graham Barton, so I was just relieved to see his name called. I was also surprised that he fell to 26.
Me too.
Very excited that we didn't have to sacrifice anything to get a guy like that. Really great how versatile he is. I feel like we've talked about it so much. It's been such a selling feature for him.
Yeah.
But you even see him, I believe, as the first, center they had him labeled as off the board, even before Jackson Powers Johnson.
Right.
So I think that really speaks to his ability. And, he's that type of guy that's really willing to fill whatever role similar to Bucky that this team needs. And he's going to be a guy that we're going to see as a day one starter in Tampa Bay. I'm really excited about that move.
And then in the second rounds, Chris Braswell, outside linebacker, had to sit and kind of bide his time behind two really good first round caliber pass rushers and Will Anderson Jr. and then Dallas Turner, who went this year. I think the sky's the limit for this guy. He's a very violent player, as John Spytek was talking about last night, the assistant general manager. Yeah. Very physical force. He will fight you for all four quarters, is what Spytek said.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that Spytek brought up that I really thought was admirable is that he sat behind Will Anderson, behind Dallas Turner, some really talented guys.
Yeah.
But he waited his turn. He worked hard. He learned from the guys behind him. And I just kind of think that speaks to his character. There's been a big focus on the Bucs bringing in guys with good character that can kind of build to that locker room.
Right.
And I think Braswell, aside from what he can do on the field, which we have seen, I think he's going to be a great addition just to the group overall.
Yeah. And as I mentioned before, if you're late to the show, they were not going to take Marshawn Nealand in the second round. Can't really get into it more than that, but they liked the player, but you're not always just drafting the player, you're drafting the person. And so I think with Braswell, and we talked to Braswell last night, very team-oriented guy, high character, high energy, and I think sometimes you have to really build your locker room with high character quality guys because you're going to have instances. Nothing's going to go perfect. This team was 4-7 at one point last year. We were writing stories and doing podcasts about Todd Bowles' possible replacements.
Yeah, absolutely.
But when you have the quality of the characters in that locker room, the high character guys that won't fold up the tents and go home, that will stay in the fight, you can turn a season around. And we saw that happen last year. And with Braswell, that's one thing Spytek said is, well, why didn't you leave? You were sitting behind these guys. Why didn't you go elsewhere to get playing time? And he said, I love Alabama.
Yeah.
Why would I want to leave?
He said he committed to Alabama to play there, and he really stuck to it. And, something I can bring as a former college athlete myself, it's not easy.
Where'd you go to school?
I went to Wagner College, played Division I lacrosse there.
There you go. Great
experience. But it's not easy, sitting behind watching other people live out your dream, but there's something very humbling about it. And I think that just speaks to who Braswell is as a person. And I think he's really going to be a good addition to the squad. I also like this new kind of mentality that the Bucs have, this new kind of culture that they're building in Tampa Bay. And I think Baker Mayfield brings so much of that with kind of his grittiness, his moxie, like we've talked about so much. So yeah, really exciting additions, I think, for sure, both on the field and off.
Yeah, and then when you look at the third round, Tyke Smith was one of my favorites. I'm an unabashed Tyke Smith fan. Just screams Todd Bowles defensive back, right? When you look at the tape, yes, he went to Georgia. He's got the familiarity. His son Troy is going to be a starting linebacker this year for the Bulldogs defense for Kirby Smart. But when you look at Tyke Smith, this guy was a safety at West Virginia. He was a heat-seeking missile, can pick off passes as a free safety, can play in the box. Then he goes to Georgia and really kind of had to bide his time and wait a little bit. There's a lot of star players at Georgia and has an injury, has to kind of build his character resume back up in terms of being a guy that can be counted on. As a newcomer, it's tough to transition from one school to the next, then get hurt.
Yeah.
And so everyone's looking at you waiting, well, what kind of player are you? I can't show you right now because I'm hurt, right? But then he was able to step in and really start these last couple of seasons, won a national championship. And then last year might have been the best defender on the field for Georgia.
Right. I think Spytech really just valued last night. He was saying how much he valued being kind of a Georgia product or some of these SEC schools. If you can kind of thrive there, how much it just speaks to who you are as a player and kind of like what they instill in you in these schools and how you can kind of build such a presence on the field. And I think something we've seen with him has been kind of like a comparison to Antoine Winfield. And if you can compare it to Antoine Winfield with an all-around field presence, I mean, that's something exciting.
An ideal chess piece for Todd Bowles. He can blitz off the edge. He can pick off passes, work the slot, cover, tackle, be in the box. And, the biggest thing is he had 4 interceptions last year, led the Bulldogs. Really good feel for the ball. Sometimes, as Spytech said, sometimes he was in the right place, right time. And was able to catch some of those errant passes that were maybe tipped or batted up in the air. But you got to put yourself in position. You got to hustle to be in position to get those. And Rondé Barber, not all of his passes were clean picks. He had 47 interceptions. He'll be the first to tell you some of that's luck, but you manufacture your luck by preparation, being in the right place at the right time, hustling to the ball, being opportunistic. And I think that's who Tyke Smith is. He'll get a look at nickel to start. He'll compete with Christian Izzian, with Tavier Thomas. Worst case scenario, if there's an injury to Antoine Winfield Jr. or Jordan Whitehead, he can fill in at either safety spot. And I love this pick. I think it's a really dynamic player for the Todd Bowles secondary. And then
moving to offense.
Let's talk a little offense.
All right.
Jaylen McMillan, really kind of the third fiddle, if you will, at Washington, but really because of injury last year, missed some time with a knee injury. This was a 1,000-yard receiver. 2 years ago, he was really the number 2, not Jalen Polk at Washington playing opposite Romadunze, but he talked about having to be patient and make your opportunities count when they happen because you had to share the ball with a lot of talented players at Washington.
Yeah, I think, obviously he had players who got a little bit more spotlight than himself, but he was really a standout on his own. Maybe his numbers, he surpassed 100 or 1,000 receiving yards the year prior. In 2023, an injury kind of cut that short. But something I was talking to Josh about was how his ability to separate and how, so many defensive players said that it was actually a big challenge guarding this guy. So I really like that. I'll be interested to see kind of the role that he fills in the offense. Will he be that number 3 guy, maybe next to Evans and Godwin, or, will Trey Palmer still be primarily in the mix? I'm excited to see what happens here.
I think this puts some pressure on Trey Palmer.
I think it absolutely does.
We saw Palmer last year have some concentration issues, had some drops, had some fumbles. If you're not on your P's and Q's now, you're going to have to be, because now they have a guy that can really come in and we saw even too David Moore at the end of the season kind of emerge and give the team another option. Moore's gone now. But now it's kind of like, hey, Trey, when you have a chance to make a play, you got to make it. If not, here comes Jaylen McMillan.
And I do think that, Palmer has a promising future still. I really liked what he was able to do at the end of the year, but I think it's not a bad thing to have some competition for sure.
I agree. And then we talked about Bucky Irving already. When we look at what the Panthers have been able to do here, let's look around the division.
Okay.
This just screams to me got to help Bryce Young, right?
Oh,
Dave Canales
absolutely.
has got to get some help.
Yeah, and I mean it's been it was kind of a sad departure on our end to see Canales leave and go there, but I really do think he's such an offensive-minded coach. I think that he's going to add a lot to this team that needs help on the offensive side of the ball for sure. You have Xavier Leggett, which I was surprised to see go in the first round. I had him more as a second-round guy.
Yeah.
But you're also adding him alongside Deontay Johnson, acquired from the Pittsburgh Steelers. So,
Correct.
Now we have Sanders at tight end, another running back added. I like the moves that they've made. I think their offense is definitely scarier than it was last year. That's for sure.
Yeah, and there's really nowhere to go but up in Carolina.
Absolutely.
They only had two wins last year, and we saw really in Week 18 no points. I mean, they had a touchdown called back, but just weren't able to put up any points in that last game, and that just was a big reason why Dave Canales and those changes were made. Also, too, I think Trevin Wallace is a player that we had as a Bucs best bet, played at Kentucky with Liam Cohen. This team brought him in for a top 30 visit. And we're kind of seeing these top 30 visits really register for the Buccaneers. We were only able to identify in the media 17 of the top 30 visits, which really kind of pissed me off because I want to know who's coming in. And they're not going to tell me, so I have to scour the internet and work my sources.
Dig. Sometimes it's like the Instagram stories with a little location
the
in
dives.
the bottom. Yes.
Yeah. And so, but we did find out today that Bucky Irving was in for a top 30 visit. Chris Braswell was in for a top 30 visit. So those get to know you sessions can make or break the determining factors, as Jason Lights told me before. Just because you bring somebody in for a visit or you meet with them formally at the combine doesn't mean it always goes well. Sometimes that could be the deciding factor to move somebody down the board or off the board, but sometimes those meetings go really well and it can move you up the board as well.
Yeah, and it's been kind of interesting to see, so many of those first round picks really aren't on the top 30 visits. This year, not the case. Last year, definitely not the case.
Yeah, Graham Barton wasn't in for a top 30
Yeah,
visit.
no, not at all. I mean, it seems to be more valuable kind of in those later round picks to really get to know who the players are off the field. First round, it kind of seems like it's just smoke and mirrors in the top 30,
Well, it's difficult, too, because you're so beholden to what other teams do ahead of you.
Absolutely.
That's the case in every round when you're picking at the bottom of the round, but even more so in the first round, right, is unless you have the draft ammunition and the gumption to really move up and get somebody, I think the Buccaneers were just beholden to the fact we're going to let the board come to us this year. We don't want to really give up any ammunition. We want to keep picks because we have multiple needs, and so I think that was what the case is. And then sometimes you get some good karma, some good luck.
Yeah.
Dallas trades down to number 29, and all of a sudden Graham Barton, a player that you didn't think, Pewter Report didn't think, Jason Light did not think would be there at 26.
Yeah, and I mean, Jason spoke about, not wanting to trade up. He was trying to resist that temptation. I think it's just especially valuable that they were able to get a guy like Barton, who's so versatile, who can be a day one starter, who will add so much value to the roster without giving up anything and still being able to get talent at those other positions.
Speaking of the first round, there was shockwaves sent
across
the league.
Atlanta? Oh, we're talking Atlanta.
We're talking Atlanta. Michael Penix, your future starting quarterback, perhaps in the distant future. If you just paid Kirk Cousins $100 million plus, you want him to earn that money, but you just draft this guy in the first round. I think the best case scenario, if we can say that, would be maybe he starts 2 years from now. I don't know.
It's a puzzling move. I mean, I feel like this has really gotten the most attention so far in this draft because everyone was just kind of, you make such a big move to get Kirk Cousins, $190 million, $100 guaranteed 4-year contract. I mean, what is that? The earliest maybe that you would want to play Penix is when he's 27, 28 years old. I mean, it's a strange move. We heard some people here at the Bucs facility say that it's never a bad thing to have a quarterback competition, to have talent at quarterback, but I just think using, what was it, the number 8th overall pick?
8th overall pick.
I think they just could have done so many other things here that just would have made more sense.
Well, the thing too is everybody said, okay, well, Atlanta with Raheem Morris, they've got to upgrade their pass rush, right? And message sent, message received, because the next 3 picks have been defensive line oriented. Rook Ororo from Clemson, who's one of our favorite players here at Pewter Report, goes to the Falcons in the second round. He's going to help Grady Jarrett and that interior, David Onyemata, add some more talent, some more interior pass rush. Braylon Trice, the edge rusher, the big physical defensive end, not overly athletic, but also very stout guy. A lot of pressures at Washington, and was recruited, at least in part, by Jimmy Lake, who is now the new defensive coordinator. He used to be the head coach of Washington, before that the defensive coordinator. And so this is a familiar pick to Jimmy Lake, and I think gives the Falcons an edge rusher that can hopefully get after the quarterback from Atlanta's standpoint.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're kind of making up for some of the shockwaves in round one right now.
Overcompensating.
Yeah, they are a little bit with two tackles taken. I do think that they've gotten some really quality players, though. That being said,
Brandon Dorlus from Oregon, big kind of tweener, 6'4", 285-pound guy. Is he a defensive end? Is he a tackle? He'll kind of play along the defensive line and be a nice rotational piece. I think he's got some pass rush ability, 5 sacks last year. Again, 9 pass breakups. Very aware player. And the Falcons, they've I think they've certainly improved their defense. And we'll see how the new coaching staff with Raheem Morris takes shape in Atlanta. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock right now. The Saints have been very quiet, really, since the second round. And why is that? Well, because they have not had a pick since the second round. They've been one of the most dormant teams. You can see right there. It's Elise Fuaga out of Oregon State in the first round, Kool-Aid McKinstry in the second round, and then nothing until now. No third or fourth round picks, but they have a chance to own day 3, your picks for the Saints. What are your thoughts?
I mean, if you're going to have just 2 picks and then have to wait quite a while, not a bad scenario for them to be in. They have 2 guys that arguably could have been first rounders. I know many people had Kool-Aid McKinstry going the first round, potentially to the Jags at some points. I think, they've done a fantastic job drafting so far. I'm surprised they haven't maybe tried to trade up and get some earlier round picks, given that they do have so many 5th round selections. Maybe they could dish 1 or 2 off, but I think they're in relatively good standing right now.
Yeah, and they're getting ready to make their first pick
They're
here
back on the board
in a long time since the second round. It'd be interesting to see what happens. But when you look at the landscape of the NFC South, the Buccaneers last year were not picked to win the division. That was the New Orleans Saints because Derek Carr arrived on the scene and everyone crowned the Saints as the division champions. Now, to be fair, they were 9-8. If not for the end of the season with the Buccaneers beating the Panthers, they would have won the division. But that didn't happen. And as a result, Dennis Allen got to stick around. And now we're seeing that kind of repeat with the Atlanta Falcons getting Kirk Cousins. Now the media is crowning Atlanta as that NFC South champion. And now Tampa Bay is kind of in a very familiar underdog role.
But I love it. I mean, I think Jason Light said that he had it printed out where they said, Bucs are going to go have 4 wins. He had it printed out and put on his desk, he said at the combine. I think it just serves as such a motivator for the Bucs, and kind of like I've said before about Baker's mentality of just, that underdog mentality, that's where he thrives. And I think if the team wants to take on that mentality, kind of like we've seen like the Eagles do in the past, they were thriving. They were thriving when everything was stacked against them. What was it? No one likes us. We don't care. Was there a little, was there saying? So I think it's kind of a cool place to be for the Bucs. I mean, got a lot to prove still. Yeah.
And I think too, when you look at the fact that Bucky Irving said he was coming with the chip on his shoulder, Baker Mayfield has a permanent chip on his shoulder. There's a lot of guys in this organization, in the building, that love the underdog approach. And I think that they even have last year as, hey, we were 4-7 and we still won the division. Don't count us out ever. Don't count us at the beginning of the season or even in the middle of the season, even when it might not be looking great. This team does have a lot of fight and resolve. And I think that Todd Bowles probably doesn't get enough credit for that.
I don't think so either. I mean, like you said, when they were 4-7, there was so much talk about who's Bowles' replacement going to be. But I think he was able to kind of he's such a mild-mannered guy. It's funny. Like you don't necessarily see him as maybe like the D'Amico Ryans type who's going to like really hype the team up necessarily.
No one's going to confuse him for Dan Campbell.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Right.
That's a great comparison. But I think that, his kind of steady, consistent approach really paid off for them.
Yeah. And I think the other thing too is he had to win the division and rally, and they did, and he gets credit for that and deserves it. And I also think this team really wanted to see him after that first round playoff loss to Dallas the year prior. They wanted to see him get a playoff win to prove to the organization, to the team itself, that maybe Todd Bowles is the kind of guy that can grow into a coach that can, as a head coach, take this team all the way. And I thought that was a big step, not just to beat the Eagles, but to beat them senseless.
See the Saints pick?
I did not.
It's Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler to the Saints. Interesting.
First quarterback taken since pick 12.
Yes. So Spencer Rattler, one of our Bucs best bets, off the board now.
And I
Hey,
saw
Bailey?
Yes.
You want to do a line change?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I have my phone in my lap.
Okay. Get Sly maybe?
Slide.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw someone in the comments not that long ago saying that they wanted the Bucs to take a quarterback, and I thought, Rattler was the next best guy available.
Yeah.
I don't know how much sense it would make right now, but I was seeing comments saying that, people weren't trusting Kyle Trask, didn't love what they were seeing there, so they wanted to go for a guy like Spencer.
Yeah, the interesting thing is we go to the Senior Bowl, Mobile, Alabama, and the headliners, of course, were Michael Penix and Bo Nix, and those were the two first-round guys coming to the Senior Bowl. And really, Spencer Rattler outplayed both of them. He was really the best quarterback there, and we had him as a Bucs best bet early. And I think the Buccaneers, if they're going to go with the quarterback, and I've kind of said it all along, we even have it on the graphic here, Michael Pratt might be a player. Now, I think Pratt might go here in the 5th round. I'm not sure if he's going to be around till the 6th round, but Pratt is a player. And it's interesting that the New Orleans Saints took Rattler from South Carolina and bypassed the hometown kid, right? Because Tulane is in New Orleans. But you know what? To each their own. But I like Pratt. I think that if he's still around in the 6th round,
Might as well go for him.
Well, I'm not advocating it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happens, and I certainly would endorse it.
Okay. All right.
We'll see what happens. But the Buccaneers, so far, not going to be on the clock in this round unless they make a move. We've seen Jason Light dip into future drafts on day 3 the last 2 years. He dipped into a future draft on day 3 to move up to get Zion McCollum in the 5th round. We saw that last year when he gave up a 5th round pick this year to move up in the 6th round to get Trey Palmer. Will he have an itchy trigger finger to do such a trade today to get into the 5th round? It's still a long ways until the Bucs pick in the 6th round.
I don't know. I would like to see it personally.
Yes.
I would love to see some excitement. But I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Most media members, not just here in Tampa, but across the entire league, relish the thought of their teams, the teams that they cover, ditching their 6th and 7th round picks, trading up and getting this draft over. It's a long process. We love hanging out with you, Pewter people.
Anybody here would be complaining. Definitely a lot to digest, a lot to think about. Bucs have given us quite a lot of material over the past few days.
Exactly.
You know who announced Spencer Rattler pick was Roman Oben.
Roman Oben, former Buccaneer left tackle. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I think Jags are almost up, so I should probably get back to it.
Exactly. Well, we greatly appreciate. So we're going to give you a shout out here as well on X. Takes by Mara. Make sure that you
thank you so much.
Follow that and check out all of her work at golflive.com. We'll have her on the Pewter Report podcast talking Buccaneers, I'm sure, in the days and weeks ahead, probably during the OTAs as well.
Definitely.
And we'll see if the Buccaneers. Well, let me ask you this just to wrap up. Out of all the Buccaneer picks that have been made, which one do you gravitate towards? Which one is your kind of in-house favorite?
I'm really. Of course, I enjoyed talking to Graham yesterday, but I'm excited about Bucky. The way we just spoke to him, I love his mentality. I'm really excited to kind of see what happens there. I think, running back was a position that I was excited about the Bucs potentially gaining another guy, and I I think there's a lot of promise there. So I guess right off the bat, I would go with that, but might have to follow up in a few days.
That's
Circle back to
outstanding.
that question.
Appreciate you so much for joining the Pewter Report draft.
Yes,
show,
great talking
Mara.
to you. And it's so fun to read the comments. I definitely look forward to seeing some of you guys on Twitter, having some fun discussions in the future.
Yep. Make sure you give her a follow and check out her work at golflive.com. So
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yep. We're doing the line change here. The one thing I'll say too about Bucky Irving is sometimes there are draft picks that the team makes that I'm not terribly crazy about to begin with, but then you see the player and you're kind of like, oh, okay, I get it. And I'll share a couple of stories with you. And these aren't like first or second round picks. I remember Chris Godwin. We even had Godwin as a Bucs best bet back in the day. And Chris Godwin was a player that kind of came to the Bucs. It was a good pick, not a ton of fanfare from Penn State, but I think he's exceeded expectations as a perennial 1,000-yard receiver. He made a Pro Bowl, helped his team win a Super Bowl. I think he outplayed his draft position. And Quan Alexander was another player, kind of a head scratcher in the fourth round. You look at the stat sheet and like, wow, okay, you run around, you're intense, you're fast. Where's the production? He was mostly a Sam linebacker at LSU, and then it ended up becoming a good linebacker here. Kind of like a Mason Foster type. Not a Hardy Nickerson type, or not a Shelton Quarles type. Certainly not a Derek Brooks or Levante David type, but Quan Alexander outplayed his fourth round draft grade. And we'll see what the future holds for Bucky Irving. Maybe he's the next Chase Edmonds, or maybe he becomes more than that. But we'll have to see, and we'll get the thoughts here of Bailey Adams and Adam Slavon as we transition. And I'm curious to get your thoughts on what's transpired for the Buccaneers so far, and where you see them maybe going here with their last couple picks.
Yeah, Scott, I do think it was an interesting one to see them go running back in the fourth round. I was really wondering if they were going to take a bigger back, if they were going to take a guy like Estime from Notre Dame, or if they were going to take a Braylon Allen from Wisconsin. Even Ray Davis was a guy we talked about a lot. But going with a smaller guy, going with a guy who does, even for his size, has good contact balance. And I don't know, there's a lot of production there, Adam. It's back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons to finish up his college career at Oregon. Initially started at Minnesota, but two seasons of 1,000 yards rushing. He ended up with, over the last 2 years, combined over 70 catches. Can really do it as a receiver as well. I like the pick. I'd be interested to see how this all translates to the NFL. I mean, he's a fourth-round running back. It's probably not going to be a day one, dynamite kind of guy, but right. I think the Bucs running game obviously needs a big injection. I think it's just 2 years now where they've been the worst in the league. And I know Rachaad White had a really good year as that kind of all-purpose, do-it-all kind of guy, and he just short of 1,000 yards. But it was all within, it felt like a few big games. It felt like there weren't a lot of consistent rushing performances, and that's why you saw the Bucs as a team have the numbers they did in the run game.
Yeah, so looking at the Bucky Irving pick, it's kind of like a Liam Cohen pick almost, and adding another dynamic player into the backfield. A lot of comparisons to Kyron Williams of the Rams, who Liam Cohen coached when Williams was a rookie. And there's a lot of similarities there in terms of their athletic profile. But when you look at Bucky Irving becoming a Buck, he has the skill set to really complement Rachaad White well in terms of being a dynamic change of pace back who can really factor in the receiving game. And in terms of Liam Cohen's offense, implementing a lot of movement at the running back position, Bucky Irving, he could be a sideline guy. And, man, hard to tackle. You saw that on film with the Oregon Ducks, and really liked the pick. Maybe not expecting it when you look at the running back position. Thought they'd maybe go with more of a power back like Estime or Braylon Allen. But once the pick came in, once Pewter Report and everyone was talking to him, you kind of like it.
Yeah, and another guy that I think fits the character of what they're looking for. Just listening to him talk. A lot of, if you kind of go back over the last few years, especially to some of these, post-draft Zooms or whatever, whenever we get to talk to these prospects and these new draft picks for the first time, a lot of them just sound the same. I'm not talking about the tone of their voice, but it's just a lot of them say very similar things about their mentality or their the way they approach the game, their passion for the game, and just in general what they bring to the locker room. And Bucky said he's a guy who likes to have fun. People will like to be around him, and I think there are a lot of guys like that in this Bucs locker room, or some really good personalities who are really good football players as well.
Yeah, that was one thing that Irving said when he was talking, when he came in on a top 30 visit. The one thing that stood out was the energy and the culture in the building he fell in love with, and obviously the Bucs felt the same way. And in terms of like a common theme amongst all the picks, it really is that culture that the Bucs have been trying to build. With Graham Barton, hearing from him, he sounds like a very highly intelligent football player that's ready to lead, and you kind of saw that similar sentiment with Tyke Smith, Jaylen McMillan, and now Irving.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And, kind of just to move gears a little bit here, as far as, the Bucs are still, a good bit away from their next
good
pick.
while.
Not having one in the 5th round, having one later in the 6th round. Pick 220 is their next one. But where do you think this draft takes them? I mean, a lot of it will be depending on how the board falls within the next 50, 60 picks.
Yeah.
But positions of need, or just is it going to be one of those things where they're going to just find a guy that they just really like?
I think it's finding a guy that they really like. You kind of saw that again with the running back that they took. And I feel like that they're going to go in a similar direction in the 6th and 7th rounds. Now, in terms of positions, I feel like they could address interior offensive line again.
Yeah.
Maybe getting a guard. You've seen kind of some guys falling off the board. Cedric Van Pran, he went recently. But the Bucs could still use another guard to really compete with Bredesen and Opeta at the left guard position.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe secondary, adding another guy into the mix, even with Tyke Smith, could be an option.
Yeah, and I think outside corner might be one of those things that they look at just to get some more depth in that room. But I think that's when I look at this entire draft as a whole so far. It's been 5 picks so far, right? Yeah, 5 picks. The one thing I would say right now that I take away from it that I don't like is that they do still have that big need at left guard. I don't know if you're looking at Bredesen or Sua Opeta as the guy you really want to start at left guard.
Right.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's a gap year thing, and they kind of do what they did last year with, they had Stinney step in after Filer, and maybe they do next year go into it and need it. But you would have liked to see them maybe grab that left guard that they really needed and shore up that entire interior offensive line. But at the same time, now I'm saying that, I'm looking at what they have at both guard spots and at center, where if they're going to have Graham Barton play center, that's a rookie. They're going to have Cody Mauch, a second-year right guard. Maybe they want one of these guys. Maybe they're not the best left guard the Bucs have ever seen, but maybe they want a veteran in there left guard.
A guy who's been in there.
The entire interior of the Bucs offensive line protecting Baker Mayfield isn't guys that are in their 1st and 2nd years. Maybe that's maybe that going into it now, that might be the case. There's also still the sense that if they come out of this draft and they still feel like they need to upgrade there, they could go back into the free agency pool and see if there's any guys that haven't been signed yet. If there's going to be a post-draft free agency wave, maybe able to do that.
Yeah, that's a great point. And when you mention like some of the offensive linemen, it really feels like the Bucs are just adding one building block a year on the offensive line. Tristan Wirfs in 2020, Skip 2021, Luke Gedeke in 2022, Mauch last year, and now Barton. So it seems like every year they're taking a really talented offensive lineman. So in terms of left guard, they might just have a stopgap solution again, like they did with Stinney and Filer, and going with Bredesen and Opeta. But looking at some of the Buccaneers picks here, we got 5 picks in. At the moment, 2 more to go. You never know. John Spytek alluded to maybe trading some of those picks, but you have Graham Barton, Chris Braswell, Tyke Smith, Jaylen McMillan, and Bucky Irving. When you look at this draft class in its entirety so far, what grade would you give it, Bailey?
I'd probably give it a solid, I'd go B+ maybe. I mean, it's obviously very, very early. We haven't seen any of these guys put on a Bucs uniform and even get out onto the practice field just yet. But as far as filling needs and finding guys that are really their kind of guys, their kind of players, I think they've done a really good job there. And I think there's, going into today, I think largely from what I've read and what I've seen and just kind of gauging the reaction of Bucs fans and the Pewter people out there, really, really liking it through day 2. And then some people are more split on the Bucky Irving pick. Given what else was there and kind of how the board was falling at the start of day 3, I don't really fault them for the Bucky Irving pick. I know some people wanted a bigger back, but I mean, clearly this is the guy they really, really liked. And, we'll see how he comes in and kind of adds an infusion of talent and just, contact balance, all the stuff that he brings to this running back room.
Yeah, definitely. And Pewter people, feel free in the comments to share what grade that you would give the Bucs draft so far. B+, I would say, as Bat W clarified, is a fair grade. Looking at it, it really has been an above average class, and not only adding players at positions of need, but doing so and picking the best player. I mean, you look at Graham Barton, he really does have that Pro Bowl potential. And further down the board, Braswell, Smith, McMillan, and Irving, if they're not starters, they're going to still be impactful players. Bucky Irving, right now, he looks like he's going to be the number 2 running back within Liam Cohen's offense, with Chase Edmonds right there at number 3. But in terms of just adding to the offense, you get 2 skilled position players in McMillan and Irving that are really going to contribute and add some youth and dynamic ability to an offense that really needs more big plays looking ahead to next season. And then Tyke Smith, he was a playmaker for the Bulldogs, and hey, maybe the Bucs got another dog in him and getting him. He had 4 interceptions last year. Braswell played at a big program at Alabama, and then again with Barton. So really like the draft class so far.
Yeah, and you kind of wonder, and those 4 interceptions last year for Tyke Smith, obviously really huge for Georgia, and the Bucs have, for years needed to get those takeaways back and get some guys in the secondary who have a nose for the football and getting their hands, not only getting their hands on the ball, but
coming down with it.
Yeah, holding on to
not
the
just
ball.
Deflecting it.
So I know Jamel Dean's had his issues with that, and hopefully, he can kind of rectify that. I know it's pretty late into his career to all of a sudden be able to hold on, but Carlton Davis obviously being gone, hopefully they can have, Zion McCollum. He kind of fell victim to the same thing last year. He almost had his first career pick and it hit him right in the hands and he dropped it. So hoping at the cornerback position, they're able to get more takeaways, but you already saw last year what Antoine Winfield Jr. could do around the football. Tyke Smith, another guy who I think can do a lot of that, whether it's out of the slot or filling in at safety. And then obviously bringing back Jordan Whitehead.
Is huge.
One of the moves of the offseason, I think, for this team, obviously was so much about bringing back, the guys from last year's team. And, they brought back a guy in Jordan Whitehead, who I was really a fan of when he was here before, and now bringing him back just ever since he left, it was they got to find a replacement for him. They got to find that, and then they cycled through some different guys and didn't find that guy. And, as it was told by him and even Levante said it too, he was so happy to come back. He was always hoping to come back to Tampa once his contract with the Jets ran out. So,
yeah, and I think Scott Reynolds, he did an article earlier in the offseason talking about how Jordan Whitehead has really become a better player since leaving to go to the Jets for the past 2 seasons. Really became a full-time starter there after kind of cycling and being a second or third safety along with Mike Edwards in Tampa, but really becoming a consistent tackler. I believe he logged 82 and 97 tackles with the Jets. So you get a guy back there where tackling's not going to be an issue. Yeah. He had 4 interceptions, has the playmaking ability, and then playing alongside Antoine Winfield Jr., just the chemistry there. And so you have those two, and now you have Tyke Smith, who's maybe going to be that third safety answer that the team has really needed the past 2 seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. just went off the board at pick 155 to the Eagles.
No surprise, the Eagles.
Yeah, somebody that the Bucs, I believe they brought him in for a 30 visit, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm curious, I saw when we were kind of talking where the Bucs might go with that 6th round pick. I saw some people in the chat talking about coming out of this draft with another inside linebacker. Yeah. So there's another one off the board. And you kind of wonder, and it'll just, again, so it's late in the draft. Really, the only way you were going to get the guy is if you're going to move back up, and if the Bucs move back up. It's other than that, they have a long way to go as far as seeing how the board falls, and whether it happens to fall in their favor or not. But I wonder if they're going to come out of this draft with another linebacker, if they're going to stand pat where they are with Levante David, with KJ Britt as your most likely your other starter, and then Servassier Dennis, JJ Russell as some of those other guys behind them. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think if it falls the right way and there's a guy they're interested in, then sure. But I don't think you can take a linebacker, just take a linebacker.
Right. And I feel like Trotter was probably one of the last fits at the inside linebacker position. You really can't script it any better that he goes where his dad played and garnered those Pro Bowl selections back in the day. But looking at the inside linebacker position with Cedric Gray now gone and Trotter, there really isn't an option. You don't want to force the need there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there was another linebacker. Tommy Eichenberg out of Ohio State was just off the board just a few picks before Jeremiah Trotter. So you're starting to see some of those guys go. And I do wonder, there's such a deep receiver at wide receiver, or deep draft at wide receiver.
Yeah.
And I wonder if maybe they double up with a wide receiver with one of their final picks. just because that room really still needs it. I know they drafted Jaylen McMillan last night, but going forward, it's this right now. You're looking at that receiver room, and it's obviously Mike Evans and Chris Godwin at the top. It's likely Jaylen McMillan as your wide receiver 3. Then there's Trey Palmer, Devin Tompkins, Raheem Jarrett. Kind of unproven. I would say even Palmer to an extent is still unproven.
Yeah,
and he's your 4, and then behind him is a guy in Devin Tompkins who we haven't seen.
Player.
We have not seen enough out of him as a receiver to think he's really has a cemented spot on this roster.
Mm-hmm.
And then Raheem Jarrett, who they're very excited about, I think for good reason. But again, the injury last year kept him from being able to prove what they were seeing.
He had that big play against the 49ers, that 41-yard pass, and you're like, oh, there he goes. He might explode, and then he gets injured.
So you could already see a point where I know Trey Palmer was drafted in the 6th round last year, so it'd be kind of almost ironic if they draft a 6th rounder this year and kind of keep building out the receiving room that way. But that's where the room stands right now. And then you look forward to next year where Chris Godwin, may or may not be here. He's in a contract year in 2024. And if they let him go and Jaylen McMillan slides up into that wide receiver 2 spot behind Mike Evans, who again will be 33 going into the 2025 season, they're needing to start building this wide receiver room for the future while still obviously having the production and just what they've gotten used to at the top there with Evans and Godwin. But it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see here as we look at our remaining Bucs best bets. We've hit 2 so far in Graham Barton out of Duke and Tyke Smith out of Georgia, but they're coming off the board at a lot of these positions. Yeah. Some of these positions don't even have any left. And then, we just talked about the inside linebackers. That position is completely bare as far as Bucs best bets, but some of the ones still available, Michael Pratt, the quarterback out of Tulane, Kendall Milton, the running back out of Georgia, though I'm not sure they would double dip at running back as much as they can see a lot of other positions, maybe them doubling up on. I'm not sure running back is that one unless they're just really not sold on Sean Tucker contributing or taking a step forward this year. Malik Washington is a guy I think they
mentioned wide receivers. He's like Devin Tompkins, but 40 pounds heavier. So
Christian Mahogany is another one who's still on the board, I believe, and it's kind of I'm wondering, if there's anything that's come out as far why he's falling as far as he is. I don't believe he was supposed to last this long in the draft.
Presumably a target around like 89 or 92, being like a third round guy.
Mo Kamara. There you go. Another one off the board. The Dolphins just selected Mo Kamara out of Colorado State. So outside linebackers, again, another position where there are no Bucs best bets remaining.
Yeah.
Although I don't know. I think with where that room is right now, I don't know if they had room to draft another outside linebacker in this draft.
Especially with somebody like Kamara, who's very similarly like Marquise Watts in terms of size and really just profile. And the Bucs are betting on Watts to maybe have some upside looking ahead to the future. So Kamara, again, probably didn't fit that mold there.
Yeah, I'm not sure he did. And I think Marcus Harris is an interesting one, a defensive tackle. And I do wonder if with one of these last picks, if there's a defensive tackle the Bucs like, if they go in that direction, just because of what I know Scott Reynolds has talked about it a lot, leading into the draft and even on day 1 and some day 2, as far as what they need at that position. And right now, Logan Hall is a starter, and they have not gotten what they need out of Logan Hall yet. They have not seen it. So if they want to protect themselves and say, yeah, you're going to get a chance to prove yourself, but you're also, just a step away from being a rotational guy, and they just need in general to have a better rotation. So you're an injury away from being really, really bare at the position. So.
And I don't think Jason Light can turn down the trenches. If there's a good player there in the trenches, I think that's where they may go.
We're going to do a little bit of a line change. We're going to bring out bring back one of your favorites. We all know you love him. You know him and you love him. It's a return to the Pewter Report draft show. It's J.C. Allen from Bucs Game Day. Here comes J.C. Just wrapping up here with the rest of the Bucs best bets still on the board. Cornerback, there's Dwight McLeathern out of Arkansas and Trey Taylor, the safety out of Air Force. So we'll see. J.C., how you doing, man?
What's going on, guys? Glad to be back here, back on the Pewter Report podcast with my Pewter people. Love you guys. Miss you guys. Hope all is well. It's draft day. Third day. Some exciting picks. Bucs took a running back. I know a lot of people liked that selection going into the draft. That's one that they could address, and then they got a good one in Bucky Irving. So we'll see what they do. Quite a long wait here. We'll see if Light gets antsy. We know he can. Last 2 years, he's traded future picks to get back into the draft. Of course, there's Ian McCollum trading a 4th to get back in the 5th, and then last year trading a 5th to get back in the 7th. The 5th they're actually missing now to get Trey Palmer. So we'll see. we'll see if they stand pat here or wait till pick 220.
Yeah, we'll see. I am curious to see if they would maybe package some of those picks together and get back up and just finish out the draft the way Scott was talking about a few minutes ago. He had said, a lot of reporters around the NFL love when the teams they cover do that because it's like you get out of here and the Bucs finish up their draft. But yeah, as of right now, a long way ahead. But just kind of curious on your thoughts in general of day 1 and day 2 before we got to the Bucky Irving pick.
Yeah, Graham Barton was a guy I really liked. I just didn't think he was going to be there, honestly. I really thought that he would have gone before that pick. He wasn't one of the guys that I targeted as one of my best fits for them, just because I thought he wouldn't be there. But heck of a player where you can play him at center, you can play him at guard. He's going to be a center for the Bucs. And just talking to him, you get a sense that this guy is mature, he's humble, and he's ready to, in his words, chase his dream of becoming the best he can be. I talked to his position coach over there at Duke, and he just had glowing reviews about him, about how coachable he is and how much he told me a funny story that he's trying to work with a freshman and he keeps coming out. He's like, Coach, give me some more coaching tech, give me some more tips. And once he got as big and strong as he was, it was all technique focused for him. First one in, last one out. Watching film, falling asleep at the desk because he's been watching film, getting ready for the next guy. Another cool story that he told me, it was like, he'd be out there on Fridays working on his pass sets and kind of going mentally through what he was going to do on Saturday. And it was just him for a while. And then some of his other teammates came out there. And by the end of, towards the end of the year, freshmen were out there, true freshmen were out there copying him. They're all breaking sweats on Fridays, just, trying to, be the best they could be. So I absolutely love the pick. I think he's got a chance to be a long-term starter, Pro Bowler for the Bucs. So I thought that was a really good selection by them. And I couldn't believe that he actually, lasted to 26 for them. I think they got as Jason said, send thank you card to Dallas for moving back.
Yeah, actually, it's funny that you said he has Pro Bowl potential because I think I've heard that a few times now and makes me feel validated in saying it. I did a TV spot yesterday in Raleigh, a station in Raleigh out of, obviously where Duke, nearby Durham. And I said, like, that as far as I was asked about his ceiling, and I was like, I think he's a Pro Bowl player. And it's funny because it's easy that when you kind of get these guys in the building or at least over Zoom, it's kind of easy to see why the Bucs like them, why they like him as a player, why they like him as a person. And from what I've seen of Graham Barton, I like the player a lot, really, really like the person. We talked to him yesterday. And it's one of those things where as long as it all translates to the field, he's going to be one of my favorite players on the team, I think, just because he's a very, very, like we talked about it, like an Ali Marpet type where he's just a chill guy and just loves football and has a huge passion for the game. So, it'll be interesting to see. And I saw someone in the chat ask where we are in the draft. Looks like we're at 159. So we're still the Chiefs.
Mohamed Kamara just come off the board too.
Mo Kamara came off the board to the Dolphins.
Yeah, that was one of my best fits, and I believe it was one of your best bets as well.
Yes.
So, I think, we got a little one-on-one time with him in the media scrum with Graham Barton yesterday, and you could tell he's just one of these guys, very like Christian Wirfs-esque. Relaxed, we'll talk, we'll give you a quote too, like some guys, like, yeah, it was really great. Yeah, I think, there's a lot we could try to do better.
Yeah.
But he's the guy who's going to really kind of open up like Tristan will, and he's going to be great for you fans when we get to have these interviews and talk to him, because he's going to go in-depth in the process. Which is really funny. I was, again, just to bring up another story, talking to his coach last night. He said, he's got a goldfish mind where he's not going to let a bad play be a goldfish. He's not going to have let a bad play or rep frustrate him into the rest of the series. But he was like, we'd go on like a 10-play drive, score a touchdown, and he'll come back on the sideline pissed off about the second rep because he didn't get his hand placement right. So this is a guy who's a perfectionist and a really, really strong technique artist.
Such a smart player, such a smart guy in general. Just, like you mentioned, was very thoughtful in his responses, to all the questions we asked him, and, diving into, some of the nuances of the game. And he's obviously just has such a passion for the game, and he's learned so much over the years. A really, really fun guy to talk to. And I'm sure, I'd said it yesterday that if you don't love him yet as a Bucs fan, you will pretty soon, because, the more you get to know this guy, it's going to be really exciting. I got to go to the chat here. Sean Lovegrove, there's been pizza talk on this, on this podcast.
Pizza guy, get your pizza.
He says, JC looks like a Chicago guy. Pizza guy. Are you Confirm or deny.
Listen, I make a mean homemade pizza. You want deep dish? I got you. You want thin crust? I got you. You want just the regular pan-made pizza? I got you. So, and I can even make a good calzone. So, you know.
Shaggy asks who the first 2024 draft pick is to be good. Who the first 2024 draft pick will be on Pewter Report. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see who we get on to on the podcast. Obviously, you had Yaya Diaby on last year. Sebastian Dennis has been on a couple times. So, it'll be exciting to see who we can bring on to the show. But what's going on here? We've got a couple picks. We have at the 159, the Chiefs took Hunter Norzon, the center out of Penn State. And then at
Capo's
160, the Bills took, let me see if I can get this, Edefwan Ulofosio.
The linebacker out of Washington.
Yeah. If I got that right.
Good pick. Another good pick I liked for the Bucs, Chris Braswell, the second rounder. I wasn't really as high on him as I was other pass rushers.
Yeah.
I did like guys like Marshawn Nealand, Adisa Isaac more than I like Braswell, but I think part of that was because of the limited limited playing time, right? He only had two starts. He was behind some really good guys, but still, in those reps, he was still able to get, 8.5 sacks last season, 10.5 or 8 sacks, 10.5 for a loss. So he was really still a difference maker. And one of the things with him is, I wrote about him. He doesn't have great bend to turn the corner. And, he needs more experience dropping the coverage because Bowles is going to ask him to do that. But his speed to power is so good. He can knock back even the biggest blockers. And we talked to Spy Tech last night, and he said, you got these guys who have the bend and speed to get around them, but it all starts with being able to knock back offensive linemen, knock guys back like Tristan Wirfs. And Braswell can do that because if you're a one-trick pony and all you can do is just turn the corner, then, you got good tackles have the footwork to combat that. And Braswell can bring the power with bringing some of that quickness, first step explosion as well.
Yeah, that was a pick where I told SR last night, I was like, it was one where I was like, okay. Like, I wasn't like, yeah, that's all. I was like, I love it. Or it wasn't one where I was like, oh, I hate that pick. It was just more like, all right, like, we'll see. And the more I've dived into him a little bit here over the last, several hours. And
between sleeping now.
Yeah, I've had a chance to look a little bit more at his game. I was watching some clips with Josh Capo earlier. And I see what the Bucs like in him. I see the potential and it's there. And the fact that he didn't get a lot of starts, didn't get a lot of playing time at Alabama, it was actually interesting to hear John Spytek say last night. It's like, that's not a concern to them. It was more so one of those things where he could have left, he could have gone somewhere else and tried to crack the starting lineup somewhere else, just because, he wasn't happy that he wasn't starting at Alabama, but didn't do that, stuck around and competed. And, you compete at a high level day in and day out at practice. As a player at Alabama, he said like one of the toughest players he went against was J.C. Latham, who obviously a first-round pick. And that was just a guy he faced in practice. So, yeah, the competitive edge is obviously there, and it'll be interesting to see how, because I know coming into this draft, it was a lot of talk about the Bucs needing that alpha edge rusher, and we'll see if in time he becomes that guy. I know, the Bucs are hoping that Yaya Diaby takes a step forward and becomes that kind of guy too, but there's still some uncertainty here with the edge rusher, but I still think there's a high enough floor because you've got a veteran in Randy Gregory who I don't think you can expect a ton, but you can expect something. He's gonna be a solid guy. Anthony Nelson has become just
steady Eddie.
Yeah, exactly. Very steady player. And then you've got JTS who will flash at times, and they're waiting for him to be, the guy they drafted him to be. And we'll see. This is probably gonna be his last chance to do that. But then they've got the two in Marquise Watts and Jose Ramirez, who they're really excited about. So
it's a good run. I mean, you add to it with a guy like Braswell. Again, that natural explosive first step, his strength. He's got an array of pass rush moves too. He's not like he's only got speed to power. He's got different counters he can use as well. Things I wrote about that he needs technique. He doesn't always play good technique. He's got an inconsistent anchor setting the edge, and of course the bend and the experience that I brought up. But I mean, those are coachable things. Technique you can coach. Anchor you can coach. He's got the power to do it. So these are coachable things, and I think he can turn into a really good player for them. So first two picks, I think you got a home run. I think Braswell should have probably went earlier than that too.
Yeah,
a steal. I'll even I spoke with one of the reporters who followed him on a day in and day basis, and he pretty much said he's a good pass rusher, really productive in his only real season as a starter. He needs to get better at setting the edge, which I just mentioned, but I think he's going to be a productive NFL player. His athleticism is off the charts. Might take a while to really reach his potential, but I consider him a steal at 57 overall. And that's someone who covers the Tide on a day in and day out basis. So, there's our perspective, and there's someone who watches them on a day out basis. So
yeah,
another good solid pick. This one was great because not only was a Bucs best bet for you guys, congratulations on hitting your second one. It was my first one of the draft, my best Bucs fits that I had, and Tyke Smith from Georgia. A little undersized, right? When you look at him, only 5'10", 202 pounds, but man, does he pack a wallop when he comes down and hits you, playing in the box, playing that star role at Georgia, big nickel linebacker. But man, he's able to get his hands on balls and make plays. His playmaking skills are incredible. You look at what he had last season, 6 pass breakups, 4 interceptions, 2 sacks, 8 for a loss. So he's a maniac down by the box, coming down the line of scrimmage, playing downhill. But he can also drop back, and he can also make plays on the ball. I thought he was a really good player, tremendous tackler, great football IQ. He can stick with tight ends and big slot receivers. He's got great instincts, patience to read the quarterback's eyes to make plays on the ball. So there's a lot to like about Tyke Smith. And, of course, the Bucs liked him a lot, having a formal meeting with him at the Combine and then bringing him in for an official 30 visit.
Yeah, I love what the Bucs have done here, bringing him in and saying, he's going to have a chance to compete for that starting nickel job because, I thought Christian Izien, there were times last year where he was just kind of, I don't know, I felt like he was just there. Like, burst onto the scene with an interception in his first 2 games, and then it was kind of like, yeah, he wasn't horrible, but he wasn't great. He's an undrafted free agent out of Rutgers, and I think he did a serviceable job last year, but I don't think that the Bucs really wanted to just stand pat there and say, he's good enough. Like, they went out and they signed Tavierre Thomas to come in and compete there, and now they draft Tyke Smith and said, these guys are going to have to earn it. And I think just in general that creates a good atmosphere among the guys, but I think it also does a good job of building out their depth, because whoever doesn't win that job is going to end up being pretty solid depth who has had some solid playing time.
Yeah, and if you look at the cornerback and the secondary in general, right? Antoine Winfield was first year. I think he played all 16 games. He's been banged up over the couple seasons. They have Jordan Whitehead, who they brought in, who's on a 2-year, but essentially 1-year deal. They can get out of it next year with no dead cap space. So if they wanted to move Tyke Smith into that role, they could. But now they have good, solid corner depth. They've got Jamel Dean and Zion McCollum. You bring in Bryce Hall. You got Tavierre Thomas. You got Christian Izien. And now you got Tyke Smith. And I think with Izien and Smith, Tavierre is more of a slot only.
Yeah.
But even Jason Light said at the Combine, we really like the fit that we have with Christian Izien at safety if he needs to play safety. So now you got 2 guys who can play safety, 2 guys who can play nickel cornerback. So when they go into those dime packages, it's going to be dangerous because they'll have a really good core guys on there on the field for them. So another great pick, I think. Again, he brings a lot of versatility. Can play cornerback, can play safety, can play big linebacker, nickel linebacker too. Even if you have Izien out there, you can still trot Tyke down there in certain packages as that big linebacker and not lose anything. So especially in like third down situations, when you're taking KJ Britt off the field, you can bring in Tyke to play that linebacker spot next to Levante, and you'll be fine because he can cover tight ends and backs.
Yeah, Guys 85 says Tyke Smith not a cornerback, right? He's more of a defensive back. He played safety, but he also played a lot of slot. Like,
he's not going to play outside.
Yeah, most of his snaps in college were from the slot at the nickel position. So
this brings it back a little, guys. I'm going to be a little emotional. I'm getting the feels right now being next to Bailey right here talking to you guys. It's been a minute since I've been on here. I think right before the season kicked off, before I left over for Sports Illustrated Bucs game day. But I do miss you guys. I come in here often and check on my guys and follow tabs. So much love for the Bucs, for the Pewter people out there.
It's awesome. Awesome having you back.
Little feels here going on, man. Speaking of feels,
real quick. And we'll see if this is your answer here. Johnny Denson asked if there are any surprises so far about any of the Bucs picks. So I don't know.
You know what?
McMillan a surprise for you or no?
McMillan was not a surprise for me, actually. I had McMillan as one of my best fits and they landed him. So that was 2 for me. So I was really excited about that. Just pat myself on the back, know this team a little bit. So last night was awesome. So I had 2 fits and I hit 5K followers on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. So it's whatever. I know it's a little vague or not vague, vain a little bit, but it made me feel good that, I've got the support of Bucs Nation behind me. So it was awesome. And then having McMillan, I thought that was a great pick. Again, the other Washington receiver. But this guy, man, he's got such a diverse route tree and just a knack for finding the open spot on the field. I think he's going to be a real playmaker. Probably start off at the Z for the Bucs, playing that outside spot. Of course, nothing's handed to these guys. He's going to have to fight with Trey Palmer for it. But, man, he's strong at the catch point, as that last picture just showed you, going up and being able to get it over defenders. He's got really strong hands, an explosive release, and he can hold up against the more physical. And he's also a willing blocker, so he can show that he's been, he can be physical in that run game when it's called for him. Some of the things he needs to show, he can hold up to against more physical corners that are going to jam him on the line. He's got to do a better job because that release is so explosive. If he gets a little bit of contact, it can slow him down a little bit. And need to prove he can stretch routes vertically consistently. He's done it, but on a consistent basis, especially if he's going to be playing the Z. He's got to do it. Show that he can do it consistently. I didn't really have too many knocks on him as a player, even as a guy who I had in the third round. I just think, and Spy said it last night, Spytech said it last night, that if he didn't get hurt, he probably would have gone higher, maybe higher in the third or maybe in the second round. I think that's how good of a talent he is. Even with Adunze and Polk on there, Penix still consistently went his way because of how good of a player he was. Through his career, 164 receptions, 2,143 yards and 17 touchdowns as a redshirt junior. That's tremendous production for being the third guy on the team.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to fit really well here as the third guy on the team, even as a rookie.
Yeah, and he was able to show, 2 years ago that he can be one of those top-level guys with the 1,000-yard season. And obviously with the injury this past season was limited. I think he missed 4 games with that knee injury. But, yeah, a guy I really like. I think I was a little surprised at least just because of the, how much he played out of the slot and the idea that the Bucs wanted to move Chris Godwin back into the slot a little bit more. And do that more this year under Liam Cohen. What's broken? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know about 5,000 followers for JC.
No,
JC.
No, it wasn't.
I know. I know.
Oh man.
But yeah, I think it's interesting. I am curious to see what the plan is as far as whether they're still going to get Chris Godwin a lot of snaps out of the slot, or if that's kind of they're going to kind of change with the way the board fell and they took McMillan. But I do like him. And I like the production at Washington. I like the fact that he has, spent that time being a third guy, but also can be, a top guy in time. I'm excited. Excited for just to have another receiver, another young receiver in the room as they continue to build toward the future. Yeah,
and also what this does is give you insurance, right?
Yeah.
Because he can play the slot very well. He's a bigger guy at 6'1", 197. So if Godwin does leave after the season, they're able to move him in the slot and then address the outside again if they need to. Or Trey Palmer steps up and he's able to be that guy. So nice for right now and really good for the future potentially as well.
Yeah, a few picks to catch up on here in the 5th round. Dominique Hampton, the safety from Washington, went to the Washington Commanders. Christian Jones, the Texas offensive tackle, went to the Arizona Cardinals at 162. And at 163, Jacob Monk, the center from Duke, Graham Barton's teammate,
back-to-back best fits for me
to Green Bay. So
I like both of those guys as potential guys around day 3 for the Bucs. As developmental guys. Christian Jones has a lot of skill. Jacob Monk, he's another guy that I liked as well as a developmental guy if they didn't get their center. But, of course, they got his teammate to play center, so they didn't need him anymore. So he wasn't a guy that I was figuring that they'd be interested in drafting anymore. So, yeah. You did ask what pick surprised me.
Yes.
And we'll get to that because I think Bucky Irving was something that kind of blindsided me.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have a write-up on him. I didn't do write-ups on every player. I just did write-ups on who I thought could be potential Bucs targets. And I looked at him. I liked what I saw as far as a runner, but the size kind of threw me off and kind of the overlapping skill set that Rachaad White had. I thought if they were going to go somewhere, they would have went somewhere that maybe a bigger back, chunk out those hard yards, first and second down, or in short yardage, or third and fourth down in short yardage that they've had struggles on the last couple of years. So I wasn't too keen on him, but kind of just taking a look at him again after the selection, he's going to fit in really well. He's only 5'9", 192, but he plays so much bigger than that. He's got great contact balance. He can make defenders miss and pick up yards at the contact. Last year, he forced 69 missed tackles. Had 743 of his 1,180 yards after contact. So kind of surprising. He's not a burner. He's more quicker than fast, but he's got great vision, footwork, burst, and he's got 95 career receptions, including 56 last year. So he's got a lot of potential out of the backfield. And he's a guy who also can be a guy who can kind of spell Rachaad White, and you're not losing a lot of that, what Rachaad gives you. And shame on us, shame on me. I should have known, because literally Jason Light said 2 weeks ago, if we had two Rashaads, we'd find a way to use two Rashaads. And I think he's more closer to Rachaad White than a Thunderback that you would pair with. You would think they'd want to pair with him.
Yeah, I think so. And another pick off the board here is Jaylen Simpson, the safety out of Auburn. I talked to him at the Senior Bowl this year, actually. I don't think Scott Reynolds was a big fan of Jaylen Simpson, the Auburn safety, but
I like him just skinny.
Yeah, skinny guy. He goes to the Colts at 164. Now the Ravens are on the clock. So
I had Simpson as potentially a end of the fourth round guy, beginning of the fifth. He's down here in the sixth. I said that. What did I write about? He's a bit of a tweener, right? Skinny, 179. Most of experience coming at corner. Experience, that experience lends himself with good anticipation and coverage, reactionary athleticism, excellent ball skills, great speed, and the ability to cover from the slot, both zone and press man coverage. However, he's undersized, tiny, struggles in run defense because he's tiny, can stutter when flipping his hips and play too tall, giving up his leverage. I wasn't a huge fan of Simpson. I didn't have him. I wrote about him because I thought maybe it'd be something the Bucs could look at because of his background at corner. Maybe they could kind of move him into that kind of hybrid nickel role with a higher ceiling as a cover guy at nickel instead of a guy who has a higher ceiling as in the box guy. So
yeah, still a ways away from the Bucs pick. We're going to do another quick line change here, but before we do that, we're going to hear another little bit from Tampa Bay Bucs crew.
Bucs Cruise! Of course we're playing pool volleyball!
Hey, we on the Bucs Cruise, of course. Anytime I say Tampa, they will say Bay. Tampa! Hey! Tampa!
Hey! Tampa! Hey! We're on the Bucs Cruise. Of course, I've got my Super Bowl 37 hardware. What do you think?
We're on the Bucs Cruise, and of course we had a pirate night. Arr! Arr!
The Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, the official cruise. You got to join the fun, right? And get on with the board with the Buccaneer fans and the Bucs players. Join the fun with hundreds of Buccaneer fans, and the Pewter Report crew will be setting sail next year, joining everybody for the third annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, March 7th through 10th. That's right after the NFL Scouting Combine on the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship. The 3-night cruise begins in Fort Lauderdale, visits Key West, and Bimini, Bahamas. Last year's cruise had Yaya Diaby, Rachaad White, Kate Otten, Luke Gedeke, Jamel Dean, Super Bowl 37 MVP, Dexter Jackson, Hall of Famer Warren Sapp, voice of the Buccaneers, Gene Deckerhoff, Fire the Cannons. And even more players are expected next year, including Hall of Famer Mr. Derek Brooks. There'll be photo and autograph opportunities with the players, a Raise the Flag sail away party, VIP parties with the players, special player interviews, a volleyball challenge in the water and the pool deck. That'll be fun. Bucs trivia contests, fun games, and more. Reserve your cabin now on the 2025 Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, where drinks, including alcohol, Wi-Fi, and tips are all included with a $200 deposit per person, refundable until August 16th. Double occupancy for most cabins, but they do have some single cabins available. Those do go fast. So make sure that you go to TampaBayBucsCruise.com. That's TampaBayBucsCruise.com to reserve your cabin today for only $200 per person, or call 1-800-975-7112. Well, if you hear my voice, you know I'm Scott Reynolds from Pewter Report, and joining me is longtime Buccaneer beat writer for the Tampa Bay Times, Rick Stroud. How you doing, Rick?
How long we've been doing this, man?
A long
Together. It's like we're the last two on the board here.
Yeah,
man.
this is year 30 for me. You crossed that line a
few years ago.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, but we've been here through the rise of the Buccaneers and the Dungy and Gruden years to the fall of the Buccaneers, then the rise again, and still kind of up there,
Thick and thin,
not
and
back.
yeah.
but they're trying to get back. But Rick, when you look at this Tampa Bay Buccaneer draft, you covered every minute of Ali Marpet's career. So did I. When I looked at the tape of Graham Barton back early in this pre-draft process, I was like, wow, this guy kind of looks like Ali Marpet. He fits that mold, right? The Jason Light loves, which is take the athletic left tackle, move him inside. It's worked out before with Marpet, with Alex Kappa. I think with Cody Mauch is going to work out. Didn't work out with Luke Gedeke, but in fairness, he was a right tackle. But now they're trying this gimmick again, and I think it's going to work because this Graham Barton guy kind of even sounds like Ali Marpet a little bit.
He sounds a little like him. He looks a little like him. I think, the reason he played left tackle at Duke was he was just their best athlete, and I think, he played center as a freshman, obviously, about 7 games or so. So, I mean, naturally from just his body type and everything, he was going to translate to a guard or a center. So it's not like you're taking a guy and moving him to a place he's unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like the makeup, love the kid. I mean, he's an overachiever. And when you talk to his high school coaches, this is one of those guys that kind of knew what he wanted to do when he was a freshman in high school and brought everybody with him and, was a leader, all the way through. So, look, we know Robert Hainsey was adequate at best. They never really replaced Ryan Jensen the last 2 years. Ali retiring them hurt them. They had to do something, Scott, with the interior offensive line because, you're the last rushing team in the league the last couple years in terms of average. You've got Baker Mayfield who takes a beating.
Yeah.
And as I thought Todd Bowles was very honest that, halfway through the season last year, him and Jason Light had a conversation and said, hey, look, we've got to get bigger inside. Like we're facing all these blitzes and these A gaps and our quarterback is getting flushed out of there and we're getting him hit. And Baker's prone to take hits anyway. So I think this is going to be good for Baker. It's going to be good for the run game. And you may have if Jason Light hits on another guy, you may have another guy go to the Pro Bowl in a few years.
I don't know what it is. There's certain positions Jason Light just nails. Offensive line, I think, is one of those, right?
Yeah.
Where he has just got the magic touch. And these offensive lines that he's built have been homegrown, right? You did have that one free agent signing of Ryan Jensen, which was super important. It was the right guy, the right team for the right time.
Sure.
But going back to that Super Bowl season, Donovan Smith, left tackle, 2nd-round pick. Ali Marpet, left guard, 2nd-round pick. Alex Kappa, right guard, 3rd-round pick. Tristan Wirfs, rookie, right tackle, 1st-round pick. Homegrown guys. And now since the Super Bowl, you've seen Jason Light throw that premium pick ammunition at the offensive line. Again, Luke Gedeke, 2nd-round pick. Cody Mauch, 2nd-round pick. Now you've got 1st-round pick, Graham Barton.
I think you have to do it, Scott, in today's salary cap era. First of all, if you have a great player like a Tristan Wirfs that you draft, those guys are never getting to free agency. Right. And you have to pay them a lot of money. So that's the goal, right, is to draft a guy, have him for 5 years, and then, extend them beyond that. So that's really the recipe for the good teams in this league. And the stability, on the offensive line is everything. The one thing I like about Jason is he understands where the game is. We've been around football a long time, and you can talk about, all the exotic offenses and the rule changes and all that. But Scott, as well as I do, the game is won. the closer you are to the ball, the more
right.
impact you have on the game.
No doubt.
Right. So if you're playing on the line of scrimmage or the defensive line, it's a battle, you know, for 3 hours, and it's will against skill sometimes. But that's how you win football games. And if you look at what they did when they won a Super Bowl, it was all about protecting the old man Tom Brady.
That's right.
But those guys, you know, they did it, and they were lucky with injuries until they got to the playoffs when Kappa got hurt. Yeah. But continuity is king in the NFL, whether it's coaching, GM, but particularly on the offensive line. Those guys have to stay together. And so drafting and developing them together is really what makes it work.
Yeah, not just a writer, Rick Stroud, also a podcaster. As Peter 941 says, listen to Rick on Sports Day.
There you
Tampa
go.
Bay every day.
Yeah, man.
So, Rick, where can they find you in the podcast realm?
Wherever you find your podcasts. And I don't know where that is, but if you listen to you know, Apple and any of those podcasting places, we're there, as well as you can go on Twitter at NFL Stroud. I link that every single day, so you can access it there and on the TampaBay.com website.
Exactly. So we talked about the center really being the tip of the spear. It's just so important because that helps in the running game. And wow, no surprise, right? No Ryan Jensen. And as a byproduct of that, the Buccaneers have the worst ranked rushing attack 2 years in a row. The 2 years Jensen's not at center.
Yeah.
But we had Greg Cosell on our podcast from NFL Films, and he said, you know, when you have a smaller quarterback like Baker Mayfield, who does have a live arm, but because he's not Ben Roethlisberger, not these bigger quarterbacks, he has to step into his throws to really get that velocity. And when you try to step into the throw, and Robert Hainsey is getting
in the
pushed
backfield,
back,
that's the key.
Yeah. That's the problem. Now, having said that, when you look at you know, this picture right here, this was kind of the weakness of the offensive line last year, that interior, right? You've got a rookie guard that shows some promise, but still a rookie player last year in Cody Mauch, the second-round pick. You've got Robert Hainsey, the undersized, overwhelmed center, and then, you know, the combination of Matt Filer and Aaron Stanley that didn't really work at the left guard spot. So when you look now, what are your concerns if you're Jason Light, if you're Todd Bowles, if you're Baker Mayfield, where you've got a center that is a rookie and as more talented physically and athletically as Graham Barton is, he has not played it down in the NFL yet. There is going to be a learning curve and some bumps in the road. You've got a second year guard.
Yeah.
You've got a rookie center.
Yeah.
And Sua Opeta now at left guard. They've not addressed the other guard position really outside of either Opeta or Ben Bredesen. Does that concern you?
Yeah, you still are one piece shy, and they're going to have to, I guess, hope that either Bredesen or Opeta wins the job and can hold it down. But like I said, those starting guards and offensive linemen typically don't make it to free agency, right? And it's rare to get a free agent or a rookie free agent to come in here and do something. So I don't know that they're whole yet, but I think they're a hell of a lot better you know, than they were before this draft. And, you know, Robert Hainsey is going to factor in this a little bit too. What I'm curious about, Scott, and I don't know that I would play him. I don't know he's going to be better at guard necessarily, but he'll factor into the competition at least, you know, to see if they can hold up. They definitely, like I said, they're going to have to cheat a little bit. They're going to have to, you know, give whoever that guard ultimately is some help, but there's going to be a learning curve. You know, you just don't come into this league. At least he has played the position before. I think he's equipped to play it. And like I said, he's been an overachiever his entire life. He's going to make them better.
Yeah.
And they had to do it. You know, what's interesting about this draft is they've kind of gone chalk with every pick. Like if you just lined it up, and I know you guys wrote a ton about it, but like you'd say, what's their biggest needs? Well, interior offensive line. Check. Edge rusher. Check. Third wide receiver, because let's remember, Chris Godwin is in the final year of his contract. Mike Evans is going to be 31 years old, and he has 2 years at least on his deal. But you know, and also too, Liam Cohen, he's going to run three. He's going to run three receivers, and so who's your third receiver? I don't think it's Trey Palmer, right? And so I think if you just go down the line, you know, getting Jaylen McMillan, you know, definitely help them. And then you needed another running back, right? So boom, Bucky Irving comes along. So I think they've gone they always talk about, well, best player available. And what they mean is the best player available at the position of need.
Yes.
And that's kind of, and the draft, I don't think they reached for any of these guys.
I agree.
So they were fortunate from that standpoint. And there was probably some players that they wish were there instead of the ones they got. But I think this draft has worked out fabulously for them, just the way it kind of fell.
I agree. Supa Smiths here says Hainsey at center, Barton at left guard. And I tell you, as much as I'd love to see an upgrade over Robert Hainsey, I think Hainsey is pigeonholed at center from a size standpoint.
Right.
Because he has to double team. He's got to be when he is exposed.
He's one-on-one. You're in trouble.
And so therefore, as a guard, I don't think Hainsey has the size, the strength, the girth to cut it.
Agree.
So I almost wonder if when they try these different rotations in there, and if Sua Opeta or if Ben Bredesen can't really cut it at guard, maybe you go with Graham Barton at guard and you stick with Hainsey.
Well, you'd hate to say that. It could happen because you always want to put your best five, right? That's exactly what you want. Your best five guys have to play on the line of scrimmage. So if that's the combination that they come down to, that's what it comes down to. You're still better with Barton, right, at guard. And like I said, he hasn't played a snap. So I think they'll try all those. And you got to cross-train them a little bit anyway because you're going to get injuries and things like that. So, there's still one guy short.
I agree.
But look, they're better than they were this time a year ago. And they still managed to win the division. At some point, you have to be able to run the football, though.
Yeah.
Like at some point, this offensive line has to come off the ball and become a little more balanced and give Baker some play action and some things that he can hang his hat on.
Yeah, and the other thing too I'll say is when you look at sometimes the position switches work. They work flawlessly, right? We've seen Alex Kappa have a rich, lucrative career as a guard where he was a left tackle at Humboldt State.
Yeah.
Ali Marpet, we forget he played center in 2017. That was really his worst year.
Yeah.
He was not a center. And that prompted this team to go out in free agency and get Ryan Jensen. But they thought, okay, well, we moved Ali from left tackle at Hobart College to right guard, which is where he played very well, Pro Bowl caliber player for a couple of years. 2017, they tried him at center. It didn't work out. And then they moved him to left guard, where I think he helped left tackle Donovan Smith become a better player.
Yes.
Those two worked very well together on that side. But people forget about that 2017 season where Marpet played center, and it didn't work. We also saw Luke Gedeke go to left guard from right tackle.
Disaster.
That did not work, right? I think Cody Mauch had a more successful transition than Luke Gedeke did.
He did. And it's funny because before the draft, we talked about Jason Light, who's kind of, in his mind, at least, he told us that he's realized you just can't plug and play these guys. You can't just always take a tackle and think that if we move him to guard, he'll be just fine. It's a different position. Things happen a lot quicker in there. The setup is different. Right versus left is different.
Yeah.
I think that hurt Gedeke badly.
Sure.
Now, the great thing for them is that, they were able to move Tristan Wirfs, who's just, a unicorn. And Gedeke is become a pretty good right tackle.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like he's a pretty stout guy over there and can handle his own. So they're a better offensive line, far better than they were 2 years ago. I think they'll be better this year, but is better good enough, right? Look, I looked at the Kansas City Chiefs and they've got that monster at quarterback, right?
Yeah.
But he had to run the ball this year a lot, and he had to find other ways to win. Their offensive line, which included Donovan Smith,
that's right,
wasn't very good.
Yeah.
And yet they were able, to hide their weaknesses, right, and accentuate their strengths, and they still managed to win a Super Bowl. So you can get it done. Not everybody has, Scott, very few teams have 5 great offensive linemen, right?
Yes.
And nobody has more than 5.
That's right.
All right. So, they all kind of are in the same boat when it comes to that.
Exactly. Well, that is Rick Stroud. He has covered this team even longer than I have. I'm the old man here at Pewter Report. But always a pleasure to get your insight, Rick. And you can follow Rick on X.
Yes, at NFL Stroud or TampaBay.com. And, we'll all be covering the same draft. We got, one more pick to go? No, two more picks to go.
Yeah.
They got to trade that 7th rounder so we
I
don't
know.
go home.
See, I wasn't kidding earlier when I said every NFL reporter in every city covering NFL team right now wants their team out of the 6th and 7th round. Let's call it a day.
But let me ask you this. When's the last guy that made this team in the 7th round? There is none.
Grant Stewart.
There you go.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Pick.
Okay.
Let's not have that happen again, Rick.
Let's not do that. Yeah.
From one Rick to the other, we're going to transition with a little woo!
Oh,
Ric
my.
Flair.
There you go.
Appreciate your time, Rick.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Yep.
We're going to bring on Adam Slavon. We call him Sly. How you doing, Adam?
Doing great. How are you?
Good. I'm going to go fetch Bailey. How about that?
Ooh, okay.
And or I want you to text Bailey. Is he coming in?
Yeah, there he is.
Bailey's coming in here. Okay.
I like to pick a Ric Flair.
Yeah, we're gonna put Bailey here, and we're gonna pick Adam right here.
We're back.
And real quick, before we transition to more Bucs coverage, I've got to tell you about my physician and a presenting sponsor of the Pewter Report Draft Show. That's right. Christopher Lugo and the Bay Area Modern Medical Center. Folks, I have struggled to find really good health care in my 30 years living here in Tampa. I've gone from doctor to doctor, but I have found my forever doctor now, and that is Christopher Lugo at the Bay Area Modern Medical Center. Are you tired of feeling like just another number in a waiting room? At Bay Area Modern Medical Center in Tampa, they believe you deserve personalized care that puts your health and well-being first. Meet Christopher Lugo, PA, with over 24 years of medical expertise as a primary care provider. He's dedicated to your overall health, but that's not all. Christopher specializes in weight loss, anti-aging, and hormone replacement therapy, including testosterone treatments for men. Now, men, listen up. I am on the testosterone train because as you get older, you lose your testosterone. It's a natural function of us as we age. And I was doing testosterone treatments before. They do work. They can be expensive. Until now, they're actually affordable with Christopher Lugo. Don't let age slow you down. Reclaim your vitality and get back to feeling great. Turn back the clock with the consultation at Bay Area Modern Medical Center today. Visit BAMMC.com to explore the range of testosterone and weight loss treatments. Now, here's the difference. Christopher has been practicing concierge medicine. What is concierge medicine? No more waiting rooms, no rushing through appointments. Imagine a doctor who takes the time to go over extensive lab results, discuss your diet and exercise plan, and provide personalized vitamin and supplement recommendations to optimize your health. Plus, same-day appointments for your convenience. Take my word for it, folks. I have been seeing Christopher Lugo for just about a year now, and I'm thrilled with my experience in terms of the testosterone treatments, the health care he provides. What I want you to do is book your appointment today. BAMMC.com or call Chris at 844-789-2266. That's Bay Area Modern Medical Center in Tampa at 844-789-2266. Bay Area Modern Medical Center, where your health is the top priority.
We're back, Sly.
We are.
We're back. How have you been in the last 20 minutes or so?
What's that?
How have you been?
Oh, I've been doing
Good.
great.
Yeah?
Haven't skipped a beat.
Found out the Orlando Magic beat the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Orlando
Series
Magic.
is tied 2-2. There you go. Also, Jordan Travis was just selected by the New York Jets.
They did get another quarterback.
Yeah, so that's an interesting pick. Bub Means, the wide receiver out of Pitt, just went the pick before him to the Saints. So
what a name, Bub.
Bub Means is a great name. One of the better ones in the draft. But so we're at pick 172. So we're still a good 48, 50 picks away from where the Bucs are picking. Did I do the math right?
Yeah, 48.
I did.
Great job.
I appreciate it. Another one that another player I like, Kitana Oladapo, the Oregon State safety, went to the Packers.
Yeah.
Not sure the Bucs were ever interested in him. I know I talked to him in Mobile. I don't think he had even really talked with the Bucs much, and I wasn't sure he was going to be really a possibility for Tampa Bay. But always interesting when you get those guys from you talk to them at the combine or in Mobile, and you kind of want to follow and wonder where they end up. So he's going to be with your Packers.
Yeah, and looking at it, I believe he graded out with a 91.3 run defense grade. And at Oregon State for the Beavers, he was a really good blitzer. And for Green Bay, they're reloading with so many young players. I did see on X before that the full compensation for Aaron Rodgers was finally revealed.
Was it?
Yeah, it was Lucas Van Ness, Edgerrin Cooper, Luke Musgrave, and a couple other guys that they got. Jacob Monk, the center from Duke. But I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, finalizing. It's always funny when you have the trades where it's includes future picks. Where I think it's not the Bryce Young trade isn't complete until next year, right?
No.
'Cause I think
they got a 2025 second rounder.
I believe so. But wow, look at the Jets right now. The Jets were on the clock at 171 and took Jordan Travis. They're back on the clock here at 173, and they pick at 176 to finish out the fifth round. So we'll see how things go before the Bucs pick. But anything standing out to you in the last 20 minutes or so?
I think the thing that stands out the most is the Jets taking Jordan Travis, and again that leaves Pratt off the board from Tulane. He's still there and available for a team to take. When you kind of thought, hey, he might go in round 4, round 5, and be that developmental quarterback, he's still there and nearing round 6 now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the Bucs pull the trigger, if he's on the clock or he's on the board at 220 when they next pick. But one thing that we're kind of just talking in there, and I was scrolling through Twitter and looking at some stuff, and I didn't make the connection in my brain, which I should have. But the Dolphins taking Mo Camara out of Colorado State, which is the same place, the same school where Shaq Barrett went.
Ooh,
Shaq Barrett
that's a
now
good connection
with the Dolphins.
Yeah.
So Shaq will be able to mentor his fellow. They're the Rams, I think, Colorado State Rams.
Yep.
He'll be able to mentor Mo Camara, and I think everybody, all the Bucs fans, no one needs me to tell them that Shaq will love doing that. Shaq will be a great mentor to
not only
a young guy,
but also Chop Robinson.
Yeah, good. That's a good point. Yeah, so they're really rebuilding that room, building out that room this year, this offseason, obviously with the Shaq Barrett edition, but then with the 2 draft picks. So
yeah,
looking good so far. Hold on.
The Panthers picks up.
Panthers, okay. Oh, because Chow Smith Wade was the Panthers' most recent pick after they've kind of flipped back and forth here, but building up a lot of weapons for Bryce Young.
Definitely.
Xavier Legette obviously trading into the first round for him at the end of Thursday night, getting that extra 5th-year option with him, and then taking the first running back off the board in Jonathan Brooks. Then they got a guy in Trevin Wallace who we liked a lot for the Bucs as a guy who played at Kentucky, Liam Cohen will have been familiar with him. Him going in the 3rd round, though, I didn't know that he'd necessarily be that high of a pick.
Yeah, especially during the pre-draft process when he was considered maybe like a 6th or 7th round guy going in round 3. But of all the linebackers, I think he kind of saw his name come up earlier, like just looking in terms of his athletic profile at Kentucky and what he was able to do for that defense. When you look at his highlights and his tape, he just really stands out. And I think he's going to be a thorn in the Bucs side when they have to play him alongside all these other picks 2 times a year.
Yeah, and I mean, so he was a guy that I thought went a little earlier than I think was projected, but Jatavian Sanders was a guy I think went a little lower than everyone might have thought. I saw a lot of people had him as their tight end too, and he went in the 4th round. I think he was the 5th tight end taken off the board, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so that's another weapon for Bryce Young there. And then, the most recent one we just mentioned, cornerback Chow Smith Wade. Moving on to the Saints, who, with that pick of Bub Means, they've got 2 of their 5th rounders out of the way.
And 2 of the best names in the draft, Kool-Aid McKinstry and Bub Means.
So they started, obviously, with Taliese Fuaga on Thursday night, and then their day 2 pick was Kool-Aid McKinstry. And then they loved the 5th round. I think they traded up. They at one point they had 5 5th-round picks, I think. So
they traded up.
Yeah, they traded up for So Spencer Rattler was the first one they took off the board in their first 5th-round pick. Then they took the Pitt receiver Bub Means, as I mentioned. And
what do you make of their draft class? I know we talked about the Panthers earlier. What do you make of the Saints class?
Nothing that would scare me if I was the Bucs. I think Fuaga's a good pick for them. They really needed. That type of player. I think that's a really good first pick for them, a position of need. I think, Kool-Aid McKinstry, I saw him linked a lot when mock drafts to the Bucs, and I wasn't a huge fan of that as far as him being a 1st-round pick at 26. Like I was hoping that the Bucs would pass on him, and I didn't really think they would take him. I'm not saying he's a bad player by any means. I think he's a good player. I think he has plenty to offer. I just am not sure. Again, it's not somebody who I would be like, oh no, like, oh, Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Jaylen McMillan are going to have a ton of struggles with this guy. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I think he's going to be a good player, but I don't know that he is that cornerback one lockdown that anyone that they probably hope he turns into. And then Spencer.
Does it surprise you that the third pick was a quarterback when the Saints have not only salary cap issues, but a lot of issues in terms of depth, especially in the defensive side of the ball with so many aging players and Cam Jordan, Tyrann Mathieu, Demario Davis? They go with a quarterback when they pay Derek Carr?
That's a really good point as far as the deeper or how they don't have a lot of depth on defense as far as young depth. They do have an aging defense. It surprises me a little bit. Then you look at their quarterback room, and obviously Jameis Winston now with Cleveland, and Spencer Rattler's a guy they can maybe develop behind Derek Carr, and he bumps up ahead of Taysom Hill and Nathan Peterman in the quarterback room. But yeah, it surprised me a bit. Again, it's one of those where I can't say it's as surprising as what the Falcons did. I know we're going to keep hammering that, right. But I think it makes sense to get that guy for what they hope will be the long-term answer after Derek Carr, because we saw it when Drew Brees retired. They didn't really have much of a plan in place. They kind of struggled for a few years until they were able to get Derek Carr, and it still hasn't worked out for them in the form of a playoff spot or anything yet. But we'll see. We'll see if Spencer Rattler becomes that guy. I think he has the potential to do that.
Definitely.
I don't know. Again, it's sometimes hard when you're a fifth round quarterback. I don't know what the ceiling is. I know he was a highly rated recruit going into Oklahoma. He ended up losing the job to Caleb Williams there, and I think really did a lot for his kind of just his reputation at South Carolina. I know there was all the stuff from that quarterback show on Netflix. I think that was kind of showing him in more of a negative light of him being a bit of, I don't even really know what it was. I think it didn't seem like the best teammate or the best guy to be around. And I think that you heard it at South Carolina that he really was, like, he voted a 2-time captain by his teammates and
kind of rebuilt that reputation.
Exactly.
We saw that like during Senior Bowl week too. A really solid interview, went on to win the Reese's MVP, and just kind of put his name back out there on the map. Like, hey, was a top recruit at one time, went through some struggles, kind of like that Baker Mayfield path. I feel like the similarities are there going from Oklahoma, but did really well with Xavier Leggett last season and now finds himself in New Orleans. Yeah, and then the last, obviously, rounding out here with the Saints is Bub Means, and a guy I don't know a ton about. I saw him, I think he was at the Senior Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I mean, they needed to build out that receiver room a little bit more. Obviously, Michael Thomas gone. Chris Olave, I think, is a really good receiver for them. Rashid Shaheed has given teams some problems. But yeah, A.T. Perry, Cedric Wilson, like they really needed another wide receiver, and whether he's that caliber of wide receiver that they probably should have been targeting, we'll find out. And I think they probably they might have wished they would have had a day 2 pick to spend on a wide receiver, because there were some really good ones. And that's not to say that Bud Means won't be, but we'll see how it turns out. We're gonna move on to the Falcons now. Talk about the Falcons. Yeah.
So it's funny because as much as we've talked about the Penix selection at number 8 overall, they've done really well in kind of recovering with this draft and building what they needed to build, and getting Rook Ororo, getting Braylon Trice, getting Brandon Dorless, with their next 3 picks, and really building out that defensive line like they needed to. And that's one of the bigger gripes I had with that Penix selection was
they had their pick of anyone on defense. You
had the best edge rusher in the draft, whoever you deem that to be. If you're the Falcons, he was there for you. They could have got a defensive tackle. They could have done really anything else. Like it was so bizarre to see it, because when they signed Kirk Cousins, and there's a lot of talk of Falcons are the favorites in the NFC South now, and they might overtake the Bucs and make the playoffs,
and they'll get another star player at number 8.
Exactly. And if that was the talk, then you're thinking, okay, well, yeah, if they make the right pick at 8, they get a guy, they get that really good pass rusher that they need, then maybe, they're going to not only cement themselves as the favorites in the NFC South, but they might actually have a chance to make some noise once they get to the playoffs. Because I know a lot of NFL fans, and I think just in general, you'll look around the league and people will look at the NFC South and say, like, whoever wins that division, the Bucs got a playoff win last year, but it's like they're not really a Super Bowl contender. And I'm not saying if they would have drafted a pass rusher at 8, they would have been a Super Bowl contender, but I think they would have really, really built up that they would have built up the reputation as far as how everyone's looking at their 2024 season had they taken a guy who will make an impact right away. And this is one of those things. It's such an immediate reaction thing where maybe in a few years we'll find out, if Cousins goes down or if they end up moving on from Cousins after 2 years, whenever they
Penix
can.
is a stud, and that changes everything.
It does. The only thing about this is just so weird, and we'll move on to these other guys, but because of his age and because of it already going to be a couple of years, even if it's only 2 years until he starts, he's gonna be 26, I think, by the time he makes his first meaningful starts or he becomes the actual starter of the Falcons. So it was just for the situation they found themselves in, it was bizarre to me.
Yeah, I agree. But as you mentioned with the other picks here, they really rebuilt the defensive line in the front 7. When you look at it, yes, they skipped on Dallas Turner, Leotu Latu, and taking Penix. They did really well in getting Ruke Ororo, Braylon Trice, and Brandon Dorless, 3 guys that we've seen at some point, whether that was during the Senior Bowl or the NFL Scouting Combine. There's upside with each of them. And with Grady Jarrett getting older and them really just needing to build around Arnold Ebiketie and the rest of the pass rush, they did really well. And when you look at it last year, after Jarrett went down, there was a couple guys, Onyemata, they were injured. They had guys off the street, like filling in at defensive line. So they really shored that up, addressed their biggest need, and getting 3 guys for new defensive coordinator Jimmy Lake to really play around with him and move around, and hopefully 1 or 2 of them, if not all 3 of them, contribute.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting. I know we just talked about the Saints, but they are back on the clock now. Kalen Carson, a guy who you profiled and you talked to, I believe, at the Senior Bowl, right? The Wake Forest corner just went to the Cowboys at 174. Okay. So the Saints now on the clock at 175 before the Jets wrap things up in the 5th round, and we move on to the Bucs. Or to the 6th round, where the Bucs will actually be picking. We will have made it through the Tampa Bay Buccaneers list.
Made it through the hardest round. But going to Kalen Carson, had a chance to talk to him quite a bit at the NFL Scouting Combine. One thing that really stood out to me was his confidence and just being, I'm the stickiest corner in the NFL draft. I have a really aggressive play style, and I go out there and I lock people up. I think his username on X is the walking seatbelt. Like, he's going to lock you up, and he's going to do that now in the Lone Star State.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one for the Cowboys. Now the Saints, like I said, the Saints are on the clock, and then it'll be the Jets, and then we'll move on to the 6th round. And we've just crossed into the 4 o'clock hour. It's funny, day 3 is always, it gets delirious at times because there's a lot of waiting. You usually have.
I mean, we're 5 hours in, and the Bucs have made one pick.
One selection. So, yeah, of course, that was Bucky Irving, the Oregon running back. Carissa Hickle asks, are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to go for Michael Pratt? I think it's possible. I think if he's still around at 220, I wouldn't rule it out at all. I think obviously it depends on who else is on their board and if there are any other positions that line up with their board that, if it's a defensive tackle or if it's, I don't know if there are really any tight ends left that you're going to take in the 6th round. We'll see. I might be wrong.
Bell?
Maybe.
That's really the only one I can think of.
I'm not sure. But if they go for another receiver or something like that, but I would not. It feels like Pratt was a guy I think that in one of our mock drafts we had in the 4th round, I think. So if they can get him in the 6th, then you're looking at the 6th round usually as guys that you hope will make the team or you hope will contribute maybe on special teams. And obviously Pratt's not going to be a special teamer and as a rookie,
with the new kickoff, he's not going to be on special teams.
If you draft Pratt in the 6th round at 220, I think there's value there if you like him enough to think, Trask's going to be in a contract year and we're going to need, if they're thinking we're going to need a backup here after Trask is gone, and this could be the guy who eventually takes over Baker, maybe that's the case. But it's interesting. It really is kind of a curious thing to follow because if they don't take a quarterback here, then you probably, and this is, again, free agency, they've gotten their last 2 starting quarterbacks in free agency in Tom Brady and Baker Mayfield. But you kind of look at it and wonder, all right, if they don't take a quarterback in this draft, do they have to take one next year as far as they need a backup? Or is it just going to be John Wolford? Because, Kieran Butt asks here, if we took Pratt, would that result in Wolford being cut before the season starts? And that's another good point because I know the Bucs would not want to lose John Wolford.
I don't think they let him go just for his familiarity with Liam Cohen. And It was quoted last year that he's the smartest quarterback in the room.
Yeah.
John Wolford, he's stuck around in the NFL for a reason and has really carved out a niche as a backup quarterback. So I don't really see him letting him go, but at the same time, the Bucs haven't really developed that rookie quarterback.
I see this, and this is I say this without any real insight into whether this is a possibility. But if they take a quarterback, say they take Michael Pratt, and they think, all right, this guy can eventually be the next guy, or we can try to see if we can develop him. And then you have 4 quarterbacks. You're not keeping 4 quarterbacks on the roster. You might be afraid, maybe if you want John Wolford, you're afraid that he's going to get plucked off the practice squad, because he almost did last year. They signed him to the active roster because he almost left to sign with another team. I wonder if they see if Trask has any value anywhere.
Yeah.
Do they move Kyle Trask and just say, hey, we'll go into this year with John Wolford as our backup, with Michael Pratt still kind of waiting in the wings? I don't know. I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't think it's very hard to say that Trask has any value, because he hasn't really had a chance. Yeah, he hasn't had a chance to show that he has that. So there would have to be a team that really just feels good about his projection and all that. But that's what I'm wondering about at the quarterback position. But I don't know. We'll see. We're about, I guess, 20. Oh no, we're still a lot away. We're waiting for 220, and we're at 176. The Jets are on the clock. The Saints pick is in. Let's see if we can get who that is.
Good old X. But talking about the quarterbacks, I remember my battle plan had some fun. In the 7th round, I went with Devin Leary, the quarterback from Kentucky. I wonder if he's on the board. Actually, Felix here brought him up right as I mentioned that. At 246, if the Bucs consider taking him, like, hey, I've played in the freshest Liam Cohen offense that there was and he was quoted as saying that Liam Cohen's an offensive mastermind who is drawing up plays during the week and implementing them on Saturday game days. So Leary makes some sense. And hey, you got 3 quarterbacks in Mayfield, Wolford, Leary that have experience within the system. Where does that leave Trask, though? Like, kind of thought that the Bucs would maybe even consider trading Trask to a team that needed another quarterback in the room, because it doesn't seem like he's going to play for the Bucs this upcoming season. If you have an option in Wolford that you need to turn to, it kind of leaves him as an odd man out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good comment here from Super Smith said, there's always that one team that thinks they can do something with Trask since he hasn't gotten a chance yet. Heck, even Zach Wilson had to take her.
Zach Wilson.
I'm trying to remember, and I don't know, I might be wrong, but wasn't there a similar thing with Josh Rosen? I don't know, was he traded or was he just cut?
So from the Cardinals, he was drafted 10th overall.
Yeah.
Then the next season, he was traded to the Dolphins.
For
like a 2nd rounder.
Yeah. So that's the thing, is like there are some of these quarterbacks. Like, I think was it a 6th round that they got for Zach Wilson, or was it 7th? I mean, I know they didn't get much, but they got
Wilson
something.
In a 7th.
Yeah. So there might be something there. But
Mac Jones got something. Trey Lance got a 4th. I mean, quarterbacks have value.
Yeah, Jaylen Ford, the linebacker out of Texas, was the Saints pick at 175. So they get a linebacker to, like you mentioned just now, like they have an older defense. They've got obviously Demario Davis, who is like in the mold of Levante David being ageless.
Still productive.
Yeah, ageless. He's such a good player. And they've got some older guys, but obviously adding to the defense there with their 3rd, 5th round pick and Jaylen Ford out of Texas. So yeah, it's the Jets closing out the 5th round right now. Their pick is in. So
the suspense.
Trying to see who starts the 6th round. Is it the Panthers? No, it's the Vikings. We are a long way away. The Bucs are the last pick. It's a compensatory pick for the Bucs. They're the last pick in the 6th round.
Yeah.
So while we are moving into the round that the Bucs will pick in, they don't pick until the end of the round. So,
and just to look again at the best bets board here, going into round 6, obviously Mo Camara was taken. He's off the board. Still some fits here. You have, again, Michael Pratt, who we just talked about recently, Kendall Milton, Malik Washington, Christian Mahogany, still on the board. Very surprising there. Marcus Harris, Dwight McLaughlin, and Trey Taylor. Of all these guys, Mr. Bailey, who do you see as being the best fit, maybe, for the Bucs?
Potentially Mahogany, if he's still around, or Marcus Harris, as guys that will potentially contribute pretty early. I like Trey Taylor. I had Trey Taylor in my mock draft or my Bucs battle plan, just like the versatility there. And I think he's a really good player. And if you can get him here at the end of the 6th round, I think that's really good value for him. And I know they took Tyke Smith, who can play safety and will play at nickel. I believe Trey Taylor also has the flexibility to play in the slot too. But their room right now, if you look at the safeties, I'm wondering, is it full? Is it full? Because if they consider Tyke Smith in that room with Antoine Winfield Jr., with Jordan Whitehead, and with Kayvon Merriweather, then you're not going to carry more than 4 safeties. It's just, I wonder how they're going to list Tyke Smith, if they're just going to list him as a DB or what they're going to do there, because positionally he can play. He's probably going to be he might be the favorite to win that slot position over Christian Izien and Tevier Thomas, but.
And
we'll
then
see.
with Trey Taylor, hey, if he were to get picked, you would see Ed Reed maybe make a cameo at the facility. He's cousins with Trey Taylor. And with Trey Taylor, although he played at Air Force, maybe didn't get his name out there as much as some of the other bigger name prospects, there is a lot to like about his game. Did the preview of the safety position and really do think that there's a fit there in Todd Bowles' defense. Highly intelligent defensive back, always looking to get better, displayed some ball skills at Air Force. So he could be an option. Again, amongst all the picks, I think the other one that may be intrigue, talked about him a little bit earlier, Marcus Harris, the defensive lineman from Auburn. When you look at the defensive line room, they have Logan Hall, Kalijah Cansey, Vita Vea getting up there a little bit in age. They re-signed Will Golston, but you wonder, hey, is this his last season in Tampa Bay finally? After coming back on 1-year contracts, the end of the road may be closer than it appears. But getting another defensive line piece of Marcus Harris could make a lot of sense. Again, just getting to the start of round 6 here, where the Bucs will be making a pick.
Yeah,
for the first time in forever.
Another guy wasn't on the best bets, but another guy, you mentioned Ed Reed and the family connection there to Trey Taylor. Another guy who has a connection with a NFL Hall of Famer is Brendan Rice. His dad is Jerry Rice. He's still on the board, and I certainly wouldn't hate if he got all the way down to the Bucs pick at 220. We'll have to see.
A self-proclaimed Mike Evans fanboy on the board.
Yeah, so we'll see. Felix Schmidt. Felix is reading our minds over here, I think, because you were talking about Devin Leary. I almost said Dennis Leary. Devin Leary, and Felix brought him up. And right as I'm talking about Brendan Rice and hoping that he'll last to the Bucs pick in the 6th round, Felix also brings up Brendan Rice, who I saw something earlier was very sad, actually. Brendan Rice, where he is today, unfortunately. It's Ian Rappaport said that he had boarded a flight this morning to Dallas to be a pallbearer and give the obituary speech at his best friend Keith Miller III's funeral. He passed away 2 weeks ago. Whenever he gets that call, obviously going to be very, very bittersweet of a day for him, because
a lot of emotions already, and then that compounds it.
Yeah. Felix here says, I'm a fortune teller, which, if you want to tell me my fortune, I'm all ears.
Yeah,
we'll see if it's a good fortune or not. Joan is predicting a trade down for another 6th and giving up a 7th and a future pick. Could see it. It would be almost bizarre to see the Bucs make it through an entire draft without Jason Light making a trade.
There was a comment earlier asking if Jason Light has never made a draft day trade, and I can't really think. He's always been active on the phones. It's something that the Bucs have still done throughout this draft process. They just haven't found an offer worth taking. Yesterday, when they took Tyke Smith and Jaylen McMillan, they mentioned taking them and not risking the chance of losing them just to get another 5th round pick. So they haven't made a trade yet. We'll see if that happens here soon.
Yeah. So to start the 6th round, one of my favorite guys to talk to at the Combine, Walter Rouse, the tackle out of Oklahoma. He went to Minnesota. I honestly call him one of my favorites, and I didn't really get to watch a lot of him in the pre-draft process, but allowed 0 sacks in 2023 out of 453 pass block snaps. And he had 52 starts between Oklahoma and Stanford. And he was he was so insightful in his answers. And he talked about how, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head now, I think he said he was wanting to, after he's done with football, go back to medical school and become a doctor. And I was blown away by his plans. And he said he knows football's not for him. He wants to play football for as long as he can, but wants to go back. And he's saying he hopes he can go back to Stanford for medical school. And I was like, wow, I wish I was that ambitious. Like, I think he's a 21, 22-year-old kid who obviously very smart, having been to Stanford already, playing at Stanford, and eventually potentially going to go back there as a med student. That was it was really, really cool talking to him. He had, I'm trying to remember who it was, because he also had a relative. Oh, it was a basketball. Let me see if I'll find it. I need you to cover for me for a second.
Okay, you do your research over there. Pewter people, do want to ask you a question. Feel free to leave your insight in the comments. Want to know, what position group are you most excited for the Buccaneers heading into next season? Bailey, do you have any thoughts on a position room that maybe the Bucs have added to the draft, added another player in the draft too? When you look at maybe the wide receiver position, the corner position, is there a group that really excites you?
As far as what they've already added to, or how the room looks like right now, I think the receiver room looks better. I would love if they could, like I just mentioned, Brendan Rice, but there are some other receivers available that if they can grab another one, I would be really, really excited about what they currently have and what they have for the future. The edge rushers, the outside linebacker room looks really, really solid right now. I know I talked with JC Allen earlier here on our show.
See you, Josh.
Our departing Josh Capo is saying goodbye. He's headed back to Atlanta. So safe travels. Everybody wish Josh some safe travels.
Oh, yeah.
But I was talking to JC earlier, and I said, we'll see in time if Chris Braswell becomes that alpha type edge that the Bucs needed. But for now, you just have to like the floor.
We will not know if he cartwheeled.
Yeah,
out the door,
I don't think he cartwheeled out the door, which I think it's because we have not hit 14,000 subscribers yet. Have we? You see this? What just happened though? He just left early. If we hit 14,000 subscribers, he's trying to get out of the cartwheel.
Yeah, he is. He's gonna have to stop, pull off the interstate, and do a cartwheel.
This whole I have a 7-hour drive. No, he's trying to get out of the cartwheel.
Exactly.
Anyway, the outside linebacker room is, you have to like the floor of it, because, and as I mentioned to JC, it's like you kind of know what you have in Yaya. They're hoping both or at least one of Yaya or Chris Braswell will become that number one guy. But you have them presumably as your starters. I would imagine Braswell will be your starter, but you also have a good rotation. You have Randy Gregory, who's a veteran who's been there and done that. You've got Anthony Nelson, who's as steady as they come at that position.
And don't forget JTS.
JTS,
still does a lot right.
Right, and I said this earlier. They're waiting for JTS to become the guy they drafted him to be. But even still, I think his floor, I think a lot of the criticism of him in the last few years has been because he's supposed to be a starter.
Yeah, he's supposed to be that 10-sack guy.
It still feels frustrating that, they spent a first-round pick on him in 2021, and he hasn't developed into a starter. But now that he's kind of maybe further down the depth chart, he's a good enough player for where he is on the depth chart. And then the young guys is, we saw a little bit of Marquise Watts last year and Jose Ramirez. Both of those guys are exciting. So that's an exciting room itself, I think. And again, we'll see what the ceiling is for them, but I think the floor is pretty solid.
Yeah, and just getting to some comments here. We got Felix saying the running back room after adding Bucky Irving. The secondary, great comment here from Jason. With so many additions, you got Bryce Hall, Tavierre Thomas, Tyke Smith, just adding to the versatility in the room. Here a comment from Super Straight Cash, edge.
Yeah.
And hey, as Bailey mentioned, getting Chris Braswell.
I'm curious.
Another comment. We got Palmer and McMillan competing for that Godwin spot going forward. Yeah. Again, that's a very intriguing room with so many young players.
I'm curious about that the secondary. I'm really, really happy with what they have at safety, obviously, as starting safety in Winfield and Whitehead. I mean, who isn't? And then I like Tyke Smith pick. I'm just curious about cornerback. I know they're really, really hoping that Zion is going to be that guy that they think he is. And by not selecting an outside corner in the first, it's been 5 rounds now, I think they've really shown their faith in him becoming that with Carlton Davis gone.
Yeah.
Having a guy in Zion McCollum step in and be a starter opposite Jamel Dean, who Jamel Dean, we'll see if he's on his last legs in Tampa, because he could almost soon follow Carlton Davis out the door if he can't stay healthy and they decide, he's not worth the money anymore. He just paid him, I know, a 4-year contract last offseason, but it'll be interesting to see whether that's the case. And the depth there, I question a little bit, because they got Bryce Hall, and I think that's a good guy to have. But then beyond that, you're looking like, it's going to be some of the undrafted free agents from last year, whether they add another one here to end day 3, or if there's an undrafted free agent. Because we saw them; they find value in these undrafted free agents.
Right.
Christian Izien
more
last
value
year,
in the undrafted than the 7th round.
Yeah,
guys.
Christian Izien was an undrafted free agent last year and was a starter for all 18 plus 2 playoff games at nickel. So I mean, there are good guys to have. I had looked up about Walter Rouse's family. It was his grandfather who scored the winning basket of the 1963 NCAA championship game for Loyola Chicago. I remember that being a talking point. So I think I might have asked him about that at the combine, but he was the first pick of. Oh, we've got a lot of picks coming in. A few more picks. Logan Lee, the defensive tackle out of Iowa, went to the Steelers with the second pick of the 6th round. Satoa Laumea, the Utah guard, is now with the Seahawks. And then Marcellus Dial, a cornerback out of South Carolina, I'd seen mocked to the Bucs a little bit in later rounds. I mocked him to the Bucs in my Bucs battle plan, actually, in the 6th round. He is taken by the Patriots at 180. And then Kamani Vidal, the
little tank.
The Troy running back, Josh Capo, who just left, actually, to head back to Atlanta. He spoke very highly of Kamani Vidal because I believe he saw him play in the was it the Sun Belt Championship game, I think in Alabama last year, and got to see him in person. So spoke very highly of him. And then now the latest pick is Jaquan Jackson, the Tulane wide receiver.
Was at the Senior Bowl.
Going to the Titans. So these picks are, you kind of forget once they get into the 6th and 7th round. They just start to come in. It's like, all right, let's get this day over with. Let's start signing some undrafted free agents. But
I do want to get back to your point, though, when you were talking about the cornerback room and the team's faith in Zion McCollum. I think you kind of saw that point made the best by Todd Bowles at the NFL annual meeting when he was talking about like some defensive chess pieces. He threw JTS, who we talked about, in the mix, but Zion McCollum as a defensive chess piece. I think you saw it late last season when he was playing at the nickel position a little bit, doing a cameo at safety, filling in there. And I think the team really likes his combination of size, 4.3 speed, and overall just his skill set and how he's going to fit in. I feel like his best football is yet to come. He really just needs that production. Last season, you didn't see that out of really Carlton Davis or Jamel Dean.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't really making a scene, but Zion McCollum has the potential to really become a ball hawk like he was at Sam Houston State. And overall, I think he has just as much potential as some of the corners that were taken, and maybe in day 1 and day 2 of the NFL draft.
Yeah, and I think this is the year for him to really make that leap forward. I know he had some. It was the injury early in his rookie year that cost him, I think, a lot of development that year, and I think we saw him kind of become more of what they had hoped he would be last year, and he had to step in a lot for Jamel and for Carlton because they were so injured so often. So we saw a lot more of Zion, and we saw some good things out of him when he was on the field. And it got to the point where even when they were back and healthy, Todd Bowles was using him.
He was still trying to get him on the field.
Yeah, wanted to get him on the field. So I mean, he has a lot of value as a versatile guy, but I think this is his year to become that starting outside corner that the Bucs want him and need him to be, given the state of the roster. Like, they need him to be that guy for better or for worse, because they have Bryce Hall, I think, as their insurance outside, but other than that, it's you're not looking at very many proven guys that can step in for him, because you have Tavier Thomas, who's more the slot guy, and then Christian Izien, whether he's in the slot or at safety, wherever he plays, and bring in Tyke Smith, again, nickel safety guy. So there isn't a lot of cover for Zion McCollum if he doesn't become that guy they need him to be.
And one more point on McCollum, it kind of felt like his rookie year was kind of in college terms a redshirt year for him, and acclimating to the NFL, taking a huge jump up in the competition level that he played at Sam Houston State, going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It was a learning curve, and I think you did see him struggle in terms of tackling, but he increased his ability to tackle by leaps and bounds with like 67 tackles last year, leading the secondary in that regard. So I think this year is going to be a platform year for him, and the team will need to see him prove himself kind of in a similar way to Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, where if he doesn't, then the team will definitely consider taking a corner next year, probably in rounds 1 or 2.
Yeah, and you haven't seen, like, Jason Light isn't afraid to do that. He wasn't afraid to take Kalijah Cansey last year after taking Logan Hall the year before. He hasn't been afraid, taking Yaya Diaby a couple years after Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, and he's been able to do that. And even going way back, he's he doesn't hang on to players just because he drafted them or just because he just
Keyshawn
hopes.
Vaughn.
Yeah, Keyshawn Vaughn's a guy last year, and even Roberto Aguayo was the one pick that he gets he gets trashed for all the time. But it's like
Vernon Hargraves.
Yeah, he I say he gives up, but he does. He parts ways with these guys once it's proven. MJ Stewart's another one that wasn't around very long. It's like when he makes a mistake, he admits it, and he doesn't just wait for that guy to play out his contract. Sometimes he has no problem getting rid of some of these guys.
So the Miami Dolphins, they take another target, another Bucs best bet, and Malik Washington, the wide receiver from West Virginia.
Yeah, it was Flash Gordon had just said, I'm hoping for Malik Washington with the 6th round pick. Well, he just went to the Dolphins at 184, so really didn't even get close to where the Bucs are picking in the 6th round. That's another Bucs best bet off the board.
Yeah, very surprised he lasted this long, though. Even in a deep wide receiver class, you had to think that maybe there was some 4th, 5th round appeal for Washington. But again, he finds himself going down to Miami. And Miami's kind of taking a lot of players that maybe were on the Bucs radar.
Yeah, potentially. And then so we got the Eagles on the clock here, and then the Bucs division mates are back up, and the Falcons having back-to-back picks at 186 and 187. And then this is where it kind of gets fun with the draft is they have back-to-back picks, and then the Texans have back-to-back picks. And then the Eagles are back on the clock immediately right away. So these next 6 picks are all belong to, 2 birds and then the Texans. So
you mentioned 6 picks. There are 6 players left on our Bucs best bets board here in the 6th round. It's a lot of 6s there, but it's going to be Michael Pratt, Kendall Milton, Christian Mahogany, Marcus Harris, Dwight McLaughlin, and Trey Taylor. After we had 24 players across those 12 position groups, 1/4 of them are left.
Yeah, a few of these guys are guys that we thought would have gone earlier. I think Michael Pratt was a guy I mentioned when we were talking about quarterbacks as a potential 4th round pick. Same thing for Christian Mahogany even going on day 2 possibly, and then Marcus Harris is another one I know we had in a mock draft in the 4th round. So some of these guys lasting until the 6th round is a bit of a surprise, but kind of just the way the board's falling. And I think that like the Trey Taylor pick we just talked about, Taylor, a 6th, 7th round guy, he could be around, and I don't know. He's another one where I wouldn't be surprised to see him go off the board before the Bucs pick at 220. But we are now up to 186 as the Eagles pick is in and the Falcons are on the clock.
Hey, Pewter people, 34 picks away. Yeah. Not too much longer.
Still ways to go, yeah.
We're at 95, so about 2/3 of the way.
We're getting there. We'll get there in the end. Let's see if we can get that Eagles pick up.
Here's a comment from Tony. Will the Bucs consider taking tight end Jaheim Bell from FSU in the 6th round? That's an interesting question when you look at the tight end room. Jaheim Bell really showed himself as a versatile weapon on the Seminoles offense, and I forget where he was before he transferred there, but just showing on offense his versatility on end arounds. You don't see that much from tight ends, and just really being athletic. He might be a little bit undersized. I think he's about 6'1", 243, but does have some dynamic playmaking ability there.
He has some like positional ambiguity because he just doesn't look like a tight end.
No,
he's not necessarily a wide receiver. I think he's still learning to be a tight end, and we'll have to probably get bigger. But an interesting one to consider. Also, we keep talking about family ties and everything here. I did not realize Kamani Vidal is the great nephew of Hank Aaron.
Wow,
Hammer and Hank.
That's quite the family tie there.
Yeah, very interesting. Johnny Wilson to the Eagles. Okay, that's the I've been getting all these Florida State pass catchers. I mean, that's the big guy, isn't it? Johnny Wilson, 6'7".
Yeah.
Feels like he should be the tight end and Jaheim Bell should be the receiver, but not the way it worked out. So Johnny Wilson to the Eagles. There's still, I think, quite a few receivers that we've talked about at some point during this pre-draft process. We just mentioned Brendan Rice. Obviously Malik Washington gone, but there are a few guys here still on the board, and we'll see if the Bucs do go back to the receiver well.
Yeah. Comment here from Joan. I wonder who the Bucs try to get in undrafted free agency. This is a great question. Just based on last year, you had Marquise Watts, Christian Izien, Sean Tucker all make the team as undrafted free agents. It is a well that the Bucs have had some success in. And then you look at Devin Tompkins, Kim Jarrett,
a lot of value in the undrafted rounds. Still a lot of picks to go, though.
Yeah, I also wonder who they're going to get in undrafted free agency. And I know where you can find that out is you can go to pewterreport.com, and we will have our undrafted free agency tracker up after the draft concludes, of course.
It'd be quite a list of players. I think you got like 15, 20 guys that are undrafted free agents, and then they kind of get weeded out.
You get the undrafted free agents and also those who will be invited to the Bucs rookie mini camp, which I believe is about 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, in the second weekend of May, which will also be right around the time the Bucs schedule comes out, which is always one of my favorite dates. You kind of get the draft and the draft ends and you're like, oh man, like we got that long wait until, training camp, preseason, all that stuff. Obviously they have the mini camps and everything, but then there's that day in May when the schedule starts to leak and then the schedule comes out and you're like, all right, we can plan out our entire fall because
you got to plan out the calendar.
Got the calendar. So a couple more picks. The Falcons went back to back. They went Alabama running back Jace McMillan.
I like that pick.
And Illinois wide receiver Casey Washington. McMillan is an interesting one from Alabama.
I remember having the chance to talk to McMillan at the NFL Combine, and for like in his college career, he had quite a bit of volume.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up here for Alabama. He went from 23 carries in 2020 to 40 in 2021, then up to 112 with 4 starts in 2022. Last year was the big year. He had 13 games, 12 starts, 180 carries, 890 yards, about 5 yards per carry, 8 touchdowns. He had 15 catches for 137 yards. Yeah, I mean, in Alabama running backs, we've seen time and again how good they can be. Yeah, they've had a little bit of success in the NFL from time to time. So another Alabama running back for the Bucs to.
But they already have Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier.
Yeah. And I know for a few years there, for several years, I guess it was former Alabama running back Mark Ingram, who was with the Saints in the division. So now another Alabama running back, Jace McMillan to the Falcons. That was that pick 186. And then Casey Washington out of Illinois, another weapon for Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah.
I don't know that he will be, the guy for Kirk Cousins, but he might be for Michael Penix Jr. in 3 or 4 years.
3 to 4 years. Yeah, that'd be the key variable there.
The Texans are on the clock back to back, as I mentioned. One of their picks is in. Pick 188.
Is Sketch announcing these picks as well?
I don't know. We'll have to see. He
did make the Cade Stover pick.
Yeah. It's Rich Eisen. This is when I always, even as a kid growing up, I always would kind of almost feel bad for some of the day 3 guys because I would watch the draft with my cousin and just more so on day 3 back when I was younger. It was like having it on in the background, but also still having it on because it was football. It was the NFL draft. And guys whose names popped up as the pick like during a commercial.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, I was like, imagine being that guy. Yeah, you don't get your name being called. You don't get to see that. You see it on TV. You just see probably like a Taco Bell commercial.
Yeah.
And then it's
like the $5 box.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I want to hear my name.
It's like pick is in, and you're like, all right, well maybe if the pick is in, maybe they'll wait till they get. No, it's just the middle of the commercial and they'll do it. So, it's part of being a day 3 pick, I guess.
Interesting comment here. Want to get your thoughts, Bailey. Are there any picks that you think the Bucs could have done better on without trades? I feel they've done pretty good thus far with what was available.
Yeah, I don't know that I would change that much about this draft, and we'll see in time how well Bucky Irving's skill set translates to the NFL. But I'm confident in that pick. I'm excited about seeing how that plays out. And outside of that, no, I think Jaylen McMillan, I think, is a really good pick where they got him. And I think, like John Spytek said last night, he would have been picked earlier. He would have been maybe a second rounder if not for the knee injury this past season that kind of slowed him down. Also, there was the fact that he played on the same team as Rome Odunze and Jalen Polk. Like it's not always easy to be that guy because you look at him and he's like, yeah, he like someone, I don't think it was JC earlier said he was the other Washington receiver, but still, I mean, he the year before was with the 1,000-yard receiver, a really good pick, I think there. Tyke Smith, we're all excited about. No one really, I think the Marshawn Nealon going 1 pick before the Bucs picked in the second round, I think was a little bit more of like, oh man, like we thought that they would be all in on that on him. But Chris Braswell, again, like what I mentioned to you, I think I've gotten more. I mentioned to JC earlier. It's all running together now, but I think a guy who at first I was kind of like, okay, like we'll see. And the more I kind of looked at him, Josh and I were watching some of his tape earlier, and I see what they see, and I think they love that he stuck around at Alabama and he competed, and he was doing he was going up against some real talent at Alabama on a daily basis in practice. So he stuck around and stuck through there, and then was very productive last year. And then Graham Barton, I think that was a slam dunk in the first round. So right now I'm very, very happy with how the Bucs have drafted, and especially as the question as Bryant Gomez asks, like as far as what was available, as far as no trades, I think they've done a fantastic job. What about you, Sly?
I agree. I feel like they've really landed all of their guys. Just building on your point with McMillan, the Bucs drafted Chris Godwin back in the day in the 3rd round, and there's a lot of similarities to McMillan maybe taking that Chris Godwin level. And maybe, hey, in the rookie year, you're not going to have the most production. I don't think Chris Godwin did, but then he started to get more volume and getting more experience. He took off. And so with McMillan, I think there's definitely the potential and upside that he can do just that. And again, with Chris Braswell, he may have not been the edge rusher that everyone was clamoring for. In the 1st round, everybody's like, hey, let's get Leo Tulatu or Marshawn Nealon. It ended up being Chris Braswell, and I think you have to start to like that pick when you watch more of him and you start to see his profile and just the way that he carries himself. And he went to Alabama, a big school, and although he had to sit behind Will Anderson and Dallas Turner, he didn't mind.
Yeah.
And that takes a level of high character, and I think that's what the Bucs are getting in him, is a high character guy.
Yeah, let me find this question here. So this is Shaggy asking, why no woo last night? I didn't. I mean, we had it up on the screen, but I was also writing. I guess people are saying that Ric Flair didn't announce one of the picks like he was supposed to. So I don't know what happened there.
I think there was a lady filling in doing some of the picks last night.
Hopefully Ric Flair is okay. I saw he tweeted earlier, if he's the one who runs his account, a happy birthday to a family member. So it appears he's okay, but. Yeah, it was funny. I mean, on Thursday it was Will Golson announcing the first 2 is what they said was going to happen, and that 92 would be announced by Ric Flair. I didn't even notice that Ric Flair didn't announce it. But let's get to this question from Felix. Asks, any chance any of these picks win offensive or defensive rookie of the year? Some of these are hard because
don't say offense just because it's going to go to a quarterback. It's going to go to Caleb Williams.
It's going to have to be a quarterback. Yeah, it's going to probably be Caleb Williams, especially if the Bears make the playoffs. And then defensively, it might be a guy like an edge rusher, and maybe it's Chris Braswell if he's a 10-sack guy. But I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. Getting something right across the board here. I know we had him on Bucs Best Bets. We've talked about why he hasn't gone yet. Scott Reynolds tells us that Christian Mahogany is off the Bucs draft board. He won't be a Bucs pick. So will not be a pick for the Bucs in this draft, even though he's still available. And don't think many teams thought he would be here for this long.
There has to be a reason for it.
Yeah, has to be a reason for it. And clearly the Bucs are not in on him. Yeah, and as Scott says, everybody knows the reason, and that is why he has fallen this way that he has. So yeah, won't be the pick at 220. So that's another Bucs best bet off the board, but not off the draft board yet, but off the Bucs.
It's off the board, but still on the board.
So let's see. Let's look at who else has come across here in the last few. Jamal. So the Texans took Jamal Hill, the Oregon linebacker, and then they traded their next pick to the Lions, who come back and get Mekhi Wingo, the defensive tackle out of LSU. I like Mekhi Wingo, and I think he's another guy I thought would have gone a little bit higher.
LSU player, I'm surprised the Jaguars didn't take him. That's all they've been doing.
Jaguars been big on LSU this year, and I've always said this in the past, like, usually aren't going to go wrong drafting LSU players. I know maybe some Bucs fans will disagree because of Devin White, but the first 2 years it looked really good, and Devin White was a big reason they won that Super Bowl. So
Brendan Rice still available.
Brendan Rice, Scott, before you came in here, I was just saying I want him to last till 220 because I wouldn't hate to see him be a Buck, but we'll have to see if he goes before then.
Isaiah's asking, what is your least favorite pick?
If
you had to pick one, like all of them.
Yeah, I mean, like I just said, I'm happy with how all of them have gone so far. And I guess I would say Bucky Irving, even though I just said I'm excited about it.
Yeah.
If I have to pick one, I would say that's the one I'm least sure about longer term. And like with the questions of his size, and really all along we're thinking, yeah, they're going to get a compliment to Rachaad White. And I think he does a lot of the same things really well that Rachaad White does, as far as being a great pass catcher and just his skill set. And I thought maybe they'll get a bigger back like Estime. They'll get somebody like that who will be kind of a bruiser in some of the short yardage situations. But I guess I would pick that one if you're forcing me to make a pick here, Isaiah.
I would say so too, with it being Bucky Irving. I think with the Bucs addressing a lot of their needs with really quality players early on, running back wasn't the biggest need. And with them taking Bucky Irving and then seeing 5-6 running backs go after him, you kind of wonder, like, if he doesn't pan out, then it's Jason Light not finding another running back again, which he has a track record of doing. So at the moment, we'll have to say that. But again, watching him and hearing from him, you kind of like him a little bit more.
Let me see. Felix says Bucky can be our returner. He does have some kick return ability or some kick return experience. Let me see if I can find it. He averaged 22.6 yards per return. He had 14 returns for 317 yards for Oregon. So some of that experience is good, obviously, as a rookie, as a guy who can potentially contribute on special teams, and especially with the way the new kickoff format will be and how that will look.
Definitely.
Dylan McMahon, the center from NC State, is off to Philadelphia at pick 190, and now the Cardinals are on the clock.
Had the chance to look at McMahon a little bit doing the center preview. Athletic guy. Wonder if he would maybe fit more as a guard, just around the 300 mark, if not a little bit below. So does have some versatility, but can get beat at the point of attack. Not the most powerful guy, more of a finesse guy. But
let's see.
D Ford here. What do you all think about Curtis Jacobs, the linebacker from Penn State? Again, did the linebacker preview as well, had a chance to look at Curtis Jacobs. Nothing really stood out about Curtis Jacobs. Watched some tape and some film of like some of his bigger plays. Is athletic, but maybe just a special teams guy.
Yeah, Dan Brugler had him in the 5th round grade, but said his lack of physicality is a concern for the next level, but he has sub-package value and will earn immediate role in special team coverages. A guy who has a good athletic build, but maybe not the most physical linebacker out of Penn State. Let's see his production. His production, decent. He had 7 tackles for loss 3 years ago, 7.5 in 2022, and then 9 this past season. But yeah, not a guy I was able to dive into too much. I know you did the linebacker preview, as you said. But I'm curious. We talked a little bit about whether the linebacker position will be one they address with one of these last 2 picks. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's anybody on the board left that they really, really are big interested into. Real quick here, actually, before we transition into some more draft talk, as we do inch closer to the Bucs finally making another day 3 pick. Let's hear from Tampa Bay Bucs Crews.
We're on the Bucs Crews. Of course, we're playing pool volleyball.
Hey, we on the Bucs Crews, of course. Anytime I say Tampa, they will say Bay. Tampa! Hey! Tampa! Hey! Tampa! Hey!
We're on the Bucs Crews. Of course, I've got my Super Bowl 37 hardware. What do you think?
We're on the Bucs Cruise, and of course we had a pirate night. Arr!
Arr!
Join the fun with hundreds of Bucs fans on the 3rd annual Tampa Bay Bucs Cruise, which sets sail March 7th through the 10th, my birthday week, just so you guys know. In 2025, on the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship, the 3-night cruise begins in Fort Lauderdale and visits Key West and Bimini, Bahamas. Last year's cruise had Yaya Diaby, Rachaad White, Luke Gedeke, Luke the Lifter, that's your boy, Cade Otton, Jamel Dean, Super Bowl 37 MVP Dexter Jackson, Hall of Famer Warren Sapp, Gene Deckerhoff, the voice of the Buccaneers, and others. Even more players are expected next year, as well as a special guest appearance by Mr. Derek Brooks, everyone's favorite player. There will be photo and autograph opportunities with players, a raise the flag sail away party, VIP parties with the players, special player interviews, a water ball challenge, which I know Matt Matera is very excited about, Bucs trivia contests, and fun games and more. Reserve your cabin now on the 2025 Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, where drinks, including alcohol, Wi-Fi, and tips are all included with a $200 per person deposit, refundable until August 16th. Visit TampaBayBucsCruise.com. That's TampaBayBucsCruise.com, or call 1-800-975-7112. Shaggy says, who's your favorite player? Mr. Derek Brooks is the answer.
Yeah, that's your favorite player's favorite player right there.
Sean Surratt says, Mr. Buccaneer, Derek Brooks. Yeah, going to be a great time. Looks very, very exciting. You know, J.C. Allen was on the trip this year. I know that. He said it was a lot of fun. I think he's planning on going next year as well.
Exclusive access to players that, like, you would never get that opportunity. Otherwise,
I thought about it the other day because when I was seeing some of the videos that JC was posting, and just imagining being on the cruise, and I don't know, you wake up, you like walk out your door, and then you just you just see Yaya Diaby, just big monster of a man, and you're like, oh yeah, that's Yaya Diaby right there. But yeah, it's gonna be a ton of fun. So go to TampaBayBucsCruise.com. A few more picks until the Falcons are up. Yet again, they've had a few picks here.
I like the Seahawks pick,
recent. The Seahawks pick DJ James, the corner from Auburn. I think the Seahawks had a pretty decent draft. I'm trying to think of off the top of my head what they've done. The pick is in for the Patriots at 193, and the Bengals are on the clock. So yeah, NFC South, the Bucs foes very soon will be on the clock. The Falcons are on at 197, Saints at 199, the Panthers at 200. So kind of rounding out their drafts there, and then the Bucs again at 220, the final pick of the 6th round, before they go pick their final pick at 246. Unless they move up, unless they send that pick away and to try to move up somewhere else into the 6th round, but no trades so far. So we'll see what they do. Joe Milton, the 3rd to the Patriots. So they take Drake May in the first round. They get Joe Milton, the quarterback out of Tennessee, big arm. I know
goes
that.
Without saying.
Yeah.
He can just launch 70-yard passes with the flick of the wrist.
So interesting pick there from the Patriots with their 6th round pick.
That's a young quarterback room now. And
very
Jacoby Brissett.
And I think, and that was what I think I liked about the Drake May pick. Obviously, they need a long-term franchise quarterback, and they're hoping Drake May can be that guy. But and I don't know. I haven't really paid attention to what they've said in recent days, but I would imagine it would almost be the ideal scenario if they could hold off a little bit and kind of let him develop and not have to start him from day one. Jacoby Brissett, I think, is a great bridge quarterback to have. I think Brissett has always been that's just been his role, it seems like, and he's done it really well. So if the Patriots can get the most out of Jacoby Brissett, whether it's all season or whether it's for a few games until it's like, all right, it's time for Drake May,
right?
But
like the Tyrod Taylor,
and we've seen this happen a lot, I think, with rookie quarterbacks, where it's like, so a lot of teams, if you draft them really, really high, you're going to play them right away. But if you don't have to, like some of them, I think their development gets stunted by just they get thrown into the deep end, and it's like, what can you really do? And sometimes it's not even their fault. Tanner McLaughlin, the tight end from Arizona, went off the board to the Bengals at 194. And now their division rivals, the Steelers, will be on the clock at 195. How's it going, Matt? Matt Matera is rejoining the room.
Is back in the room, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. It's just the 4 of us now. Josh Capo is back on his way back to Atlanta.
He's cartwheeling to Atlanta.
Speaking of Atlanta, they're about ready to finish the draft.
They are. We're getting ready to finish their draft. Here in a few picks, the Steelers are on the clock. Then it's the Rams. Then it's the Falcons. Raheem Morris is. Okay, the pick is in now for the Steelers. It does go so quickly. It does in the 6th and 7th. But we were talking, Scott and Matt, about how if we get to 14,000 subscribers, Josh can't get out of the cartwheel, even just because he's got a 7-hour drive ahead of him. He's got
We're 210 picks. Sorry, 210 subscribers away.
210 subscribers away. From praise be to Godwin.
We have a super chat here from Ed Wamiel 83. What's the 199 super chat? Thank you for the super chat. Getting to cut the line. We are the bouncers. gets to cut the line. And the question is, what's the reason on Mahogany? We haven't gotten the reason on Mahogany. All we know is that he's still available, and
he's
all
off the
the
Bucs
teams
board, and probably a lot of other teams, which would explain his fall from maybe being a 3rd round pick to still untaken in round 6.
Yeah, the not sure.
Which
I'm
speaks
sure
a lot because offensive linemen are so highly valued. The Bucs have gone on record in saying that they really draft and develop offensive linemen because you can't find quality offensive linemen just sitting there in free agency.
that was one of the more interesting things I think Todd Bowles I don't say has ever said, but it's one of the funny, like the most interesting things he said yesterday was a good point by him was that most of the time, really, really good offensive linemen, they're hard to find, first of all. And when you do find them, you don't typically find them on the open market because they don't get let onto the open market. Their teams typically pay them if they're very good. We've seen the Bucs do that with their own.
Like the Panthers did this
several
offseason.
times. Yeah,
With 2
Panthers did
guys,
it.
like $150 million.
To protect Bryce Young, you have to sign, if you have good offensive linemen in the room, you have to keep them on board. And that's why it's so much probably better to build it through the draft, because you get them on these rookie contracts and you develop them. And then you can probably, I don't know how much all the time you're going to get a hometown discount because you're the team that drafted them, but you get the chance to work with them on their next contract and keep them in the building if they're good enough and you want to build around them. So hard to build an offensive lineman through free agency all the time.
Definitely. This comment from Sean makes me laugh. Makes me wonder if Mahogany has an injury or something like that. It's either that or he smacks kittens. If he smacks kittens, definitely
I hope he doesn't smack
undraftable.
kittens. I really hope he doesn't smack kittens.
Yeah, monster.
Sean says, those darn kitten smackers. Yeah. Disavow. I disavow kitten smackers.
Yeah.
It's not the one I was looking for. It was this one. Sorry, disavowed.
The Falcons, they should be
They
pretty
should
close
be
to
up
picking.
there, yeah.
If not
I
already
have
making it.
them
They're on the clock.
They
many
are on the
tabs
clock.
open. Oh, I think I just closed my tab, didn't I?
Bailey.
got Ryan Watts.
Ryan Watts, the Texas corner.
Oh my God, they got dogs on the TV.
They got dogs on the TV.
Speaking of that,
Why? I can only see. Well, I mean that's fair. Is it like it's like humane
On day
society
3 of the
thing?
draft,
I
anything
love
goes.
it. I love
Have
it.
dogs on the stage.
shout out to Miss Peaches.
Yeah. Also shout out to Mr. Pear, the
Yes,
turtle.
Mr. Pear. Man, comeback.
The Rams pick is in, so the Falcons are on the clock at 197, getting ready to finish their draft.
Once the Falcons take either McLaughlin or Trey Taylor.
I would prefer the Falcons don't take one of the remaining Bucs best bets. Doing a really bad job of using my touchscreen laptop. I would just keep closing tabs instead of clicking on them. It's great.
Gedeke looks like he smacks kittens.
Oh
man,
disavow.
Hopefully
Luke the
not.
Lifter has a mean streak to him, but I don't think he has a
I don't
mean
think it's
streak
that
with
mean.
kittens.
I think it just mic'd up.
I think it's a mean streak on the field. Let's see what we get here with the Falcons' next pick. It's funny how this is kind of bunched up here as the rest of the NFC South starts to finish their drafts. They've got the Falcons on the clock right now at 197, and it's the Dolphins, and then 199 and 200. It's the Saints and Panthers back to back. So
Back to back. And then after waiting 95 picks, the Bucs will have 2 within 26.
I find these sometimes. I'm looking at the NFL draft tracker on NFL.com, and I sometimes find these like trade picks hard to follow. But if I'm not mistaken,
There's like 4 different arrows.
201, I think, used to be it was the Bucs pick originally that they sent to Detroit in the Davis trade. Detroit has since sent it to Philly, who has sent it to Indianapolis. So yeah, no one wants the 201st
Or
pick.
203. It's gone from Houston to Cleveland to Denver to New York Giants,
Yeah.
or New York Jets to Minnesota again.
B Loggins asks, what do you guys think will be the pick at 220? Marcus Harris. Marcus Harris is one of the only few Bucs best bets remaining.
Yep.
So we will see. I would like to see them come away with
least
Harris
one
or with a
defensive
defensive lineman to build out that room and build out that rotation a little bit more. I think that would be Okay, there's the answer that I figured was the reason for the dogs on the TV or the drafts, the SPCA trying to get them adopted. I love that. It's great.
That's awesome. Dogs are trying to get drafted. Dogs are trying to get adopted.
There's some cat and dog debates going on in the chat.
Team dog.
Yeah, Jeff the Champ says cats greater than dogs, but both are great. I think it's. I would say dogs greater than cats. Both.
It depends on the cat, though.
Yeah,
Like,
Shaggy. That's true.
Got a homie,
yeah.
like
Shaggy
love the cat.
says. Shaggy says
You're
dogs.
talking about a very specific cat versus just general dogs.
Yeah.
This is true.
Dogs says Shaggy says dogs are children, cats are roommates. Makes sense.
If it's a cat that smacks you, you gotta smack the cat.
I have seen. Yeah, it's. Sean says, cats are nature's jerks, but they're the reason you know the earth isn't flat. If the earth was flat, then cats would have knocked stuff off the edge.
Yeah,
Cats are just gangsters for
that's true.
It's
a whole debate now.
This is day 3 of the draft.
Yes, this is
day
what
3 of the draft. We're here.
We are here for it.
I say as my laptop's nearly dead.
No.
As much as I've said that these
The Rams pick has been in for 5 minutes.
okay, yeah, I was saying as much as we said these come in really fast, the Falcons have been on the clock for as long as it takes to make a first round pick. So
It says the pick is in. It's been in for 5 minutes.
then we're gonna see like 5 in a row. Just
They're
come
having
really
fun in the
quickly.
draft house, though. The Rams are.
Of course.
This says Keon Coleman said that he was at Waffle House so much that he had the cook's number pinned in his messages. Legend. And Ian Rappaport says this alone should have made him a first rounder.
DK Metcalf eats bags of candy, and then you got Keon Coleman going to Waffle House. Like the diet of a wide receiver. I've seen Tyreek Hill like holding McDonald's bags.
Yeah.
You gotten it yet or no? Whoa.
Whoa.
Wait, where am I? Why did I go back to the 4th round? 6th round. There we go.
This is insane. It's like
They pause. Like they decided to pause the draft. You know, you're in a fantasy football draft, and someone's like internet goes out, and you're like commissioner has to hit pause on the draft.
I mean, is it like unless you adopt a dog, we're not going to draft?
All these dogs need to be adopted.
Tyler Davis, defensive tackle.
Okay.
From Clemson
To the Rams. Okay.
Now,
So
Falcons are on the clock with their last pick.
are you on the draft tracker on NFL.com? Because now it doesn't even say okay. Because the NFL.com one still says Rams pick is in, and doesn't even say the Falcons are on the clock. It's just they've decided.
I can't stand NFL.
They've decided it's enough of the draft.
I really wonder, Felix questions here. Bucs really about to get Rice in the 6th. Wonder what the slide is for Brendan Rice. Like his dad, Jerry, back in the day. He fell down the draft board.
Okay. So the Falcons have gone with Georgia defensive lineman Zion Logue.
Okay.
To close out their draft. I think that's the
defensive line.
Is that like the 4th defensive lineman they've drafted? I think.
Yeah, 4 straight defensive linemen after Michael Penix.
Yeah. So I think someone asked in the chat earlier how the Falcons have done since they took Penix, and we touched on this earlier. I think they've done a good job.
They really rebounded.
We'll still won't just forgive them for the Penix pick, but I think they've done really well to get some high caliber and some impact defensive linemen into the room. They really needed it, and that's what I thought they were going to do with that first round pick, with the 8th overall pick. And they did burn that on a quarterback of the future. Whether that future is in 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years, we'll see. But I think they've done well to recover. It's going to be interesting to see because I don't know. The Saints are always around. I know Matt. I forgot what the
Austin Powers.
Yeah, the Austin Powers reference you made the other day. They're just, why won't you die already? Was that what it was?
Yeah. Why won't you die?
Yeah. I thought when you mentioned that the other day, I was thinking of Breaking Bad. I didn't even really finish Breaking Bad ever. I don't think
How
I
dare
was.
you?
I know it's
That's a
crazy.
quality
I know
show.
people have killed me for that for years, but I just remember what's the son's name? I remember like
Walt Jr. and
Yeah,
Breakfast?
Walt Jr. Yeah, he was like, why don't you just die already? But yeah, I mean, the Saints might stick around. I don't think the Panthers are there yet, but it will be, I think, the Bucs and the Falcons. And it might be a lot like last year where it's, one team leads for 1 week, one team leads for another week. And then it's going to be kind of just jockeying for position and trying to stay in the race until the end. And the Bucs obviously went on that streak in December and were able to close it out in the final week of the season. But
you mentioned jockeying for position. The Falcons, they have done so. They've filled out their draft board. As we mentioned before, after Ruke Ororo, Braylon Trice, and Brandon Dorless, they rounded it out by taking Notre Dame inside linebacker J.D. Bertrand, Alabama running back Jace McMillan, wide receiver Casey Washington, and rounding it out with defensive lineman Zion Logue. So in total, they got 4 players on the defensive front 7, and also getting a wide receiver and a running back to kind of pair with Michael Penix or Kirk Cousins, who's ever the quarterback there. But how do you like the Falcons draft overall?
There's good and bad to it. I think I like that they went after that Penix pick. I like they did go to Ruke Ororo. I like that they got a guy like Braylon Trice, Brandon Dorless. Less high on their day 3 picks, I think, but I think Jace McMillan can be a contributor. I think we'll see what happens with J.D. Bertrand and all that. But I do think that following up that Penix pick with the 3, 2 defensive tackles and a defensive end, I think that was a good way to go about it.
For sure.
Yeah, so the draft tracker looks to have been back up. The Dolphins are on the clock, and the Saints are on deck, followed by the Panthers at pick 200.
Dolphins pick Patrick McMorris, safety out of Cal.
Patrick McMorris?
Yeah.
Okay. Safety out of Cal goes to the Miami Dolphins. So the Saints pick is in already. So we had that pause for whatever reason. At least a lag in the system. Panthers being on the clock at 200. So we're 20 picks away from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers being back on the clock for the first time since pick 125.
Yeah. It's been 84 years, like that one gif.
I think I wrote the story on Bucky Irving. I think I was doing that like 3 hours ago, it feels like at this point. Like
it's already 5
that might
PM.
that might already be
not
true.
feel
It's
like
5 o'clock already, so it might have been 3 hours ago.
Wow.
Tony Kona says running back Dylan Law would be a
Christian
real
Boyd,
steal
defensive lineman from Northern Iowa to
the Saints. Christian Boyd from Northern Iowa.
Yep.
That's the Saints draft finished, isn't it?
Yep.
Nope. 7th rounder. Was it the who was their first pick in the 5th round again? Spencer. Was it? So did they move up when they moved up for Kool-Aid? Was it?
Yeah.
That they got, because I know at one point yesterday they had like 5 5th round picks. So whittled that down to 3.
Christian Boyd, a small school defensive lineman. Another defensive lineman option off the board for the Bucs to maybe consider.
Yeah, I don't know too much about him, honestly. We're gonna have to let Scott answer this for himself when he's back on the show. But Felix wants to know who Scott's favorite pick for the Bucs is so far. We'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, but to be fair, we've also
we've been
like 4.5.
Yeah, supply and demand says SR said Barton. So that's a bit of another spoiler alert from what we just talked about. Big Al asks, is Rice and Pratt still on the draft board? Yeah, both of them are still available. Both of them are still available. And again, you and I just talked about quarterbacks probably, it was maybe an hour ago at this point.
Yeah.
But Pratt was a guy who was, for some, a 4th or 5th rounder. So the end of the 6th round would be a good spot for him. If the Bucs are interested in drafting a quarterback this year, they might not be.
You never have enough good quarterbacks, though.
The Falcons feel that way too. It's the Panthers on the clock, 200, followed by what was formerly the Bucs pick at 201.
So we kind of mentioned it before.
We could have had an NFC South party here for a while back, because the Falcons picked at 197, the Saints at 199, the Panthers at 200. It could have been the Bucs at 201. We could have had it all together, but.
So after not drafting like some defensive help, they get 2 guys in Jaylen Ford and Christian Boyd.
Yeah, B. Logan says, I didn't like the Saints draft. Not overly impressed with it.
Average.
Yeah, I talked a little bit about it earlier. I think Fuaga fills a really big need for them, and I think that was probably the right pick for them in the first round. Kool-Aid McKinstry, I think, has some good potential. It's hard. I think it's hard to have like a home run draft when you don't have any picks, in the third or fourth round. It's like you get those two guys at the top, and then you hope your 5th, 6th, and 7th rounders pan out. I don't know that you can have a dream draft in that scenario.
Yeah, like the Bucs a couple years ago, they got Rashad White, Kate Otten, and then Jake Camarda, the legend, in those 3rd and 4th rounds.
Yeah. Let's see.
Pick is in for the Panthers.
Pick is in. So Christian Boyd was an East-West Shrine Bowl participant. Had a good showing there.
Panthers select Mississippi State defensive tackle Jaylen
Cremetti to the Panthers. I was wondering if you were going to say Mississippi State linebacker Nathaniel Watson.
Yeah.
Okay.
He could be an option for the Bucs.
Nathaniel Watson.
Yeah.
I remember we were watching him at was it the Senior Bowl? We were watching some of his clips that there was some to like, but there was also some not so good things on tape. So
the rest of the NFC South really shoring up the defensive line, while the Bucs have been shoring up the offensive line.
Yeah.
Getting ready for some trench warfare next
battling
season.
in the trenches. The Colts on the clock at 2:01 after the Panthers took Jaylen Cremetti out of Mississippi State. Inching closer to that Bucs pick. Imagine after all this wait, they just traded away.
Wow. I don't want to think about it.
Just waiting 95 picks for them to say, never mind.
What about next year?
Here's the Panthers draft. After the pick of Cremetti, it was Xavier Leggett on the
2 E's.
on day one with the 32nd pick. They traded into the first round to draft him. Jonathan Brooks, the first running back off the board to the Panthers. And then later they got Jatavian Sanders, a tight end out of Texas. So getting some help for Bryce Young. Then obviously, building up the defense a little bit with Trevin Wallace, Chow Smith-Wade, the cornerback, and then defensive tackle Jaylen Cremetti. Shout out to Wayne Hilton for the $22.22 super chat. If you have a comment that you want to add, if you want to send it, just you don't have to super chat us again. If you want to send the comment in with this, or if you're just giving us $22.22, we want to say thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, keep those super chats coming. Yeah.
And then do a separate comment.
Right. So if you have a comment or a question to send in with that super chat,
Please
just drop it into the chat and we'll get right to it. But thank you so much, Wayne. Micah Abraham, the cornerback from Marshall, goes to the Colts at
Wayne's
201.
So charitable, you'd think he was Bruce Wayne.
Lord Jimbo 2 says Wayne prefers to be mysterious. Mysterious Wayne. There's been some talk here in the chat about Devin Culp as a undrafted
Another
free
Washington
agent.
player.
Yeah, I
Why
talked
not?
to him at the combine. I talked about him and the other Washington tight end, Jack Westover, both of them with nothing but high praise for Kate Otten and the teammate that he was to them when they were at Washington. And I wrote a story about it on pewterreport.com, how much they would both like to, be back and reunited with Kate Otten. I know Devin Culp is also good friends with Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Yeah, and there was not a ton of production, I don't believe, from Culp, but there's still a lot to like there. I do kind of wonder if that's a name to keep an eye out for because
4.47.
He's quick, very quick, and the tight end room we've talked about it in the pre-draft process, maybe not drafting a tight end this year because of running more three wide receiver sets and not as many 2 tight end sets. And you have a guy in Kate Otten that Liam Cohen seems fond of, and the Bucs seem to like enough. And then you have there's a lot of hope for Payne Durham to develop into a guy who at least can contribute in the red zone. Obviously, a big-bodied guy who had a lot of touchdown production at Purdue. But we'll see. We'll see what kind of whatever they don't target here in the 6th and 7th rounds. We'll see if they what kind of they start their undrafted free agent signings with, because those will sometimes come in as quick and fast as these 6th and 7th round picks do.
This would have been the perfect comment for Josh Capo. What do you guys think about the USF tackle Donovan Jennings as a UDFA hometown product? Played college ball at Ray J. I know he wants to see him drafted, but looking at, again, as you mentioned, like some of the needs that maybe the Bucs don't fill with the remaining 2 picks that they look at with UDFA is they did get Graham Barton along the interior offensive line. They could still use more offensive line help. I think every team can. So Jennings would probably be a target there.
Yeah, could be. Can't say I've watched a ton of him.
Yeah, you don't watch any of them.
I've seen some. Yeah, I watched some USF games here and there. But yeah, I mean, a guy that maybe might be a priority free agent for a team out there. Local guy, I think, would have been at the Bucs local pre-draft workout, I would imagine. Let's see, where are we with Travis Glover, the offensive tackle from Georgia State, going to the Packers at 202. Getting closer.
Before that pick, Micah Abraham, cornerback out of Marshall, went to the Colts. Micah Abraham went to Eastlake High School.
Okay.
And is the son of former Bucs cornerback Donnie Abraham, also known as the Iceman.
If you didn't hear Scott there saying that Micah Abraham, couple picks ago to the Indianapolis Colts, has some connections to Donnie Abraham, the one-time Bucs corner from the late 90s and early 2000s. So pretty interesting pick there.
I am at some point soon here going to need to get my laptop charger.
Want to grab it for you?
If you don't mind, I just don't know if I have anywhere to plug it in right now.
Yeah, we might just
do a line change real quick. Yeah. All right, we will be bringing back both of you. You both want to come on?
Yeah.
Scott Reynolds and Matt Matera will be back on the Pewter Report draft show here as the Bucs pick here pretty soon. Woo! It's been a long time, and we'll see it.
little lad for you.
Little lad. All right.
Apparently, Ric Flair did not make the selection.
Yeah, I was just talking about that.
But we're gonna show you
Rock Riley
Ric Flair here.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I mean, with Ric Flair, kind of anything's on the table, sadly. But
no Ric Flair yesterday. We had Rick Stroud today on
we did
Pewter Report draft show.
Yeah, some good guests today.
Yep.
It's fun to go through the carnival.
Yeah.
A little bit of a car wash of guests.
Yeah. JC Allen, new Bucs reporter, Mara Carey. Got a chance to introduce her to the Pewter people out there. And you know this guy sitting next to me, and you know me, Scott Reynolds and Matt Matera here. So
hello. Wow, we're on hour 6.
I know.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of heavy lifting done by other Pewter reporters today. So we can gear up for the home stretch here. And interesting that the Buccaneers have not yet made a move. We kind of anticipated maybe, especially with what John Spytek was saying, maybe making a move. This is a huge gap, the longest gap I can remember for Jason Light.
Yeah, because even the last couple of seasons, the Bucs have made a trade at some point, one way or another. They traded up to get Trey Palmer last year in the 6th round.
Right.
The year before, they traded up to get Luke Gedeke.
Right.
In round 2, and then of course, infamously,
the trade to get Trey Palmer last year.
Yeah, just said that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
my bad. Yeah,
Trey Palmer last year.
Zion McCollum,
Luke Gedeke. Yeah, Zion as well, and then of course, traded back 3 seasons ago when they ended up going with Logan Hall in the first pick of round 2. So, Brian Gomez with TGHT says, "Oh, I missed Rick Stroud. Y'all get everybody, and I love it." # Pewter fan. Well, Brian, the cool thing is. You might even be able to do it right now on YouTube and just rewind it, or whenever the stream ends, you could just go in and fast forward to the part where Rick is on. We obviously didn't really put a graphic too much over Rick's face or the other guest's face when they're on.
Right.
So just fast forward until you see Scott and Rick, and then bam, there you are.
Yep. Paul Bowen, you also drink a Celsius Energy to wake up. Yeah, that's a great idea.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I had one this morning. Wow.
I know.
We started at 11 o'clock today.
We
It's
did.
now. Wow.
Hold on 1 second here. I got to make a quick phone call.
Ooh, let's put him on speaker. We are now prank calling Bailey Adams.
He's not answering.
I'll try Sly.
Yeah. I need a Celsius. I mean, that's some incredible draft advice there from Paul Bowen. Do you need a Celsius? I've got an extra one. I've got an orange if you'd like one.
I would like almost like a splash of Celsius.
Okay.
I don't need a whole thing.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, it's an emergency.
Yep.
Um,
we need you, Sly.
uh,
Oh no, hold on. You're in the media room.
oh no. He's so aggressive.
I know. Okay, so
Oh,
here,
we're going.
here's
Sly's in the
emergency.
room now.
It's 5 o'clock, and I need my second Celsius. I'm fading, man.
Yeah.
So I've got the Celsius in right above my workstation, the media room. It's an orange Celsius. Can you grab that?
Yeah.
And then there's go to where the ice machine is. There's 2 cups. Okay, grab a couple cups, paper cups.
Yeah.
Pour a little splash for Matt.
You
pour
can.
the rest, pour
I
the
have
rest
that
for me.
I have that Mets cup. You can
Okay.
just throw it in the Mets cup.
There
for
we go.
me.
So
Yeah.
over ice, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam.
All right. So
Bailey,
teamwork.
you failed. You're now failing. That's me. We called you. You didn't answer.
Sly
Yeah.
on the spot. That's right. Sly was the intern, but he's not an intern anymore.
Yeah.
He's a Pewter Report.
We're just busting your chops,
Yeah.
Bailey. But
Yeah.
you did not answer when we called.
We did Celsius.
We had a great suggestion on the show to have a Celsius.
Did you see who the Bills picked? I was too excited I couldn't answer my phone.
Christian Mahogany.
No.
Who they pick?
Tyler Grable at UCF.
Oh,
yeah, there you go.
big day for you.
Yeah.
Huge day.
Huge.
And my gold and white.
We're going to talk about Christian Mahogany here because we had him as the Bucs' best bet. He and Michael Pratt. If you scour X right now and look, you'll see the top remaining players available. It's those 2 players right now. It's Christian Mahogany and Michael Pratt. And with Michael Pratt, you can kind of see it because
like not shocking.
Yeah, I mean he's not a physically gifted quarterback, right? I mean, there's a reason why guys like Michael Pratt, guys like Brock Purdy fall this far because they don't have the arm, they don't have that the physical prowess that you're looking for. Certainly not a starting caliber quarterback. And every once in a while, you find that diamond in the rough. You find the Tom Brady in round 6. You find the Brock Purdy in round 7. But those come along every I don't know, once every 10, 20 years,
Blue moon.
whatever, right? So yeah,
Essentially.
blue moon. So there's that. But with Mahogany, there's a little bit more to the story. Done a little digging, and all I'll say is this. With Christian Mahogany, it's let's just say the Buccaneers really revere their offensive.
Thank you so much, Adam.
Well, you poured a lot there. You just split this. I need the whole damn thing, Sly.
Yeah.
Huh? You split it even?
Yeah.
I said a splash for him. He wanted a splash.
Well,
It's half a Celsius. I'm gonna have to have the other one now.
you're 52.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Yeah. I'm not asking for 3. I can handle 2 without dying. But well said.
Do you want a little bit?
Sure, no, sure. Why not? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little pour. Yeah. There you go. All right. Perfect. That should do.
Cool.
All right. Thank
Cheers to Celsius.
Cheers to
To
Celsius.
you, the Pewter
Yes.
people.
you. Absolutely. Good stuff.
Sparkling orange, one of the
OGs.
one of the OGs, one of the
Yep.
best.
Catamax, $5 super chat. Sorry for being late to the party. Been busy at work. How would you grade the Bucs draft this year thus far? By the way, awesome job, PR. All love to PR. We appreciate
you.
that.
Grading it so far, for me, I'm thinking honestly B plus. I think B plus is quite reasonable when you look at how it worked out for Graham Barton. Braswell obviously was outside linebacker, even with all the depth, was something that they certainly wanted to address.
Yeah.
And found a guy that overall can be violent as a tackler and finishes, which makes him the anti-JTS. Tyke Smith very well could be the maybe not steal, but the best value pick for the Bucs there in the 3rd round. McMillan, I think that will kind of be the story of that can kind of teeter this draft in one way or another, where it's either he can bump them up all the way to an A or bring it down to like a solid B, depending on how his rookie year goes. And Bucky Irving, a lot of people have a fair amount of complaints about it because of his size, but if he can kind of produce in the passing game, which I know Rachaad White does that too, but I don't think there's anything wrong with just adding another running back that's a good receiver.
Yeah.
Bucky Irving has speed, can make guys miss. We'll see.
I would say right now it's a B+ for me. I agree. I think this is a very solid draft, and I also agree with you, Matt. I think Jaylen McMillan would be the X factor, right?
Yeah.
If he can be a Chris Godwin type player, what I mean by that is a 3rd round pick who really kind of outplays and outperforms his draft status, right?
Yes.
Where, and I'm not saying he has to be Chris Godwin, because Matt, he's the 2nd best receiver of all time in Tampa Bay, right? Behind Mike Evans. I'm not saying he's got to ascend to that level, but if he can eventually become a starting wide receiver, because that's what Chris Godwin became, a starting wide receiver. If he can be a starting wide receiver and replace Chris Godwin and turn in 1,000-yard season, either every year, every other year, just be a really good number 2 receiver, then I think this draft has a chance of grading him even higher in the future. But I'm with you. I think it's
and
really, really solid draft. As Rick Stroud said before, you don't go in saying, fill the need, fill the need, fill the need, fill the need. This has been a natural process where they've taken the best player available.
Yes.
And it's happened to be at positions of need. So I think it's married itself really well.
And in all honesty, and to be realistic, we can't even truly make a true grade on this until, I don't know, 3 or 4 seasons from now. Like, now's the time where we should be looking at the 2020 draft class and things of that nature, which we actually don't even need to look into it that much because, bam, Tristan Wirfs and Antoine Winfield Jr. But in its moment right here and now, I'll say a B+. An A+ super chat from an A+ commenter this whole weekend. Cincy Kid back with the $5 super chat. Says slide for the win. Woo! 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 Styling and profiling. Thank you, Pewter Report, for your coverage this weekend. Bodega. Cincy Kid, cannot thank you enough for all the kind words and the super chats. Appreciate you a ton. And we're gonna keep bringing it.
All right, so a little bit of scoop here. I don't think the Bucs are going to be drafting Christian Mahogany, and maybe he goes undrafted. And you've seen it's not just Tampa Bay that's passed on Mahogany now for 5+ rounds into the 6th round here. It's every team. And from what I was told, and this kind of goes to Jackson Powers Johnson a little bit too. And we mentioned this on yesterday's show, and I wrote about it on pewterreport.com in my Day 2 Insider. If Graham Barton wasn't there, the Bucs were going to pick Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle. They were not going to pick Jackson Powers Johnson. And if Jackson Powers Johnson had been there at number 57, there's a chance the Buccaneers pass on Jackson Powers Johnson then. There's something really sacred about the offensive line room. It has to be the most cohesive, tight-knit group. It's not even a group, really. It's a unit.
Yeah.
And you can't have somebody come in maybe with a personality that doesn't fit and rock the boat.
Mm.
It's bad for chemistry. And I don't know that maybe the Jackson Powers Johnson and the Christian Mahogany are the best fits for the Bucs offensive line room. And that's about all I can say.
Okay. I guess, there's there's only so much detail that can be provided. But as was kind of mentioned, it's not just the Bucs that are sour on Mahogany. It's literally the entire NFL. Like Jackson Powers Johnson still went fair, overall early compared to being a day 3
and he's
guy.
a much better prospect.
Yes,
he's a
yes.
much better
And
player
again, sometimes
than
you can make reservations when you have a very talented player. You kind of put up with I guess more BS. So
so it just sometimes you hear about players bombing an interview, right? They go in for a job interview
and word
they bomb.
spreads.
Yeah, exactly. And at the same time too, it's like that's why let me put it this way, right? There were for years there were a ton of people in the media that were that were getting on throwing it out there, right? Why doesn't Eric Bieniemy get a head coaching job? Holy smokes! What in the world's going on? Why can't this guy get a head coaching job? He's won Super Bowls. He's the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs, and it's like he's not a good interview. He's had interviews and he's bombed them all. And Eric Bieniemy will never be a head coach, right? He was an offensive coordinator for 1 year, right, in Washington as the play caller.
And things didn't really go well.
Things didn't go very well.
And I think that's even more telling when, you're on a team, you're in a situation where things aren't going well. Because Bieniemy was with the Chiefs. Even if you hate someone, if you're on a team that's winning Super Bowls, you'll tolerate it, and it can't be too bad. But you go to Washington, and obviously that whole organization was in disarray up until the new ownership that was just brought in.
He was really abrasive, which he was. And it's like that's part of it. And so sometimes that abrasiveness, it's just not a good fit. And so Warren Sapp was abrasive. He was also one of the 5 best defensive tackles of all time.
Yes.
Sometimes if you have elite talent, they'll put up with you, right? In certain settings and all of that.
And I think, Scott, that's also why you see people taking advantage. For example, Dave Canales, who is a really good interviewer, to the fact that he was able to get that offensive coordinator job with the Buccaneers, not having really any connections or ties to Tampa Bay after spending his whole career in Seattle, and was in Seattle so long, but yet wasn't an offensive coordinator or a play caller at any time. That's not the easiest thing to do, to get promoted to an offensive coordinator and a play caller outside of the organization that you were in. Typically, when you become a first-time play caller, it's because you were with this team and you build your way up as he did to a certain degree, but then was able to come to the Buccaneers. We all know what he did last season in Tampa Bay, and then interviewed so well. Sure. Some things fell into his lap with the Panthers not wanting to be the best situation for a head coach to go to, but nonetheless got a head coaching job. And speaking of Christian Mahogany, he is now off the board. The Detroit Lions took him with the 210th pick. So,
and you know what? And sometimes that happens where a guy that carries a day 2 grade falls this far, and you go to training camp. And you kind of do a test. Maybe he redeems himself. Maybe he's humbled, whatever. Maybe it ends up working out. If not, you cut a 6th-round pick. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a low-risk proposition.
Low risk and very high reward. Hey, thank you to Christopher Snuffer for the $5 super chat. We appreciate you, Christopher, who says, been a Pewter Report reader since 2005. Wow. So next year will be 20 years reading Pewter Report. That's super cool to see. Thank you so much for your support, Chris. And Bucs fans since 1984. Love what you guys do. Great coverage of this draft. Keep up the great work.
Appreciate that.
Thanks again for the kind words. We plan on doing so. And again, the football season, it's quite cyclical. We have your in-season stuff, and we cover the Bucs all year round, 24/7. If you're just tuning in for the first time, you heard about us, welcome. Cover the Bucs 24/7, 365. Always got stories out, always updating our social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all that good stuff. And of course, our YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV, if you want to subscribe there. Got tons and tons and tons of content out already. More content coming too. videos, reactions, literally everything. Some from us at Pewter Report, some from interviews with the players and coaches and GMs and everything of that nature. So a little bit of content for everybody, which is, you got to appease the masses, but not in a sense that we don't like to.
Yeah.
There's just different ways to bring the entertainment to everybody.
Right. Yep. B. Loggins here with a question. SR and Matt, do you agree that the Bucs addressed their needs even if it wasn't the players we expected? Yes, but there is still a gaping hole at left guard. I mean, I don't have a ton of confidence necessarily that Sua Opeta is going to be better than Matt Filer was last year. I mean, he signed Ben Bredesen's deal is like for $3 million.
Yeah.
Sua Opeta's here for like $1.5 million. I mean, it's a backup contract. Maybe Ben Bredesen gets the job. He's probably better suited for center than guard. He's got very short arms, like 31 inches. So I don't know. To me, you still have a huge gaping hole at left guard. I even posed this proposition to Rick. It's like, I know that you want Graham Barton to be the center because that's a more valued and important position. It all starts there. That's the snap. You're making the line calls. But maybe you ride with Robert Hainsey in a contract year for one more year and you play Graham Barton at left guard, which is honestly, when he came off the board, we thought, okay, they found their left guard.
Did. Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. At least I think for the Bucs, you went in saying, all right, you have two issues on the interior offensive line. Now you have just one issue on that interior. And, a couple other positions, they haven't done tight end yet, but I think they can get away with the group that they have now. And obviously it can still go with, let's see what tight ends are available. It could still go with a tight end.
Jaheim Bell from Florida State.
From Florida State. He's more of a
Devin Culp,
receiving tight end. Culp as well, who played with Kate Otten.
Another tight end from Washington as well.
Yeah, so a couple of tight ends left. Defensive tackle, of course, was one where certainly consideration to adding to that defensive line. Now, if Will Golston is correct in his prediction about Logan Hall, and this is the breakout year for Logan Hall, then defensive tackle becomes a position that you're not as worried about, but that's obviously a big leap of faith. And obviously Will Golston is going to have the back of his guy, Logan Hall, who he's got a good friendship and relationship with. So those were some that I guess still need to be addressed, but overall, I think they covered most of the holes. But I would agree with you. Yes, the biggest hole that still needs to, I guess, be taken care of would be another spot on the offensive line interior. But I also think the Bucs can get away with it too.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is the Buccaneers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks away. That could come as soon as 8 minutes, or it could be 40 minutes, depending on how long these teams are making their picks here. I guess the Rams pick is in. The Bengals pick is on the clock. Whittling down our Bucs best bets here. Matt,
I think the Rams picked a kicker, by the way.
They did, yeah. They just picked Little, the kicker. Cam Little.
Yep, out of Arkansas.
Michael Pratt from Tulane, the quarterback. Running back Kendall Milton from Georgia. Marcus Harris, defensive tackle from Auburn. Dwight McLaughlin from Arkansas, cornerback. And then Trey Taylor from Air Force, the safety. Those are the five remaining Bucs best bets with 2 picks left. We've already nailed 2. That's a good year. We always want to nail at least 1. 2 is even better.
Yeah,
we had 4 last year. There's only 2 more picks, so all we can do.
And 4 was the most ever in the history of PewterReport.com. How about this, Scott? I don't know if this has happened before with your Bucs best bets. Have you gotten 2 Bucs best bets at the same position where the Bucs double up?
Yes, I did actually.
I didn't know this either. This isn't like me just setting them up with a softball.
Yes, matter of fact, Aurelius Ben and Mike Williams back in 2009. Those were the picks for the Buccaneers, both wide receivers. So yeah, that's the time we've actually nailed both positions. And I would say, this is going back. Hold on, I'll tell you exactly when. I can't remember the guy's name. We were absolutely sweating. There's been a couple years we did not nail any Bucs best bets. I'll be the first to admit that. 2016, with the Vernon Hargraves draft. I don't think maybe we had Noah Spence. I don't think we nailed anybody that year. I know in 2020 we didn't. That was the COVID year, and we did not have any picks then. Then the next year we got Kyle Trask and Joe Tryon Shoinka.
Yep.
But let me pull up. He went to Pitt. I'm trying to remember his name.
Anyway, in the meantime, Action Bastard says Aurelius Ben. Woof.
Yeah.
Some people are fans of Brevin Span Ford. I think if I recall,
I remember now.
I spoke to him at the combine. I asked him about O'Keefe because he played with O'Keefe, and he said he's a big angry ginger or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So we were sweating it out
way back in 2003, Matt, right after the Bucs' first Super Bowl in 2003.
We were down to our last Bucs best bet, and we were down to the last Bucs pick of that draft.
Oh, wow.
And in the 6th round, Tampa Bay Buccaneers selected cornerback from University of Pittsburgh, Torrey Cox.
Okay.
And
can't say I'm familiar.
Yep. Just a backup cornerback, and we nailed a Bucs best bet on the last pick of the draft with our last available Bucs best bet. It was the thing where it's like, it's either going to be Torrey Cox or it's not, and that's going to be it. And it was Torrey Cox. So we actually.
And this was like before the Pewter Report live draft show or anything like that. So what, you guys just like chilling in the media room like everyone else?
Yeah, we were still. This is back when we had a magazine. This is back when we had a printed magazine. And I'm trying to think. In 2003, so that was Torrey Cox. It was the only Bucs best bet we had that year. The next year in 2004, I want to say we nailed Jeb Terry from North Carolina, the guard.
Okay.
I think we had that. 2005, Barrett Ruud was a Bucs best bet. Chris Colmer was also a Bucs best bet. And Larry Brackens was a Bucs best bet, I want to say. I'm going – I know there's a year or two we had 3.
From Pearl River Community College.
Pearl River Community College, yeah, Larry Brackens.
Wow.
And then the next year we had Alan Zamitis, who was an absolutely horrible pick for the Buccaneers. And
what's up, Bailey?
Bruce Gadkowski, and then who was the tight end? TJ Williams. We had 3 that year as well. We had Bruce Gadkowski, TJ Williams, and Alan Zamitis. Then the next year we had Quincy Black. I remember Quincy Black, and I want to say Tenard Jackson. Yeah. Those were the Bucs
I was asking
best
Scott
bets
if he's ever had a Bucs, like 2 Bucs best bets, but at the same position. And then that conversation kind of developed into just overall Bucs best bets
in 2000,
before the Pewter Report live draft show.
In 2008, I want to say the only Bucs best bet we had was Jeremy Zutaw, 3rd round pick at a guard out of Rutgers. Dre Moore sounds familiar, but I think it was just it was Josh Johnson. Also, we had Josh Johnson from San Diego, the quarterback, and Jeremy Zutaw. We had those 2 guys as Bucs best bets. And then 2009, we had Josh Freeman,
of course,
and EJ Biggers from cornerback out of Western Michigan. Those were the 2 Bucs best bets. Then in 2010, we had Ben, and we had Williams, and I think that maybe Dakota Watson. I think at least those 2. And I want to say we had Gerald McCoy because Ndamukong Suh was not going to be there. He was going to the Lions.
Yeah,
and McCoy probably. So we've had 3 a couple of years, and it's just a fun exercise we do. It's really hard to do.
It's crazy too seeing just like Levante David, 2012 draft class, like still with the Bucs. Will Golston, 2013.
Scroll to get to the top of the list here. These guys have been here a long time.
Yeah.
So as we inch closer. Jordan Whittington, wide receiver from Texas. That was a player we had in a previous mock draft.
Yeah, that's right.
Kind of glad they didn't take him because I don't think he's that good. Injured a lot.
Yeah, that was the big thing on him.
Yeah.
The Lightning are currently up 2-0.
Okay, Lightning.
Really?
Not quitting.
Well,
I know.
Still
you
plenty
bet
of time.
against them,
Yeah.
Power play goal, Hagel, shorthanded goal.
All right.
Watch Sergachev fuel this team to a 4-0 run.
I just saw, I was like, to break glass in case of emergency, he's back.
Yeah. Rick was saying something.
Better
He's
late
like,
than never.
like now nothing's stopping them. Sergachev. So we got the Bengals, 49ers, Cowboys, Rams, Ravens, Bills, and then the Bucs. And we got a super chat from the Bucs Standard. Thanks for the $10 super chat.
Yeah.
Bucs bias aside, who are your favorite GMs? I love GMs like Howie or Veach that balance smart moves with bold, high conviction swings. Light is a little too safe for my taste, but he's still great.
You know, this may come as a surprise to you. I really don't follow the NFL. I really
tunnel vision.
I really do. I've got tunnel vision on the Buccaneers. Then my scope expands to the NFC South, and then maybe it widens a little bit to the NFC. But I mean, if you put a gun to my head and you said, name 20 out of the 32 general managers, I'd just say pull the trigger. Let's not waste our time. You know, it was a good life. I'm 52. You know, but bang,
seen some stuff.
Yeah, seen some stuff. Done some stuff.
I would say. I'm just going to go by like an organization.
Yeah, let's see the organization.
Because I want to say the GM, but I think he left the team a couple years ago. I've always been fond of how the Ravens, how the Ravens, like
Ozzie Smith left.
How they Ozzie Newsome.
I'm sorry.
Ozzie Smith was the Cardinal shortstop back in the day. He was a great
good
shortstop,
Ozzies.
though. Yeah,
along with
at least he didn't say
Osborne.
Osborne.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Harriet. Ozzie and Harriet.
Sharon.
Yeah. That's a little derivative of like the Leonard.
Yeah.
Anyway, I always thought the Ravens did a good job of developing talent, finding talent in later rounds, things like that. So I would definitely say the Ravens are a team that I think are kind of the model system that you would like to have for developing teams. Eagles is good too. That makes a lot of sense. And thanks to Revfish for this $4.99 super chat. Pewter Report is my only draft info source, and I've had a good idea what we're going to do the last 2 years. Great job, guys. Get some rest. Podcast Monday.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And yes, Podcast Monday, we'll be doing roll call back at it, kind of reviewing the Bucs whole draft class. I'm sure we'll get into the NFC South as well once we stop laughing about the Michael Penix draft pick.
Yep.
We'll be back to our regularly scheduled programming with Monday through Thursday for the Pewter Report podcast. So, yes, we'll be back on Monday. But we're not done yet. I mean, the Bucs still have 2 more picks.
Yeah. No rest for the wicked, but I will be resting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I'm going to be
watch the Knicks at 1 o'clock. It's pretty much my only plan.
My wife Ashley's like, so what are we doing on Sunday? I'm like, well, I know what I'm doing on Sunday. I'm sleeping.
I'm sleeping in.
It's a day of rest.
Yes. Amen to that. So praise be to God.
Praise be.
Let's see where we are here. We are very close. We've had
the Ravens are on the clock.
Yep.
Funny enough.
So Cedric Johnson, edge from Ole Miss, brother of Cephas Johnson, Bucs wide receiver,
who we saw at the. Oh wait, no, we didn't see Cephas Johnson. Who we see at the Senior Bowl?
We saw.
Yes, it was Cephas Johnson.
Mobile native, watching his brother play at the Senior Bowl. And now the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. Bo Limmer from Arkansas, the center, went to the Rams. Ryan Flannery from Southeast Missouri State, the wide receiver, went to the Cowboys. And the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock right now. And I'll tell you what, guys, I was on the clock big time when it came to my testosterone levels. I'm not alone when I say this because guys, your testosterone typically decreases as you get older. It's a fact of life. It's nature. It's hard to really kind of deal with that and cope with that unless you get testosterone treatments. And I started doing that a couple years ago, and it does work. The problem is it can be expensive unless you go to the right source. And the right source for me, for sure, is the Bay Area Modern Medical Center with Christopher Lugo, and it's affordable testosterone treatments, and I'm absolutely a fan of Christopher Lugo as a primary care physician. In addition to my health and I can't read that.
Devin Leary.
Oh, Devin Leary.
Devin Leary to the Ravens. Okay, so we have Devin Leary going ahead of Michael Pratt. That's interesting. Back to the ad read. Are you tired of feeling like just a number in a waiting room? At Bay Area Modern Medical Center in Tampa, we believe you deserve personalized care that puts your health and well-being first. That's where Christopher Lugo comes in with 24 years of medical expertise. As a primary caregiver, he's dedicated to your overall health, but that's not all. Christopher specializes in weight loss, anti-aging, and hormone replacement therapy, including testosterone treatments for men. So men, listen up. Testosterone treatments can be affordable. Don't let age slow you down. Reclaim your vitality. Get back to feeling great. Turn back the clock with a consultation at Bay Area Modern Medical Center today. That's BAMMC.com. Check out the website, explore the range of testosterone and weight loss treatments. And here's the difference. Christopher practices concierge medicine. That means no more waiting rooms. That means when your appointment's at 9 o'clock in the morning, you get in there at 9 and you're seen immediately. No rushing through appointments either. Imagine a doctor going through your labs extensively, taking the time to help you understand what those lab results mean, and then discussing your diet and exercise plan, providing personalized vitamin and supplement recommendations to optimize your health. Same-day appointments also available. Folks, do yourself a favor. Go to BAMMC.com. Check out the website. Book an appointment today to meet Christopher Lugo and see what he can do to help you optimize your health. At Bay Area Modern Medical Center, it's where your health is the priority.
Best players still available. Brendan Rice out of USC. Jaheim Bell we talked about.
The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills, and that means one thing, folks. It's been a while, but your Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock.
Bucs are on the clock. And 3-0 Lightning.
Lose $20.
Oh, man. First time in a long time.
Well, if the Buccaneers wanted a quarterback, it's going to be Michael Pratt, because Devin Leary was probably the other option that was
the Cohen connection.
Yeah, was possibly going to be considered. So we'll see. A couple of options. Our Bucs best bets: Michael Pratt, Kendall Milton, the running back from Georgia, Marcus Harris, defensive tackle. I think he would be a good fit. Dwight McMillan from Arkansas, Trey Taylor, Air Force safety, and he was in for a top 30 visit as well.
Yeah, Marcus Harris still available. Leonard Taylor from Miami at defensive tackle still there.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills take McLaughlin here. They need a cornerback.
Yeah.
He's one of the better ones available.
Blake Watson from Memphis, the running back, still there.
It is a long wait.
That's right. They're just building suspense.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the Buccaneers. Let's see. We have more people popping in the chat here to see.
Yeah.
Who the Bucs
get Pewter Report's live reaction. By the way, if you want to see our live reaction to all the other picks the Bucs have made so far, check it out on our YouTube channel. You can see every single one, including this one that will be happening soon. We'll have the Bucky Irving one up there as well. Or go to pewterreport.com. We have one story separately with Graham Barton and another one for all the day 2 picks. We got you covered.
Interesting that Brendan Rice still hasn't gone from USC. I thought he had a really good Senior Bowl, and I'm not sure why he hasn't gone. Maybe it's sometimes kids they get see the Bills selected Penn State quarterback.
Yep, Daquan
Hardy. So we knew they were going to take a cornerback. They did not take Dwight McLaughlin, and we'll see. Daquan Hardy not really a Buccaneer fit at 5'9", 178. The Bucs like bigger corners, and so love to see it be Dwight McLaughlin. That would be another Bucs best bet. And I think this guy, he's got to tackle better. He's got to be better in the run, but he's got some ball skills. And started off at LSU, then transferred to Arkansas. love to see another bigger corner that can take the ball away.
That's what the secondary has to be all about this upcoming season. Hopefully Tyke Smith can help with it. But yeah, corner.
The
they
pick is
certainly
in
need
for
that.
the Buccaneers.
My Twitter is just not letting me refresh anymore. I've been doing this too much.
They're looking. Refreshing. Nothing yet.
Here we go. The pick is in.
What's NFL Network saying? Still nothing.
As if the wait wasn't long enough.
Right, yeah. Okay, the Bucs are taking UTEP guard Elijah Klein.
Okay.
So the Bucs do go back to the trenches with Elijah Klein going from UTEP.
So Elijah Klein, here's the interesting thing. He is a guard, and Jason Light just picked a non-offensive tackle for the first time since 2014.
That's wild.
Isn't that crazy?
Absolutely wild. Elijah Klein.
There's been a run on guards, so we've got to do a little bit of digging here into
Yeah.
Elijah Klein. I was kind of hoping for KT Leviston out of Kansas State. I thought they would stick with their model of going for left tackles and moving them inside. But not to be. Not to be the case here.
Let's see.
I have done zero work on
Yeah, I can't
Elijah
say
Klein.
I'm familiar. As Shaq once said, I apologize. I was not familiar with your game.
6'3" and a half, 306 pounds, ran a 5.32, 40-yard dash. That's not a fast time. That's a very slow time. Not a very big guy either. You're looking at somebody who's 306 pounds, 26 and a half inch vertical. That's not very good in terms of athleticism.
According to Bleacher Report, the positives of him: efficient mover with good weight distribution and core strength, knows how to align targets on the move with solid bursts and effective angles. He's an adept zone run blocker with footwork, quickness, and hand placement to reach his landmarks on cutoffs, overtakes, and reach blocks. Active, firm inside with his hands, and serves as a reliable recovery tool against moves across his face. Has lots of experience with strong performances against Power 5 opponents. Negatives are: has some lag time when redirecting laterally that can limit his mirroring ability in the NFL. Will open and turn against wide rush alignments that can disrupt levels and spacing. Comes from a run-first scheme with minimal true drop-back reps. So not a ton of pass blocking experience. He was first-team All-Conference USA last season and had 12 starts at right guard. So we'll have to move to that left side if he wants to be a starter. He participated in the East-West Shrine Bowl this year, was a 2-star recruit coming out of high school.
Yeah, probably one of those situations where he's a tough guy, technician, probably not the best athlete, right?
Yeah, it seems like not too athletic, but decent size and obviously strength, and looks to engage defenders for sure. but not the fleetest of foot.
Yeah. Well, they certainly needed some more guard depth. They waited a long time for it. And I'm certainly guessing with the selection here that the fact that they've passed over Christian Mahogany for 5 rounds, essentially, even though they didn't have a 5th-round pick, he's certainly a higher character guy.
Yeah.
In terms of that.
Overall outlook on him, had 55 career starts inside UTEP's run-heavy scheme. So obviously the Bucs want to improve their run game. They found a guy that all he knows how to do is run block. He has a well-rounded build, evenly dispersed weight throughout his frame, good arm length, athletic ability, and play strength. So they're giving him a little bit of a compliment with his play strength. Extremely efficient zone run blocker.
Yeah, and I think with zone, with them probably playing a little bit more zone with Liam Cohen, you have to have the movement skills, right? You got to be able to have the lateral movement down the line of scrimmage, and if he's got some experience in doing that, he's going to be a little bit ahead of the curve, maybe of others that are coming from a man gap scheme. And to be perfectly frank, that was one of the biggest issues with Mahogany, was he was more of a power man gap scheme than was a fit for a zone blocking scheme. It's not like the Bucs are going to be doing that exclusively, but they're going to be doing more of it with Liam Cohen.
Also, he has starting potential down the road if he can clean up his pass protection. He does tend to get stiff at times, and I think that happens because they did it so little at UTEP. He was projected as a 5th rounder, so if you're going, obviously, every single different publication is going to have their own thoughts on, where he should be ranked. And let's see what else here. Former Pewter reporter John Ledyard says, I haven't studied his tape, but lots, and he put that in all caps, lots of people I trust on the offensive line are fans of Bucs' 6th-round pick, Elijah Klein. I would imagine, what's his name? The guy that does all of the...
Brandon Thorne?
Yeah, Brandon Thorne. I would imagine he's talking to Brandon Thorne about that, too. Very much Jason Light's type of player. Not a great athlete, but thick guard who can move people with a game marked by toughness. Good depth. Thank you, Adam. Yeah, I think we've kind of seen this before. These are the Jason Light type of players, as John Ledyard was just saying, and physicality. So again, once OTAs gets here, not really going to see much from him because a physical guard can't really show anything.
Looks to be a bit of a ginger.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that beard. Got a little Kris Kringle to it.
Yep.
I mean, we did just say that there's still a hole at guard for the Bucs. I'm certainly not saying he's going to be a starter.
Right.
But at least it throws another body in there. If anything, it could push the veterans coming in.
Agreed. Exactly. Well said. And at the same time, Sua Opeta, Ben Bredesen, those aren't day 1, day 2 guys either. Right?
Yeah.
And
when did Ryan Jensen go? He was a
6th-round pick.
Yeah, Ryan Jensen was a 6th-round pick. Yeah. So you never know.
Out of Colorado State Pueblo.
Yep.
I believe.
Where I think he started out as a tackle.
He did. Left tackle. Yep.
So there's your write-up on Elijah Klein.
Sometimes, I think John Spytek would differ. He finds offensive linemen sexy as hell. He said that yesterday. Most Buccaneer fans, especially with this weight for the 6th round, probably don't find Elijah Klein to be too sexy. But
John Spytek does. Yeah.
But John Spytek does. And as you mentioned, Matt, it is an extra body at left guard, and they can throw him in the competition and in the mix and see what happens.
Yeah. John Spytek must John Spytek's probably in the other room being like, we're keeping it sexy.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Sly, if you want to tell Matt, I'm putting a couple picks in the admin of Klein.
Yep.
So with Klein, going here in the 6th round, again, when you're talking about the hit percentage, the hit ratio in the 6th round, it's minimal to begin with.
Yeah.
It's minimal. So you can't say, like, I can't really say, oh, this is a great pick or this is a bad pick because it's a 6th round pick. And I think we all have to keep that in mind. If it works out, then ultimately it will be considered, wow, that was a really good 6th round pick. And if it doesn't work out, you look at the percentages of picks typically not making it from the 6th round, and you say that was par for the course, right? I don't know. I don't know that there's this was a terrible 6th round pick, or this is a horrible 7th round pick. I think the only horrible 7th round pick I recall Jason Light having was drafting like Hawaii fullback Joey Osefa.
I remember you talking about this.
Mark, that drove Mark Cook nuts. He's like, why are you drafting a fullback from Hawaii? Like, he's not making the team, so. Brandon Thorne just texted me. He's a big fan of Elijah Klein, and that carries some weight with me. He says, my report is on Bleacher Report.
Oh, that's probably what we read then.
Yep.
Written by Bleacher Report NFL scout Brandon Thorne.
There you go.
Yeah, so there you have it.
He's a big guy. The size doesn't look it, but when you look at the actual pictures of him, he's kind of like thick, stocky, put together pretty well. Bredesen kind of the same way, Matt, right? He's kind of sawed off a little bit, not the tallest guy, but stout. Sorry, doing a little bit of work here while we're.
Yeah, I got to get on the IG as well. Let's see what the comments are saying. I'll get through some comments first and then get on over. Also, we got a super chat from Jason Puckett. Thanks, Jason. Who says, is Bucky a returner? If not, who is penciled in? I think he did some returning.
He did some, and the interesting thing is when you look at the new kickoff return rules, right? It's going to lend itself more, I think, to running backs reading a hole, Matt, than wide receivers.
And Jason Lane even mentioned this. You asked him the question about it in the pre-draft press conference. And where like running back could be a little more important as a returner than maybe in years past because it is about reading the hole and setting up the blockers that way. So could be a situation for Bucky.
And you know what? He's small. He's hard to tackle. He's elusive. And that might be the type of guy that really thrives. Like Darren Sproles, I think. He was a kick returner back in the old traditional ways. He was a punt returner. Very good return guy. Part of the reason why he was so successful, it's like 5'6". He's hard to tackle. He's so small. Now, Bucky Irving's bigger than Darren Sproles. He's even bigger than Warwick Dunn was. But I'm just saying that's probably why you would want to have a running back maybe as the new kick returner, because they're used to reading blocks a little bit better. There's more of a line of scrimmage, Matt, with the new kickoff returns, because the offense and defensive line are so close together on the return side of the field. There's no more 40-yard dash to run down and cover the kick. You're basically charging about 10 yards, and then by that time, the running back is already at the line of scrimmage, essentially, or the return guy. So it's going to be a different model for the kick return, and I don't know that it's necessarily going to be, manufacturing into kick returns every week in the NFL for touchdowns. I think there'll probably be more simply because you're going to have more returns coming out of the end zone than ever before.
Yeah.
But so to me, I think you want a guy like Bucky Irving as a potential kick return guy.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad consideration at all, especially when you have Rachaad White going to be still the top running back. As far as in
terms of his return ability, it's limited.
Yeah.
He had 8 returns for 194 yards at Minnesota, 24.3 yard average, and then with at Oregon, really just 6 returns, averaged about 22 or 23 yards per return there. So he's done it a handful of times, but not a whole bunch.
Getting back to Elijah Klein, Flash Gordon says he could beat Opeta. Shaggy says, LOL, ginger guards. Some people wanted Frank Crum. Christopher Snuffer says, ginger powers unite.
The Buccaneers do love some gingers
They
along
do.
the offensive line. Ryan Jensen was the original OG, and then Cody Mauch. Alex Kappa, you could a little bit of a strawberry blonde. You can make a case there.
Yeah.
O'Keefe, yeah.
Elijah Klein.
And I know for a fact I'm going to, because I'm a bourbon aficionado, I'm going to make the mistake of calling him Elijah Craig a couple times. I'm just letting you know right now. So if I say that on the podcast, it means I'm jonesing for some bourbon. One of my favorite bourbons is Elijah Craig. And so that's going to come. I'm going to admit that right now. Don't be surprised when it happens. It's just an honest mistake. It means I've got some bourbon and some Bucs on the brain, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's
not at all.
It's a good combination. Just finishing up a little work here. Pewter people, thanks for hanging with us. We're doing stories, updating social media, doing a podcast, cropping photos.
All that fun stuff.
All
Yeah.
that
Could you text or email me one of the Elijah Klein photos?
I will do that.
Yeah.
I'll do it right now.
Thank you. USA Today ain't hooking it up.
Yeah. I got you, man.
We were good with everyone else.
Yep.
In the meantime, the Bucs have one more pick to go in round 7. A lot of people upset they didn't take Brendan Rice.
Well, again, just kind of like Christian Mahogany, there is a reason why Brendan Rice is falling this far, and I don't know what that is. I kind of know what it is for Mahogany, but I'm putting these in the group chat.
Cool. Thank you.
I know what it is with regards to Mahogany. Not really at liberty to say more than I have, but that's why he lasted till the 6th round. And again, it's not just the Bucs know something. No, the whole league knew something, because this was a guy that has day 2 talent that fell late on day 3. So there's that. And it might be something with Brendan Rice as well. Just speculation on my part. But the thing, Matt, is he was a little cocky, a little cocksure maybe at the Senior Bowl.
He did play well.
Did play very well. At the same time, sometimes being the son of a legend, it can be hard. You know what I mean? And maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe, again, it's when the film is a big component, right? You've got to be able to. That's your resume. That's your work, right? Is what the film says. But then there's the athleticism. How well do you test? We've seen 40-yard dash scores cause people to rise. We've seen 40-yard dash scores cause people to fall. The athletic testing at the pro days of the combine, that's another part of it. The competition sometimes at the East-West Shrine Bowl, at the Senior Bowl, that's a part of it. And then the interviews, that's another big part of it. Because again, you're not just drafting the player, you're drafting the person. And those top 30 visits, those Zooms, the combine interviews, the meetings at the Senior Bowl, those types of things, they're important, because that's the player without the helmet. That's the player without the jersey. That's the person. And that's important because when you're walking around the halls of one Buccaneer place, when you're in the cafeteria, one Buccaneer place, when you're in the weight room, in the locker room, when you're not doing football things, it matters. That's where the camaraderie comes into place, the brotherhood, the chemistry, the teamwork. And sometimes guys just aren't a good locker room fit. And there have been some of those guys here. We've talked about it before on the show today. We've talked about it in previous Pewter Report podcasts. The Chris Bakers, the Deshaun Jacksons, the Antonio Browns in 2021, for example, the peace out. That helps sink the Buccaneers season. And, I'm of the opinion we'll never know, but if Antonio Brown is there with Mike Evans and Rob Gronkowski against the Rams, they score enough points and they beat the Rams. They go to the Super Bowl, and I think they beat the Bengals. You ask most Buccaneer people in this building, whether they're players on that team or coaches or personnel people, and they will tell you that without Chris Godwin and without Antonio Brown, that offense was really hampered because you can take away one weapon on any team's offense in the passing game. And if you have a good secondary, you can take away two. The Rams had a good secondary, and they took away Mike Evans until late, and they took away Rob Gronkowski. And they didn't have the Chris Godwin, who had the knee injury. They didn't have the Antonio Brown to help this passing game take off. And that's why they scored 3 points at halftime. And we're down heavy early. And so character counts. Character matters. You have to have good people to have a good team. And when Antonio Brown was on his best behavior, Matt, in 2020, helped him win a Super Bowl. And then when he finally showed his true colors with the whole COVID suspension, and then comes back and it is a bit of a malcontent.
Bit the hand that fed him too. I mean, Tom Brady welcomed him into his own home, and it was pretty mean about it. But I would still say worth it because they won the Super Bowl. But definitely came back to sting them the next season. And again, the Bucs have a good thing going in this locker room. They got some well-rounded, respectable people, and don't want to rock that boat, as he said.
Vince Dan says, 7th round, here we come. Notable 7th round Bucs, E.J. Biggers, former Bucs best bet. Sammy Stroughter, who helped Raheem Morris, helped Josh Freeman win their first game in 2009, beating, of all teams, the Aaron Rodgers-led Green Bay Packers.
Wow.
Crazy, made a 4th down catch for a touchdown in the fourth quarter. Tim Wansley, wow, Rip Van Wansley. He got burned big time as a replacement for Brian Kelly in the Monday night game where the Bucs jumped out to a huge lead on Tony Dungy's birthday against the Colts.
Yes, man.
And then the Colts came back to beat the Bucs in overtime. And then Dakota Watson, former 49er, former Florida State.
Can't forget about Grant Stewart as well. And Mr. Irrelevant pick for the Buccaneers went on to be a pretty good special teams player and even got himself an Uber Eats deal, which I think is pretty tough to do for a 7th round pick. And that was before NIL was really hot in the streets. Obviously, it wouldn't be NIL for a football player, NFL player. But he sticks out to mind as well. They traded him to the Colts.
Correct.
I don't think he's still with the Colts, but I think he's still in the league.
I think you're right. Jared Cox says Rice has an attitude. I watched him interview with Keyshawn Johnson.
Wow, another USC wide receiver.
Yeah. And he said Justin Jefferson was the best receiver in history. And his dad is Jerry Rice.
That's wild.
Also, Caleb is better than Brady. So, I mean, sometimes when you hear nonsense like this, it's kind of like, well, if you're not taking simple, basic facts seriously, then how can you take your playbook seriously? How can you take film study seriously? I mean, sometimes,
was he saying it jokingly?
I hope so.
I would like to see the video. Not that I don't believe you, Jared Cox. I'm just saying.
I'm just using this as an example more than anything.
Yes.
If you say stupid things like this, if you do, that matters. That matters in interviews because when are you going to say something stupid to the media to embarrass your team?
Yes.
Right. When are you going to say something stupid to somebody on the field to draw a penalty, right? A 15-yard penalty that's going to back your team up. So this is why the character thing, the integrity, the interviews matter. So you get good guys.
Agreed. Hercules.
Just reading some more comments here. Creo Southpaw, and again, this is all hearsay. I'm not saying I don't believe you, Creo, but I heard him bragging about how he's bigger and faster than his father did on TV. That may be the case, but you can be bigger and faster. You're not better than your dad by any stretch of the imagination.
Because like literally no one is.
Yeah.
Like him, Jerry Rice, and I know different sport, but Wayne Gretzky. I know Ovechkin's getting close to the goals, but points wise are like some of the most untouchable records that will like never get broken. Even in today's NFL where there's more games and stuff like that.
Stan Lastman says, I'm glad Scott explained this so clearly. I was seeing too many fans saying Jason doesn't care if you're a great player as long as you have a good personality. Jason Light's first 2 draft picks, I think it goes back there, right? You learn lessons every time you screw up. At least you should as a human being. That's not always the case. We're not perfect by any means, nor will we ever be perfect. But the dichotomy from drafting Mike Evans first pick in your general manager tenure back in 2014 in the first round, A+ player, A+ human being, right? I mean, like it doesn't get any better than that out of the gate. I mean, that's like the Buccaneers drafting Leroy Selman with their first overall pick in 1976, like home run, grand slam, touchdown, whatever you want to call it. Then the second pick, Austin Safarian-Jenkins, an absolute turd of a human being in the second round out of Washington, right? Why? Because he was a big player with good athleticism, good production, but just kind of a turd guy. Flamed out, had DUI and things like that, if I recall correctly. And
didn't work
out. And so you take chances on guys. You look at the talent, the Deshaun Jacksons, the Chris Bakers, you make some gambles, you stretch a little bit, you cross your fingers. And at the end of the day, it's usually not worth it. When you can find a Mike Evans, a Tristan Wirfs, an Antoine Winfield Jr., an Ali Marpet.
Just less headaches.
Yes.
And good players, great players. It's a lot that you mentioned, but less headaches too.
Yeah.
I saw some 2 funny comments. One was something about Jason Light and Russell Wilson. Shoot.
Yeah, I don't think Russell Wilson would be a fit in Tampa.
Ever. Well, yeah, because supply and demand said Light would never cut Russell Wilson, but then Grizz said he'd never sign Russell Wilson either. I thought that's a funny little rebuttal back and forth that we love when the Pewter people listen. Not everyone's going to agree on everything, and there's nothing wrong with difference of opinion.
Yep.
And a little bit of arguing, but nothing, obviously not like personal attacks on people and stuff like that. So that's a fun little example of, disagreements, but fun little banter with it as well.
Speaking of Brandon Rice, just went off the board in the 7th round to the Chargers. So
he'll stay in California.
Yeah.
Stay in LA.
Yeah. Again, when you see guys with medical issues, when you see guys that have character concerns, right? Legal issues, or maybe they're a-holes or whatever, you take chances on them late in the draft because if they don't make the team, it's no big deal.
And also, like, Harbaugh is kind of a guy that I feel like can maybe manage that more than other coaches.
Right. Or he's just going to be really frank with the guy and say, hey, if you're an a-hole, like, you're gone. Like, this is your one chance. And if you screw up, like
Harbaugh was already a highly talented coach, and then winning that national championship for Michigan, also knowing that he's had success in the NFL.
Yeah.
Obviously getting to that Super Bowl with the 49ers and losing to his brother, John Harbaugh. Obviously, he's a highly valued and respected coach in really all levels.
Yeah. We're getting some real rapid fire picks here. These NFL general managers, they're not fooling around right now. We're getting some rapid fire picks coming off the board here. So after, let's see, Travis Clayton, interior offensive lineman from England,
Jolly old England.
Yeah. To the Bills.
Look at that international program, really working out for the NFL.
Javante Jean-Baptiste, defensive lineman from Notre Dame, to the Commodes. Trey Taylor, Bucs best bet, Air Force safety, goes to the Raiders. Dejon Anthony, safety from Ole Miss, to the Bengals. Brendan Rice, receiver, to the Chargers. Jaden Davis, cornerback out of Miami, to the Cardinals. Miles Harden, cornerback,
South Dakota.
Yep.
Go Yotes. Shout out to the Yotes.
The Browns. Nick Samick, Michigan State interior offensive lineman, to the Ravens. MJ Devonshire, cornerback from Pitt, who Servacio Dennis liked. Was hoping the Bucs might get. He has gone to the Raiders, and now the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. The Buccaneers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Yes,
7,
look out
8,
a little
9,
bit.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 picks away.
Okay.
Which can be as quick as 16 minutes, or we could be here an hour. The way it's going, it's going to be closer to 16 minutes because they're coming off the board.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love interacting with the Pewter people.
Yeah.
We have just reached hour 7 of the live stream. But again, we appreciate you guys rocking and rolling with us. We've had a great turnout all weekend long. And obviously, night one, there's going to be a lot more excitement, a lot of big time players. They changed the E to an A with McMillan. There's obviously going to be a little bit more excitement with a first round player. I totally get that, but you guys have been rocking with us. Same. Jaheim Bell from Florida State going to New England here in the 7th round. But we had a very similar turnout, if not better, on Friday night with rounds 2 and 3. So it's all credit to you guys. We cannot thank you enough. And listen, Saturday afternoon, there's a lot of stuff to do. We have fans everywhere too. So I'm not saying, oh, well, in Florida, you can do this, this, and this, because you can, but we got fans all over, international as well. Playoff sports, NBA and NHL are going on right now. But you guys took your time out of your day to rock with us. And for that,
we appreciate it, man. Very much.
Always love the Pewter people for things that you guys do.
As well as the super chats we've gotten this weekend. It's been fantastic. And we've picked up about 100 new subscribers. We were kind of hoping to hit.
We're close to 13,800.
Yeah.
Which would be cool.
We are at 13,796. So we are 204 subscribers away from 14,000. So we appreciate all of the gains we've made. And we'll be at 14,000 sooner rather than later.
Yes.
But if you're listening to the chat right now, if you're in the chat, if you're listening to the podcast, please go to Pewter Report TV. Hit the subscribe button. It's free. We greatly appreciate it. Score update. Lightning were up 3-0. Now it's 3-1 Panthers.
Damn.
So Lightning have been known to blow a lead, unfortunately.
Yeah, first round of the NHL has been so. I mean, the Lightning went down 3-0. The Islanders went down 3-0. I'm not a fan of the Islanders, but I'm just talking about the series. And the Rangers went up 3-0. So a couple blowouts in these series. But we can talk about hockey later because we got Super Chats, and Super Chats take first control before anything else. Thanks to the Bucs Standard again for another Super Chat, $10 Super Chat, as they say. I think Sue is the ultimate template of what Light would love. Very respectful and kind person off the field, absolute bully, and borderline mentally unstable on the field.
Well
Those
said.
guys are rare, though. That is a perfect statement right there, the Bucs Standard, because I'll admit, obviously I was excited about Ndamukong Suh coming to the Buccaneers when they did sign him. But I was very curious because not knowing him personally or even really being around him, you kind of thought, oh, Ndamukong Suh, bad guy. He stomped on the player and, can get into some fights. And, those things aren't good, like stomping on the quarterback. But then the first press conference we had with him, he's super thoughtful in terms of like actually giving a good response and not just a canned answer. I think you see that a lot with how he tweets. I wouldn't necessarily say soft spoken, but not like an intimidating type of voice or demeanor. He's way more relaxed when he doesn't have the helmet and the shoulder pads on. And then obviously we've all watched him as an NFL player, how insanely great he can be as an NFL player. And he's a smart guy too. I mean, he took a lot of Bucs players under his wing, told them how to, responsibly take care of their money. He tweets about finances all the time and things of that nature. Very cerebral player as well. And even later in his career, when obviously he's not as great as he was in his prime. Ndamukong Suh, outside of like the one stomping incident, that's kind of like the career you want. I mean, obviously you want to play with one team for your whole career. Mike Evans is the career that you want.
Yeah, and I would say this too about Ndamukong Suh. It's like, he would be the kind of guy that if you say you went on the Tampa Bay Bucs cruise and you had a good time at sailing the seven seas.
Yes.
He'd be the kind of guy that would have a conversation with you.
Absolutely.
And would be chill. Maybe like Yaya Diaby would, or Rashad
Greg
White,
Gaines, or
Craig
Christian
Otten,
Izien,
Joe Tryon-Schwenka. All those guys were on the Bucs cruise last year. And Mr. Derek Brooks is going to be on the cruise coming up in 2025, along with the Pewter Report staff.
It's a good.
I couldn't do it without my captain right here.
There ain't nothing like this right here. Got me seeing things crystal clear. So high, I can fight them all. It's gonna feel. There's a fire underneath my feet. Got me rolling like a river deep. Let it flow, cause I know that my soul's in the feel.
That's right. Get those deposits in sooner rather than later because they will fill up quickly. There's a reason why the Buccaneers cruise keeps coming back, and it's because so many people have enjoyed it. Join the fun with hundreds of Bucs fans on the 3rd annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, which sets sail March 7th through 10th in 2025 on the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship. The 3-night cruise begins in Fort Lauderdale and visits Key West and Bimini in the Bahamas. Last year's cruise had Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Luke Gedeke, Cade Otten, Greg Gaines, Christian Izien, Don't Make a Scene, Jamel Dean, and then former Bucs Super Bowl 37 MVP Dexter Jackson, Hall of Famer and Ring of Honor member Warren Sapp, and the voice of the Buccaneers in Florida State, Gene Deckerhoff. This year, there's going to be even more players that are expected to come. Maybe we'll see Tristan Wirfs again. Who knows? Maybe Baker Mayfield goes as well. And there is a special guest appearance going to be made by Derek Brooks. There will be photo and autograph opportunities with players, a Raise the Flag sail away party, VIP parties with the players, special player interviews, a water volleyball challenge, Bucs trivia contests and fun games, and much more. So reserve your cabin now on the 2025 Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, where drinks, including alcohol, Wi-Fi, and tips are all included. That's with a $200 deposit per person. That's refundable until August 16th as well, so keep that in mind. Visit TampaBayBucsCruise.com or give them a call at 1-800-975-7112. That is TampaBayBucsCruise.com. The number one more time, 1-800-975-7112.
Yep. So here's what we're going to do. The Buccaneers will be picking last within the NFC South. So the Falcons draft is done. The Saints and Panthers, I should say the Panthers draft, I believe, is the Panthers, and then the Saints are going to be picking soon. And then the Buccaneers will be done. So the NFC South will all be done when Tampa Bay picks. And probably the next somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes, depending on how fast these picks come in. So we're going to call it a day right after that. And then we're going to go into the press conference where Jason Light, Todd Bowles will be talking about their day 3 picks, answering any more general questions about the draft. And then we'll have more of a recap and analysis on everything on Monday's Pewter Report podcast show. So
yeah,
we'll be coming to a quick, abrupt ending after the Bucs.
Let's just digest everything a little bit more.
Pick is made. Yeah, exactly. Because they will be calling it a day here and wrapping everything up. So keep that in mind. Now, having said that, we do have a super chat here, and we certainly appreciate that.
Yeah, JG, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, great coverage during the draft. Pewter Report, you guys are my go-to for accurate Bucs coverage.
Thank you.
Let's have a great season. Go Bucs and LFG. Let's freaking go.
Appreciate it, JG.
Thank you, JG, for the very kind words. We try to bring you the best coverage available. As Jared Cox says, I appreciate y'all, says that in all caps. You and Loose Cannons are the best podcasts. Pewter Report has the best insight, professional coverage, and it's entertaining. You guys are great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you saying that because, yeah, we bring great coverage. And it's one thing to be informational, informative, but you want to have fun and be entertaining as well. I think there's a way to mix it both. And
I agree.
I personally, maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I think we do a good job of kind of blending that all together.
Yeah.
So
I agree. Sacktown, I'm a semi-driver in Kansas. Hopefully you're staying safe. A lot of tornadoes in the Midwest. There's Tornado Alley out there. My daughter Ellie is in a tornado watch right now.
Oh, geez.
They've had 4 tornadoes touch down just north of Manhattan, Kansas, and I know Nebraska got
rocked. Thoughts out to Nebraska. I saw briefly, I mean, we've been doing this the whole weekend, but I saw briefly that apparently there was some really bad tornadoes out there.
So everyone in the Midwest,
about it.
including Sacktown, stay safe, especially driving across Kansas. I've been listening to you guys all day. Go Bucs. Great job, PR. Thank you so much. Well, we really appreciate all the super chats. We can't thank you guys enough for the support. Greatly appreciate it. Matt Lee, the center from Miami, is the pick going to the Cincinnati Bengals. Miles Cole from Texas Tech, the linebacker, outside linebacker, really defensive end. And Devon Vale from Utah, wide receiver. Jonah Lalu from the edge rusher from Oklahoma. Those have been the last couple picks. Now the Saints are on the clock, followed by the Panthers. And then after the Panthers, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks for the Buccaneers. So
so actually moving much quicker than I thought, which is nice.
Yep, exactly. Daniel Gomez, thank you, thanks Team PR for the great draft show, great insights, analysis, draft lunch. Thank you. But we do it for you guys, so we appreciate everyone that has tuned in. It's been absolutely awesome. Joel says, I want to go on the Bucs cruise just to meet the PR crew. You can. We'll be there. So make sure that you sign up for the Bucs cruise. It's a lot of fun. JC Allen was on talking about it earlier, and he was on the cruise this year, and it looks like a great time. And obviously having all the Buccaneer players on there for the fans to meet, it's even better than meeting the Pewter Report staff. We'll admit to that for sure. They're the stars of the show. We just report on
They're
them.
making the plays. We're just talking about the plays.
Exactly. Let's see here. Smart taking shifts. I remember a few years ago when Scott and John would go without a break. Yeah, we've got a great talented crew. Here.
But I feel comfortable with Bailey and Adam on, or whatever the combination is. Honestly,
no doubt. It's been fun to have everyone give their opinions about what's going on and what's happening. And Adventure is out there, born in Tampa, live in the Smokies of Tennessee. Cool. We just crossed 100,000 subs on our channel, and hope you guys hit 14,000 soon. Great coverage this weekend. That's awesome. We appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
That's great.
Shout out good old Rocky Top. Woo! Rocky Top, Tennessee.
Bill Vincent, thanks, PR. After 45 years, the wife knows I like having one weekend each year that is mine, and it's draft weekend. Now I spend it with Scott and his crew. I'm fired up about the next season. Well, that's great. I'm
Thanks,
glad
Bill. Yeah, you've been super chatting us all weekend. Very generous, and thank you for your support.
Yep, for sure. Got another.
He's back. He's back. Cincy Kid with the $2 super chat says, woo! It's finally over.
Yep.
Almost. Yep, the Bucs are within 10 picks, I believe.
Yep.
So it's been fun. It's long. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
I mean, the first night it's one round, and it's still 4 hours.
Right.
Which hey, I'm always good to rock and roll with the Pewter people. So
no doubt. No other place we'd rather do the draft than right here at the team facility. Have to thank the Buccaneers for
thank you to the Buccaneers, the PR staff. That's the other PR. We are a PR staff, but the Buccaneers public relations staff, super accommodating. So can't thank them enough.
This is the fourth year doing it here. Did we do it before COVID?
Yes. I think you guys did it before I was even with Pewter Report.
But I'm not sure we did it in the team facility. So this is at least 4 years in a row we've done it here. So greatly appreciate Nelson Luis, the Bucs PR staff.
Yes, Nelson's
and
great.
the team for allowing us
Mike, Ben, Andrew, Danielle.
Awesome staff
all
to work with.
Great people. Super helpful.
Let's see. So I believe the Texans
Saints went with
who did the Saints get?
They went with Eastern Kentucky tackle Josiah Ezerim.
Spell that.
Ezirim. Oh, sorry. First name Josiah, Josiah, and then last name Ezirim.
Offensive tackle?
Offensive tackle.
Never heard of him.
Me neither.
So the Saints draft is done.
Saints are in the books. Panthers on the clock. Oh, it's our fellow Pewter reporters. BA in the building. Bailey Adams. What's good, man?
Oh, not much.
How's Elijah Klein?
I don't know.
Oh, Adams with him?
Yeah, Adam was in there.
Okay.
Sly guy.
Putting up some clips on to X right now.
Nice. Yeah, stay tuned. Pewter Report social medias. You'll see videos with Elijah Klein.
Pick is in for the Panthers. So the Falcons and the Saints have concluded their draft. Michael Barrett, linebacker from Michigan, going to the Panthers. So
Second linebacker the Panthers have taken in this draft.
Another former UCF player drafted, although.
What's that?
It's another former UCF player drafted, although he finished at Miami.
Oh.
In that league.
Wow, big weekend for UCF. Michael Barrett.
I'm taking credit for him just because he was already one of the best centers in the country when he transferred to Miami. So UCF developed.
So Dolphins, Titans, Browns, Cowboys, Packers, Bucs. 246. And the Jets have the Mr. Irrelevant pick this year.
Jets have had a fine draft this year, man.
They've done pretty well. Didn't love what they did last year, especially going with Will McDonald, even though you had a great defense and you needed to help Aaron Rodgers. But whatever, they bounced back this year. Maybe they only draft well in even years. What's crazy too is the Jets obviously have Breece Hall, who everyone loves. Last year they drafted Izzy Abanaconda from Pittsburgh, and then this year they drafted 2 more running backs. So they're really replenishing that running back
coming out. Did he ever get his knee fixed?
Who?
Izzy Abanaconda, because he got injured.
Yeah, he did get injured. Yeah, I don't really know what happened. He got hurt actually in that preseason game against the Bucs.
I remember that. Yeah. Okay, so how would you feel if Michael Pratt was Mr. Irrelevant going to the Jets as QB of the future?
Well, they drafted Jordan Travis, so.
Well, I'm just saying. Draft 2 quarterbacks. Just ask Kirk Cousins and RG3.
I just don't think it's going to happen. They have Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah. So we are down to 4 Bucs best bets for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers as the Bucs pick draws near. Michael Pratt from Tulane. I'm a little surprised that he's lasted this long.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought maybe 4th round for him.
You think what if he ends up being an undrafted free agent?
I would sign him.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I think he's pretty good. Kendall Milton from Georgia, the running back, who I would not be surprised if he gets undrafted due to his 40-yard dash time. Marcus Harris, undersized defensive tackle.
A little surprising as well.
Yep. And then Dwight McLaughlin from Arkansas, the cornerback. We're down to 4 Bucs best bets. Will this be another Torrey Cox situation?
Yeah, right.
We nailed the final Bucs best bet with the Bucs last selection. Yeah, that'd be funny. A couple times. EJ Biggers was also a 7th round pick. We nailed him, I believe. I think those are the 2 7th rounders we've actually. Torrey Cox was a 6th round pick, but he was the final pick.
One thing we're gonna have to work with Elijah Klein on. He's wearing a Yankees hat in his.
Oh, that's disgusting.
They were like, "Can we switch that out for a Rays hat?" He's like, "Yeah." And then someone told him that the Yankees facility is like right across.
Right.
I guess he got excited.
So he is from California. I mean, people do wear the Yankee hat just like as a default hat. As disgusting as it is. The Rays going to lose to the White Sox again?
How are the Rays doing this year?
Not well. It's been very sad.
I'll be at 3 Rays games next weekend. Yeah.
It's 4-2 Lightning with about
Nice.
5:39 left in the second.
The Rays are 13-14.
Okay.
They lost last night to the previously 3-22 White Sox.
I'm a little upset. Well, I'm excited. I'm going to the Mets play the Rays in St. Pete next week. So if any Pewter people are going to the Rays game, or I should say the Mets game next weekend, come find me. I'll be at all 3 games. But I'm a little upset because the Saturday game is Cinco de Mayo. It's a 7:00 game, and there's a bar it's not Ferg's, but there's another bar that's like close by. It's Parks and Rec, and they're having like a big Cinco de Mayo thing, and they're having micro wrestling.
Wrestling?
Yeah, so
is
like
that?
little person wrestling.
Okay.
And
you mean like kids?
No, like little people.
Oh, little people.
Yeah,
Oh.
like Tyrion Lannisters.
Oh, okay.
But not dressed
Got
as Tyrion Lannister, but like wrestling. Yeah.
This is from Scott Smith, Bucs director of player personnel Mike Beal on 6th round pick Elijah Klein, a guard who has experience at tackle at UTEP. He just kind of fits the mold of a lineman that we have around here. Smart, tough, dependable. He plays the game the right way. Isn't that what we said? Smart, tough, dependable. That's exactly what type of offensive lineman that they like here. Tough guys, smart guys.
So anyway, I honestly, if it lined up perfectly, doing micro wrestling and then the Mets game has the potential to be the greatest day of all time.
Yep.
But the micro wrestling is starting at the same time as the game.
Wow. So a couple other picks off the board here. Taj Washington, the other wide receiver at USC, the smaller guy, went to the Dolphins. And James Williams, the converted safety, who played linebacker at the Senior Bowl, 6'5", 215. He went to the Tennessee Titans. So now Cleveland Browns are on the clock, followed by the Dallas Cowboys, followed by the Green Bay Packers, followed by your Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
That's all right.
I don't think that the Bucs are going to be trading up or trading down. I think they haven't done any trades this year.
Yeah, I mean, at this point.
What's the point, right? Yeah.
Yeah, when was the last time they did not make a trade in a draft? Because 2020, they traded up to get Tristan.
Yep.
One spot. 2021, I can't recall if they made a trade in 2021, but then they did in 22, 23, and 24. Oh, Grizz, great comment, says, let's trade up for a Celsius.
There we go.
We had a Celsius about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, and it's working too. I can feel it. You know, Matt, there's just something about having a Celsius, right?
Yes, absolutely love Celsius. Was just having the sparkling orange. I don't know if this is the same can that Sly had gotten for us before or it's someone else's, but yeah, sparkling orange we love, sparkling watermelon, Fuji apple pear, the cola vibe used to be pretty big on that one. Of course, the vibes are always high on the show. Galaxy vibe, Astro, Cosmic, the list goes on. Arctic vibe, one of my personal favorites as well. We love Celsius, awesome flavors. If you need to know where to find a Celsius, go to the Celsius website, punch in your address. I'll tell you the closest place to pick one up. Could be a Walmart, Target, health and fitness store, or maybe it's your bodega.
Bodega.
Once you keep going to your bodega, you want to get it in bulk. I recommend getting it in bulk because variety is the spice of life. You can have, or I'd recommend the variety pack as well because variety is the spice of life. So many awesome flavors. Head on over to Amazon Prime, click on the subscribe and save. Have it sent to your place of residence whenever you want. So shout out to Celsius, the official energy drink of the Pewter Report Draft Show, and of course, the Pewter Report podcast. Had another super chat to get to. Thank you, Aaron, for this $4.99 super chat. The way Elijah Klein is being talked about is how the Chiefs stole Trey Smith a few years ago.
So, little inside scoop here. The Bucs love Trey Smith. He had some health issues that caused him to fall to the 3rd round, where he was drafted by the Chiefs in, I think, 6th or 7th round. And, that's what happens. Guys with character issues, medical concerns, those types of situations, they fall. But the talent usually is that safety net where it says, okay, well, we'll take a chance here.
Yeah.
6th or 7th round, it doesn't work out. It doesn't work out. No big deal. But it would be something if they could really get a find here. And Ryan Jensen, I believe, was a 6th round pick as well. I got to double check that. I think he was a 6th round pick, maybe a 5th round pick. But the Ravens drafted Ryan Jensen late, and he ended up being one of the best offensive linemen in Bucs history. Look that up right now.
Elijah Klein.
Ryan Jensen, American football.
Jared said 21 traded up for Zion. Yeah, so the Bucs have traded in every single draft since at least 2020.
Yep. Ryan Jensen, 6th round pick out of Colorado State Pueblo back in 2013 by the Baltimore Ravens. And so sometimes you can find magic in the 6th round. Ryan Jensen, Tom Brady, Josh Hayes last year, 6th round pick by the Buccaneers, led the NFL in special teams tackles as a rookie from Kansas State.
Trying to look up the Bucs draft history if there's doing this on the
Jason
fly.
Kelsey, also a 6th round pick. Trey Palmer, 6th round pick.
I wish there was a way to see.
Defensive lineman Justin Rogers, not Marcus Harris from Auburn, was selected by the Cowboys. Jawan Briggs, defensive lineman from Cincinnati. So the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers, and you know what that means, folks. If the pick is in for the Packers, it can only mean one thing, and that one thing means your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, for the final time, are on the clock.
Jordan Schultz says the Packers pick is quarterback Michael Pratt.
Michael Pratt to the Packers. Interesting. So that is a Bucs best bet off the board. Dwight McLaughlin and Kendall Milton and Marcus Harris. We're down to those 3 Bucs best bets for the final pick. Not looking good, but never say never. It's interesting because CBS has the top need for the Buccaneers, according to them, as a cornerback, and Dwight McLaughlin is the best available player. And so we'll see if Dwight McLaughlin is the pick. We've nailed 2 final Bucs best bets before at the cornerback position. Torrey Cox, 2003. And then also the selection of E.J. Biggers, I believe. I think we had him as a 7th round Bucs best bet as well.
I feel like this whole draft, it's been a lot of scenarios of like people that we've had linked to the Bucs going right before the Bucs pick.
Yeah.
And surely that happens every year. But I don't know. Seems different this time around.
Buccaneers still debating, still looking. I
like where do you want to go after this?
I liked him, and who knows if he was going to be a Buccaneer. They have let fate play a role in their draft board this year. They have not made a single trade up to get anybody.
And they said if you move these fights, have you been not Jason?
Getting John Spytek once again.
Washington tight end Devin Culp.
Devin
almost
Culp.
had him as a Bucs best bet. We switched it to Tip Ryman, but it was Devin Culp.
Okay, Devin Culp played with Cade Otton. Once again, another Washington player that the Buccaneers go to. I believe Bailey Adams of PewterReport.com had a story at the Combine about Culp teaming up with Cade Otton once again. So some familiarity with the pick.
Yep. Undersized tight end. Certainly more of a player that is going to be more of a receiving tight end. Needs to really work on his blocking. He is undersized for sure. So, but he's also going to be a player that will. I think he's been featured in a couple of our mock drafts, if my memory serves me correctly. We talked about him for sure. We've got pictures of him. But Culp is a Washington player, second one, teammate of Jaylen McMillan. So
Bucs have done that before.
Yeah.
They did it with Pittsburgh last year on the defensive side. This year they do it on the offensive side. This season, or last season, I should say, played in 14 games, had 15 catches for 194 yards. That was an average of 12.9 yards per reception, had 2 touchdowns, and obviously worked with Michael Penix. Some of his strengths: thrives on physicality. He's a contested catch specialist with a knack for warding off defenders while the ball is in the air. He has strong hands and the ability to wrestle the ball away from defenders. He runs precise routes. Reliable hands, shows a willingness to make catches in traffic over the middle. So that's actually something where Cade Otton, I think, has struggled to a degree.
Yeah.
When Otton's wide open, he'll make the play and get down the field and have a big gain for the Buccaneers. But there was a lot of times where maybe it was a smaller window that Baker Mayfield had to throw to, and Otton just couldn't get the job done with a defender on him. So that's an area where maybe Culp can kind of clean it up for the Bucs in that tight end room. Has good burst off the snap and quickly can slip past a defender. He's lanky and long-armed as well. He was a national high jump champion in high school, so his athleticism has shown and translated over to his football game as well. So really contested catches, some athleticism has really helped him develop into now an NFL caliber tight end, albeit a 7th rounder. Still cool to say you got drafted in the NFL draft. Some of his weaknesses: needs to develop better feet for sitting down against zone coverage, won't threaten the top of the defense, and has to adjust getting his head around to locate the ball on shorter routes. Not too much of a write-up about his blocking, but yeah, that's the write-up on Culp. And we got a super chat. Yeah, Devin Culp, that's your newest Bucs tight end.
Yep.
Thank you to Brit's Casual Toy Reviews for this $20 super chat.
Wow, thank you.
Brit says, thank you for always making my draft week fun. Hope we can get UCF quarterback, undrafted free agent, as a weapon and emergency quarterback. Thank you very much for the kind words. Talking about John Rhys Plumlee, the UCF quarterback.
Hit that like and subscribe. We greatly appreciate that. Pewter Report did an awesome job. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. So we're going to wrap this show up. We've got a press conference to attend here in just a minute as the Buccaneers draft concludes. Brian Gomez with TGHT. Thank you, Scott and Matt, the rest of PR. Get some rest. Can't wait to hear next week's Pewter Report podcast. That's right. We'll be back on Monday. And we want you to join us. Mondays are always fun at 4:20. We do roll call, just where we get that live interaction with people, our Pewter people that tell us where they're listening and watching the Pewter Report podcast from. Interesting to note, Devin Culp, 4.47 time, fastest tight end in this year's draft, according to the Combine. So we greatly appreciate all of the comments, all of the super chats, all the new subscriptions.
Appreciate all of you.
We're closing in at 14,000 because of you guys, and we greatly appreciate that. We did put in some long hours for sure, but it was all worth it. And we got a couple of Bucs best bets, and we're super excited to break down the new 2024 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. OTAs will start up soon, followed by the rookie minicamp, and we're going to be doing all the work to bring you the coverage you guys deserve.
That's right, folks. Just another day of Bucs coverage. We keep it moving. Rookie minicamps coming up soon, then OTAs, mandatory minicamp, and before you know it, training camp will arrive in the summer. So still a lot of great Bucs things coming up, and we want all of you to join us with it as well.
All right, Matt, let's wrap this up and hit that press conference, and stay tuned to pewterreport.com. We'll have plenty of stories and analysis and wrap-ups tonight tomorrow. Undrafted free agent tracker is
Yes,
going to be up soon.
we'll have that.
And that starts a whole new gambit of new Buccaneer players coming in. Maybe the next Christian Isian, maybe the next Marquise Watts, guys that can help this team end up making this team as undrafted free agents.
So for Josh Capo, Bailey Adams, Adams Levon, he's Scott Reynolds. I'm Matt Matera saying thank you all for watching this weekend. We love and appreciate each and every one of you, the Pewter people. And until Monday, we'll see you next time for another edition of, well, we're back to it, the Pewter Report podcast. Out.